Hey, what's up, Sylvia? What's up, B? What's up, Kiara? What's up, Elizabeth and Joseph? Welcome in. Austin, KP, Joanna, East, Pickle, Nisi. What's up, Jacob, Roxy, Tiffany, Naomi, Lady, Salty, Emma? Welcome in. For the first 200 people in here, it is so good to see each and every single one of y'all. Make sure you are double tapping away on that phone screen and sharing this live out with a couple of friends. We just went live for the day. But anyways, yeah, so we're going to be hosting some more debates per usual. If you are voting for Trump, make sure to hop in the queue now. Make sure to say what's good in that chat. Someone in the chat just said, I never say their name. With all due respect, I cannot pronounce that. I'm so sorry. But anyways, guys, make sure to say what's good in that chat. What's up, Lydia? What's up, Frank, Arts, Terrence, User? What's going on, everybody? What's up, Key, Lisa? Welcome in. I do apologize for a little bit of a late start this afternoon. I had a very, very, very important meeting. You guys will figure out what that meeting was for in the next 3 weeks. It's going to be so awesome. Anyways, we're going to go ahead and start loading up our first debates of the night. If you are in the queue, make sure you're voting for debates, as we always are. What's up, man? How old are you?
I'm 19 years old.
You're 19, and what year were you born in?
2005.
2005. Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, why's that?
I think that he has a better immigration policy, first of all.
Okay, man. Feel free to re-request. I did just kind of have to kick you out there. Your mic was really bad. I apologize. Anyways, for the first 500 of y'all, welcome in. Make sure that you're double tapping. Make sure that you're sharing. Welcome in, everybody. What's up? How old are you?
30.
Okay, well, he got raptured, apparently. Oh, you have MAGA Mobile. What's that? How old are you?
I'm 34.
34. Phenomenal. Are you voting for Trump?
Absolutely.
Okay, why so?
Couple reasons. The Democrats are very good at making false promises.
The Democrats are okay. Yeah, what's one false promise that Biden made while he was campaigning for his 2024 presidential campaign?
He said that with a stroke of a pen, he could eliminate or reduce student debt.
He did. He had 2 rounds of reduction of student debt, so that wasn't a false promise. But if we want to talk about false promises, how about we talk about during Trump's campaign for his 2016 presidency? He promised an infrastructure bill every single week, literally never delivered on it. Biden delivered on it in his first year. He promised a wall between the U.S. and Mexico, and he promised that Mexico would pay for it. That literally never happened. He built less than 50 miles and stuck that bill to the American taxpayer. And then endless lies all throughout his presidency, totaling to about 30,000.
Okay, that had no impact on me, however. So you're asking me why I'm voting for Donald Trump. I received no relief of any form of student loans.
Yeah, but when he says that he promised to reduce student loan debt, right? Well, that was a fulfilled promise, right? However, you
No,
just weren't personally impacted by that.
I think the number was 20,000. He said that with the stroke of a pen.
And he did.
For who? Not for me.
Yeah, he didn't do it for you, right? Because as you said in your own words, he said that he would promise to reduce student loan debt, right? When specifically speaking, that is something that he did. However, he just didn't reduce it for you, but he did for others, right?
So you're implying that his argument was only for some people?
Well, I think he wanted to reduce it for literally everybody, but of course, because of the checks and balance over federal government, he was only able to do so much.
Well,
right?
why didn't he
But in
say
like a
that? Why did he make the
society-
promise as a blanket promise?
You literally said that he promised to reduce student loan debt. Did he reduce student loan debt? Yes, he did. He fulfilled his promise. But let's talk about unfulfilled promises once again, right? We've never had, right, such a narcissistic, pathological liar in our White House that made baseless false promises as Trump, right? Like you're trying to grab for straws with Biden right now when he fulfilled the said promise that you're referencing here. But we had Trump promise infrastructure bill, never happened. Promise wall between us and Mexico, never happened, right? Promise relief for the low and middle class, never happened. He's now promising for his next campaign that he's going to totally get rid of inflation. He's economically illiterate. That's impossible, right? And alongside the 30,000 confirmed lies during his presidency, he also promised that the 2020 election was stolen from him. That was a big fat lie. All right. So yeah, you are gonna take right the pathological lying narcissist that also happens to be a greatist,
Yes.
also happens to be a misogynist, and also has happened to have tried to overthrow our federal government with the use of a coup because you were impacted by Biden's student loan forgiveness.
Yes.
Okay, so on a scale of 1 to 10, right? How intelligent are you?
No, I'd say pretty high. You called him a rapist. He was convicted of rape.
Yo, hey, Emily, what a start to the day. Yo, let's get some W's in that chat for Emily. Thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. That is crazy. Chat, please show some love to Emily literally right now. I really appreciate you for the $100 on Venmo. That is an insane start for the day. I've literally been live for 6 minutes and we've already gotten a $100 donation on Venmo. Emily, I really appreciate you for your love. That was so kind of you. I definitely do not deserve that. Y'all, please show some love to Emily right now in the chat. I really appreciate you for that. Thank you so much, Emily. Massive, massive, massive W's for Emily in that chat for the next 10 minutes. That's insane. Thank you so much for the love once again. Yeah, this actually leads perfectly into our next question here. Would you vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for the sexual abuse of a woman?
You said he was a rapist.
Yeah, I did. But would you vote for someone that's held civilly liable for the rape or sexual abuse of a woman?
He was convicted of rape.
So he's held civilly liable for sexual abuse. So would you vote for someone?
So he's not a rapist.
So yeah, so sexual abuse is grape, right? He inserted his fingers into a woman's vagina without her consent, right? That's something we'd consider grape. He is a rapist, right? But please throw a G in front of that word just for TikTok purposes. But I just want to clarify here. Would you vote for someone who's held civilly liable for the sexual abuse of a woman?
I'll answer that with a question. Do I fully believe the allegation?
Okay, so sir, I don't know how else clear to make this. You're my first guest of the day. I want to have good conversation today, right? I'm not going to allow you to just pivot around my questions.
I'm asking you. Are you assuming I believe?
Julia, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo for defending women. Julia, thank you so much for the love. Let's get some W's in that chat for Julia. Thank you so much for the $20. I've been live for 10 minutes and y'all are already going crazy today. Thank you so much, Julia. Let's get W's for Julia's and W's for Emily. Thank you so much. So yes or no, would you vote for someone that's held civilly liable for the sexual abuse of a woman?
If I fully believed that it was true, no, I would not.
Okay, so you wouldn't vote for someone that's held civilly liable for the sexual abuse of a woman. So does this mean that you will not be voting for Trump as Trump was held civilly liable for the sexual abuse of a woman?
I prefaced that if I fully believed.
Okay, sir, I'm just asking you as simple logical questions.
Right? I answered that very straightforwardly.
Or you cannot answer them.
I answered that very straightforwardly.
So you said that you wouldn't, right? So does this mean that you will not be voting for Trump as he was held civilly liable for the rape of a woman?
I said I wouldn't if I fully believed it.
So
obviously I don't. Obviously,
okay. So you would vote. So you will be voting for Trump. So that means you would vote for someone that's held civilly liable for the sexual abuse of a woman.
That's assuming you believe it or not. I understand what you're saying, but I don't fully believe.
Okay. With what reason?
Because there's too much political. There's too much politics behind it.
Do you know the name of the victim?
Carol.
So that's her last name. Her name's E. Jean Carroll.
E. Jean Carroll.
I don't even know her name. Do you know one piece of evidence that she submitted in the courtroom?
Say it again.
Do you know one piece of evidence that she submitted in the courtroom?
Her testimony.
So a testimony, right? That's not going to be evidence submitted to the court, right? That's going to be evidence gathered within the court. So you don't even know any evidence submitted into the court, but yet you say that you don't believe it and you say that it's politically charged. Could you give me any evidence that this was politically charged?
Specifics of it to be able to.
I mean, you kind of do, right? So imagine that I grew up in a box my whole life, never left this box, right? And then I said it's a really nice day on Australia, right? Obviously, I'm going to have no clue if it's a nice day on Australia, and that's going to be a baseless claim if I grew up living in a box, right? The same way you're going to say that you're not going to believe the claims that E. Jean Carroll proved in court through a preponderance of evidence over the course of 2 years to a unanimous jury that agreed with her without even knowing one piece of evidence she submitted.
Right? I don't need to know any evidence of it.
I mean, you would in order to make a justified claim insofar as that you don't believe the ruling of the court, right? In the same way, I need to have been to Australia to know if it's a good day in Australia.
I don't need to know the specifics of a snake to know that I probably shouldn't go up and try to pet it.
I'm so confused of what that meant, right? So how can you reject, right, the findings of the court? How can you say that she's a liar without knowing one piece of evidence she submitted?
I'm not calling her a liar. I'm just saying, do you at least understand that there is...
Wait, it's literally logically implied. If you're saying that you do not believe the findings of the court, if you think that the jury is wrong, if you don't think that Trump had raped E. Jean Carroll, right, you are implying that, yes, E. Jean Carroll is a liar, right? Because E. Jean Carroll claims that Trump had raped her. It's a very simple logical implication.
Do you understand why people are skeptical?
No, I actually don't. I'm waiting for you to tell me. But I mean, you're already off to a bad start because you don't even know one piece of evidence she submitted to the court.
I don't need to know any evidence. I don't.
In
even
order
need
to, how can you say that you reject the findings of the jury without knowing what the jury found? You know what I mean?
I know that he wasn't found guilty of rape.
So, like,
Great.
the issue of what they held him liable for is a completely different issue from the fact that you don't believe the findings of the jury. But can you please answer my
Well,
question?
you're
How can you
calling-
reject the findings of the jury without knowing what the jury found?
You're rejecting the findings of the jury. The jury found him not guilty of grape.
Okay, would you agree that anything entering into a woman's vagina without consent is grape?
Yes.
Okay, so then you agree that, yeah, he was held liable for grape. The reason he was not held legally liable for grape was because in the state of New York at the time, they didn't consider that grape. But it's since updated, and the law of New York, alongside the law of 35 other states, reflect that. So anyways, how can you reject the findings of the jury without knowing what they found?
He still wasn't found guilty of it. It doesn't matter what the laws were at the time. You're calling him a grapist, but he was never convicted of that.
Yeah, so just real quick question, right? Year's 1850, if a white slave owner, right, like engages in intercourse without consent with a black enslaved person, they couldn't be held civilly liable or criminally convicted of grape. That wasn't illegal, right? So would you say that they're not a grapist?
No, that's a ridiculous claim.
That's literally logically synonymous to what you'd be doing here, right? Because the actions that Trump partook in with E. Jean Carroll was grape. It's just that the state of New York had bad law at the time, right? And this has since been updated, right? And it's been reflected.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with my position. It has nothing to do with my position.
It does. I could explain it again. You're saying that he's not a grapist because what he did wasn't legally defined as grape at the time, right? Well, I mean, using your logic, you'd say that a white slave owner that engaged in intercourse without consent with an enslaved black person isn't a grapist because that wasn't legally defined as grape at the time. But obviously, that's absurd.
Can we agree that sometimes people get convicted wrongly, even in front of a jury, even
That's
in front of a criminal
That's
jury?
a whole different issue from what they held him liable for. So you have to choose one of two arguments, right? You have to either say that what she was alleging Trump of doing was false and the jury ruled incorrectly, or you have to choose the argument that the jury ruled that he had sexually abused her, not that he had raped her. So which argument are you chasing?
I don't need to have either argument to be skeptical of the entire case to begin with.
Well, I'm trying to address your skepticism.
If I wasn't
right?
skeptical at all, if I believed it, if I believed
one second, don't interrupt me, okay? I'm addressing your skepticism, right? And you've been skeptical of two things. You've been skeptical if the findings of the jury were even correct, and you've been skeptical what the findings of the jury were, right? Jennifer,
I know what the
appreciate you for
findings of the
superpower.
jury were.
So you were contesting me calling Trump a rapist because the jury held him civilly liable for sexual abuse. Have I responded to that point? Have I already debunked that?
I don't agree with your conclusion, but
Yes, you did,
made
because
your
the jury
point.
held him liable for inserting his fingers right into E. Jean Carroll's vagina without E. Jean Carroll's consent. You agreed
Yes,
with
and-
me that anything going into a woman's vagina without consent is grape.
Yes, but that has nothing to do with my point of view.
So then why would you say, right, that he wasn't held liable for grape, that Trump is not a rapist if it is the case?
Well, no,
that
I
he's
was
held
just
liable
calling you
for
out
doing
on
something that you
calling.
consider
I
to
was
be
I was just calling you out on calling him something that he was never convicted of.
Wait, I don't call Trump a grapist because he was held civilly liable for grape. I call Trump a grapist because he was held civilly liable for inserting his fingers into the vagina of E. Jean Carroll without her consent, and I consider that to be grape. And so does a judge, by the way. So, I mean, after this court case concluded, E. Jean Carroll went on live TV, said that Trump had graped her. Trump tried to countersue her for the reason that he was held civilly liable for sexual abuse and not grape. And you know what the judge did? He threw the countersuit out because her claims that he had graped her were substantially true.
That still has nothing to do with my position. I
So
am.
what in the hell is your position? Because you're making the argument that he wasn't held liable for grape.
My position
therefore he's not
is-
a rapist. And
my
I have
position-
debunked that from so many different angles. And then every single time I debunk that claim, you just say that's not even my position. So
My
what
position,
the hell is your position?
I can tell you clearly. My position is, as a whole, I am skeptical of the entire thing. It doesn't have to be anything specific. It is a gut instinct. It is intuition. I am skeptical of the entire thing.
So what reason do you have to be skeptical, right, of the findings of the jury apart from your emotions? Do you have any reason to be skeptical of the findings of the jury?
Probably not. It's just a gut instinct.
Okay, the same gut instinct that people have to justify racism, the same gut instinct that people have to justify homophobia, the same gut instinct that people have to justify being a flat earther, the same gut instinct that Caitlyn
That has
used
nothing to do with
justify
gut
that
instinct.
aliens
That has
came down
that has
and
to do with
created
character.
humans.
That's not gut instinct. That's character.
Yeah, no, it is gut instinct. The same gut instinct that you have that she's just a liar is the same gut instinct that white supremacists have when they think they're better than black people. Can you give me any reason to believe that there's a difference there?
What I'm telling you is, if it was 100% factual,
What I'm telling you is that I operate off of facts, not feelings. You operate off of feelings, not
Yes,
facts.
most
Why
of-
should we care more about your feelings than the objective fact that a jury held Trump liable for sexual abuse due to a preponderance of evidence submitted to the court over the course of 2 years? And when we look into the evidence, right, we come to the conclusion that there's no reasonable doubt to it. Why should your gut instinct matter here? What if I have the gut instinct that Trump is a rapist? Whose gut instinct are we going to go with? We're not going to go with gut instinct.
Well,
point
you
blank
as a
period,
voter are gonna go
because
with
they're
your own.
unreliable and dictating to us what is true and what is false. A gut instinct is literally your emotions. Why do your emotions matter?
because you're asking me who I'm voting for. So
Why do your
my-
emotions matter?
for my
They
vote?
don't.
For
They
my
don't. Your
vote? Yes, they
emotions
do.
don't matter. So you're literally looking at a woman, right, who accused a man of rape and then proved it in court over the course of 2 years, right? And you don't even know one piece of evidence she submitted to the court. You're completely ignorant to the court case in itself. But then you reject its findings because of a gut
I'm pretty sure.
feeling?
I'm pretty sure. I said testimony. Her testimony. I'm pretty sure testimony is evidence.
What did she testify to?
I have no idea.
You don't even know her fucking testimony. Dude, I get a load of this guy, chat. For the 2.3 thousand people in here, this is a real human. Can you believe that? Can you believe that this is a real functioning human being? I mean, it's just incredible that people like this exist in our societies. Like, if people like this guy didn't exist, imagine how more productive and cohesive we would all be. Like, this guy and other people like him is what is holding us back from societal eudaimonia. Your existence alone is what is holding us back from that.
That might be true. That
It
may
is.
be
It
true.
absolutely is. Like, please justify, right, taking a court case, thank you for the money gun, right, that held Trump liable for sexual abuse and throwing it out of the window without knowing one piece of evidence submitted to the court to prove that he had raped someone because of a gut feeling. Justify that to me.
There is political motive behind it.
No, you're alleging that there's political motive.
I am
behind it
alleging there is
because of
political
your
motive,
gut feeling.
yes.
But do you
Yes,
have any
my-
facts or evidence to justify this alleged political motive behind the court case?
But believe it or not, most of society works off of intuition, gut reaction.
You don't. Yeah, look at that. I have a question. What is the difference between your gut feeling that she was a liar and the court case was wrong, and like a flurfer's gut feeling that the Earth is flat?
That's a ridiculous question.
A ridiculous question that you seemingly can't answer. Meaning
No,
it's
because
not a
one
ridiculous
one
question.
you can prove based on physics.
Yeah, no, their gut feeling would disagree.
Okay, well, it can be proven on physics, not on hearsay.
Yeah, just like it could be proven that Trump had raped E. Jean Carroll.
It cannot be.
Yeah, and court did prove it, right? But remember, it's just your gut feeling that it can't be. You're rejecting it without good reason.
I have a question.
So-
do you
No,
think
no,
people-
I'm still waiting for you to tell me the difference between your gut feeling that Trump isn't a rapist and a flat earther's gut feeling that the earth is flat, or a 9/11 denier's gut feeling that it was an inside job.
I answered that question
No, you didn't.
very, very bluntly. I
you
said
didn't.
one you can prove with physics.
Yeah, no, flat earthers would literally disagree. They'd say that you could use physics to prove the flat earth.
Okay, well, I disagree with that.
So you actually can't give me a difference, right, between your gut feeling to justify that Trump isn't a rapist.
I just
and,
gave you
and
a
one
difference.
second. You can't tell me the difference between your gut feeling to justify that Trump isn't a rapist and a flat earther's gut feeling to justify that the earth is flat, apart from your gut feeling. So are you just a barbaric caveman that operates on emotion?
I am not.
Okay, well then prove it by giving me like the evidence and the logic to justify that the findings of the jury were incorrect.
I have no evidence. I have a gut instinct.
Okay, so you
that
are
there-
just like a caveman that operates on emotion. Lindsay, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love, Lindsay. Let's get some W's in the chat for Lindsay. I really appreciate you for that. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Lindsay. I really appreciate you for the $15. We have a literal caveman on the live, guys, right? Well, I mean, does the caveman have anything else to say?
You claim to be a champion of women's rights. Are you okay with the transgender movement in sports?
Oh, do you just have a gut feeling that trans women shouldn't be able to compete in women's sports too?
That's not a gut feeling. That's an opinion.
Okay, so what is your reason for this opinion?
It's anti-women. You claim
so?
to be a champion for women.
So how is this anti-women? Oh, it's just another gut
Fine.
feeling.
Anti-biological woman.
Okay. Well, you mean to say there's anti-female. So
Fine. Anti-female.
So yeah. So can you please explain to me, right, how trans women competing within women's sports is anti-female?
Can we agree that they have a physical advantage?
No, actually, we would disagree on that, right? Because it is the case that in order to compete in like the NCAA or like the Olympics, that you have to go on hormone therapy for like a standard of 2, 3 to 5 years, right? And after 2, 3, or 5 years on hormone replacement therapy, right, there's no unfair biological advantage that a trans woman would possess over a cis woman. So that's
That is
incorrect.
complete nonsense.
No, it's not nonsense. It's been consistently demonstrated within like scientific studies. Right? This
okay.
has been well documented over the course of the last 40 years, right? And I mean, I could give you some of the studies if you want, or are you just going to have a gut feeling that these studies are wrong?
Leah Thomas, who's the
Okay, so
poster child of this.
just completely ignoring exactly what I just said about the studies. So I'm asking you
Because your
right?
studies are irrelevant, because I'm sure I can find just as many, if not more, studies that say the complete opposite.
Okay, would you like to demonstrate a study to me that would indicate that trans women have an unfair biological advantage over cis women competing within women's sports after 3 to 5 years of hormone replacement therapy?
Yes, my own eyes.
Okay, well, your eyes aren't a study. I'm actually really done with this caveman, so we're going to move on to the next guest. So is evidence that trans women shouldn't be able to compete in women's sports is his eyes, and is evidence that the civil court that held Trump liable for sexual abuse is his gut. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Everybody just give us a minute, y'all. Make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen in the meantime. We got the caveman off of the live. All right, also make sure to share out this live with a couple of friends, y'all. We have 4 shares right now. Let's try to get up to 100. What's up? How old are you?
Sorry, I was requesting to join to talk to that guy.
No worries. I really do appreciate you for coming up. Thank you so much. W's for the guests. They're probably based. They're probably voting for Harris. We're going to move on to our next guest. If you are in the queue, make sure that you are voting for Trump here today. And for the 2.8 thousand people in here, y'all, do double tap, do share, do spam the comment section with some FYPs. Let's try to get this live out there, y'all. What's up, Mama? How old are you?
I'm 54 freaking years old, and I want to
Phenomenal.
know why in the hell somebody wants to badmouth Trump if you ain't badmouthing the little girl that's over on the other side of your head. Considering
so-
that little girl has racist ass attitude too, and believe me, I know for a fact.
Could you tell me what they are?
because I'm mixed. Hold on, I'm mixed. I'm Native American mixed, and I don't appreciate that little trick for anybody else. I'm old
yeah.
enough to beat your grandmother, boy.
What's your tribal association, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm Cherokee.
I know, but like what particular tribe?
I'm out of North Carolina if you want to be nosy about that part.
Okay, just curious about what your tribal association is. Anyways, it doesn't seem like you could tell me your tribal association. Anyways, why would you say that Kamala Harris is racist? Could you give me an example of her being racist?
My daughter is a son now because she was born with both sexes. Somebody
Okay.
wants to talk about hold on, if you don't mind. Y'all the one that brought it up. I want to conversate on this. Y'all want to talk about transgender. My daughter happens to be my son now because had to for health reasons.
So you're probably referencing your son,
Transgender.
right? Your son, correct? Or please correct me if I'm wrong. I'm seriously trying to follow. Your son would probably be intersex. I believe that's what you're referencing. But
My
that
son
aside,
was
I asked you for reason to believe.
Was born my daughter.
I'm asking you for reason to believe that Kamala Harris is racist, right? And I don't see what your intersex son has to do with
Because
Kamala
when
Harris
my
being
son
racist.
was born, she was one of them that said the child didn't need to be born.
Wait, when did Kamala Harris said that your son didn't need to be born?
My son, when he was born, had both sexes. Said
son
that
was
it was
intersex?
not correct. She was in the place where my child was born at the time.
So wait, so Kamala Harris literally walked up to you after you gave birth and said that your son shouldn't have been born because
She
you're
was
intersex?
at the hospital. She was at the hospital where my child was born. And I'm sorry to say this. I'm not
So what did Kamala,
against
so
women.
did Kamala Harris literally walk up to you in this hospital and say that your son shouldn't have been born?
Exactly.
This is okay. You're joking, right? Like this isn't
No,
real.
I'm not freaking joking.
Okay, where was your son born?
My daughter and my son, my twins, was born in North Carolina. My one child was born with both sexes.
So Kamala Harris was born in Oakland, California, and has lived there her entire life.
Honey, she's traveled all over the U.S. at some point.
So she literally traveled to North Carolina and just happened to be at this hospital at the same date
She
and
was
time as
there
you
at
when you
the
were giving birth?
hospital visiting one of the people there. I don't know who the hell the government people are. I don't give a fuck about government people.
Wow.
If there's racism going to be involved, then people need to step up and ask about it.
Okay, well, I mean, like, first of all, I'm pretty sure that you are just like making up a story of something that didn't happen, trying to
Really?
pass it off
I'm
as being
making
true.
fucking shit up, little boy?
Yeah. So then on top of that, right? I don't even see how this made up story would indicate racism. Where does this made up story indicate racism?
French, you've got your
That's not made up, and you're such an ass that you just got reported.
Oh,
Thank you.
nice. Phenomenal. So where does your made up story indicate racism? Okay, she just left. That was, dude, what the hell? Okay, we're gonna move on to our next guest. I'm so confused. Am I the only one that's like insanely confused right now? Okay, we're just gonna go to Karen. What's up? How old are you?
How old are you?
I'm 19. So how old are you?
I'm old enough.
Phenomenal.
19. You sure do have a lot of facts for a 19-year-old, so disrespectful. So the lady's up there trying to tell you her story. I know, breathe hard. You have so many life experiences. You're going to tell us what's going on, right, in the world?
Yeah, I will.
Tell you a story, you're disrespectful.
So did you understand her story? She was talking about how she had an
She's in a
intersex
hospital,
son and
she had
Kamala Harris
twins.
came to her hospital and was racist to them?
Why is it bad if Kamala was there or not? What's the big deal? If she was there, that's her story.
Did we just? I can't. Wow, we are just having a good day today. So why are you voting for Trump?
Well, why wouldn't I? I love America. America
Yeah,
first,
sure.
Veterans
Well,
first.
I could give you good reason not to vote for Trump. All right, so I could give you reason not to vote for Trump. So first
Give
of
a
all,
reason not to vote for Harris. She locked up more black men. She hid evidence that would have cleared a black man, and she hid it. And the judge had to order her to bring it to the courts.
okay, all right. So I'll go ahead and
She got
address your.
ahead by giving head.
So I would like to address your
Broke up
misinformation.
black families,
So Karen, I would just like to respond real quick.
closing our border.
So Karen, I would just like to respond real quick. So when you're referencing like people that she locked up when she was AG or DA, she didn't lock anybody up. And then secondly, you're specifically calling them black men. So crime rates from California don't report race or gender. Right, so you're literally just virtue signaling on behalf of the African American community. Then when you reference,
Locked
when
up
you
more
want to,
black men.
and when you want to reference her, like keeping DNA testing away from a black man on death row, so the reason she wanted to deny DNA testing was because, well, he had already been proved guilty beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt. She didn't think that it'd do anything for him, right? But ultimately speaking, the judge did order it, and the DNA testing was done. And yeah, I just found him guilty a second time, and in fact, he's still alive on death row today.
No, he's
However,
not.
he is.
Show me your source.
Yeah, of course.
You're ignorant little white boy liberal.
Okay, ignorant little white boy liberal. How many branches of government are there?
You're ignorant as shit. What?
Tammy, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo saying guest needs an IQ test. I really appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much for the love, Tammy.
Ignorant
Okay, I'm
little
ignorant.
white boy.
Can you name one policy that Trump influenced to get passed that you liked?
Name one that Biden's gone through and that he's liked that has done something for our economy. Harris
course.
hasn't done anything in 3.5 years. What has she done?
Sure, I'll go ahead and answer your question. So you asked me to name one policy of Biden and Harris's that I agreed with. I'll name 5. The PACT Act, investing $800 million in the expansion of VA healthcare benefits. The Inflation Reduction Act, investing millions of dollars into renewable energy resources to address supply chain issues to reduce inflation in the long term. Right, the infrastructure bill that invested $1 trillion into local communities across the U.S. to spur
You're
their
failing.
economies and create construction jobs. Right, the American Rescue Plan to address COVID. Right, and the CHIPS and Science Act to bring manufacturing jobs back to
You
home in
fucking
America.
loony.
So, Karen, you specifically called me ignorant, right? So I just named you 5 policies of Biden and Harris's that I agreed with. Can you go ahead and name one of Trump's that he passed while he was president that you agree with, right? Because obviously I think that you're
You're
going to be the
failing,
ignorant
you
one.
piece of shit, fucking loony liberal.
Okay, so I'm the loony liberal, but yet you can't name one
You're a
policy that
fucking
Trump
loon.
influenced
You're
to get
19
passed.
years old. You're a problem. You have no fucking stupid ass.
Yeah, so you're objectively projecting on me, and I'm objectively smarter than you. How does it feel to
You're
be looking at
objectively
someone that you'll
fucking
never be as
stupid as
intelligent
shit.
as?
You are
Oh, wow.
fucking stupid as shit.
Okay, really, truly.
All
How
our
many branches?
policies are failing.
Really?
Inflation,
Okay, what is the current rate of inflation?
3%.
False, 2.9. And do you know what it was at the peak of the pandemic?
Oh my God, the pandemic.
9%.
False by you guys putting masks on people's face and closing down our country.
Yeah. So, particularly speaking, the quote unquote close down of the country happened in 2020 under Trump's administration. But real quick, Karen.
Under Trump's administration.
Yeah, I did.
You're a piece of shit, man.
So
I
you're
hope
just
you
in
have
a
a fucking miserable life. You fucking.
So this is where you run away because I'm smarter than you and you can't stand your ground in a debate. It absolutely is. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. If you do want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal, they are in the bio. We have some very emotional guests today. Let's get some baby bottles in the chat for the emotional babies that are whining on the live. We're going to move on to our next guest, right? Let's get our next guest up in here, y'all. All she could do is call names. Yeah, that's the MAGA movement for you. That's the MAGA movement. That's the MAGA voter base. That's all they're good at. What's up, Jamal? How old are you?
I'm 19. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm 21.
Okay, no worries. Are you voting for Trump?
Sorry, say that again?
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, why's that?
Well, to be honest with you, first of all, I want to give praise to you for you're 19 years old, coming out here and wanting to debate with the other side. I don't think there's enough people talking about it personally online, especially between younger ages.
Boxers, thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate it.
I would say one, it's what Donald Trump had done during his presidency, but not only that, but the way he's handling himself now, where he's going and interviewing influencers who a lot of young people watch and look towards. Elon Musk, they interview with Elon Musk, going on podcasts like Nelk Boys or Aiden Ross, which gets to these are streamers, but they get to a large audience.
Sally, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Yo, Sally says, keep up the good work on TikTok. Sally, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Yo, let's get at least 300 W's for Sally right now in the chat. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much for the $50. Massive W Sally's down below. And Al, thank you for the subscription, but massive W's for Sally. So yeah, of course, I get you. All right, so you said that you're voting for Trump because of his presidency. So what's one policy that he influenced get passed during his presidency that you liked?
Well, and I'm not going to speak out of what I know for sure, because as of just last year, I wasn't going to vote at all. It just wasn't my thing. Didn't want to, but it's what he had done with the oil companies. The oil companies were making almost no profit when he was as president, because it's what the Democrats do. They allowed the
Farah, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Farah, thank you so much for the
more.
$10. W's for Farah in the chat. Thank you for the $10. Go ahead.
More and more in profit. And what Trump did, they're begging him to let them raise the prices so they can make money. So he basically stepped on their throats. He's a businessman, and I think personally, as a leader for our country, they need to be a businessman or woman, and Donald Trump has done that. He's created a multi-billion-dollar business, and he knows what he's doing with money. He knows how to spend it. He knows how
I'm just gonna respond, just real quick. I'm gonna respond to the first point about oil. You said that Trump really dealt well with oil companies while he was president. So that's literally fucking false. So what he did is he went to OPEC and he said, if y'all don't drop your prices, then we're gonna get our oil from Iran. So then he went to Iran and said, if y'all don't drop your prices, we're gonna get our oil from Saudi Arabia. What ended up happening is they both ended up dropping their prices, and then he bought from them both. That ended up causing a collapse in the oil market when he inevitably had to turn back around to Saudi Arabia and OPEC and said, now y'all need to raise your prices by decreasing your oil supply, because if you don't, it's going to cause a recession in our oil market, right? And then secondly here, if you want to talk about U.S.-owned oil production companies, we're currently producing more oil than we ever have, including under Trump's term. We're more energy independent than any country that has ever existed in the history of the earth, right? And then you also said that he knows that he knows how to spend money. So the Trump administration increased the deficit twice as much as the Biden-Harris administration, right? Trump added $8.6 trillion to our national debt. Meanwhile, Biden and Harris only added 4.2.
Okay, well, first of all, one, if we are trying, okay, why did he shut off the pipeline? Trump was trying to find oil in Alaska. He said big oil, that was his one-liner, but big oil in Alaska. Biden had completely shut that down. It was one of the first things he had done when he gained presidency.
Yeah, so we could talk about the pipeline. So it was called the Keystone XL pipeline. Biden didn't shut it down. It was ordered by the Supreme Court, and it wasn't an Alaskan-owned pipeline. In fact, it was Canadian-owned. right? And that didn't cause, right, an increase in the price of gasoline, as it was the case that it wasn't currently producing oil, so it couldn't have impacted the oil supply curve.
No, yeah, you're correct. But you are saying that they had seized and stopped the line from being finished.
Yeah, because we didn't need it, right? So the reason it was shut down by the Supreme
Well, that's
Court
right.
is because it was invasive and it went through indigenous lands, right? And why the hell should we be tearing up indigenous lands, right, to put this pipeline down that was owned by Canada when it's the case that the U.S. is already producing more oil than any country that has ever existed in the history of the earth, right? I have no problem, right, with like drilling on federal lands, right, that won't like impact, right, like protected lands such as indigenous lands or nature reserves, right? I have no problem with that. I think that the U.S. should be drilling more because we have stricter regulations for cleaner production than other countries that would pick up that lost weight if we started drilling less. But just invading upon indigenous lands or nature reserves when we're already producing more oil than any other country, right, that is taking it a little bit too far.
Okay, so you're saying that there's no correlation between gas prices were lower during Donald Trump's presidency than between Biden?
I mean, well, yeah. Would you like to? Could you tell me how you think that the Biden and Harris administration caused an increase in the price of gas?
Well, first of all, which I don't want to get into this because I think we're not from that area, we're disinformed about it. But sending the billions and billions of dollars that we've sent to Ukraine. And
so government spending caused an increase in gas. So if government spending caused an increase in gas, we would have expected to see a larger increase in the price of gas under Trump due to more government spending.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying, well, I would say just plain and simple that Biden didn't get gas prices lowered because he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's not a businessman like Trump who can get things done. He did the same thing with NATO when NATO wasn't.
1 second,
supplying
Sarah.
any money.
Thank you so much for these $19 on Venmo for being a smart 19-year-old. Sarah, I really appreciate you so much. Sarah says, for your intelligence and logic, please run for president one day. That's so incredibly kind of you, Sarah. Chat, please show some love to Sarah in the chat for the $19 on Venmo. That means the world to me. Thank you so much. And Julia, thank you for the $15 on PayPal, saying for dealing with the MAGA emotionals. That's a new word. I like that. Massive W's for Julia for the $15 and massive W's for Sarah for the $19. Thank you both so very much. Good.
So he also did with NATO when NATO wasn't raising enough money. He comes in and says, listen, if you don't start sending in more money, we're not going to protect you. Now, that might have not been the nice guy way to go about it. Like Biden, he really tries to play the nice guy, the everybody's friend. But as a president, you need to be fierce. You need to be feared. That's a big thing about being the president. Putin's feared. We need to.
Yeah, real quick. If you think that Trump that Putin fears Trump more than Harris, then why has Putin interfered with the 2016, 2020, and now the 2024 election, pushing pro-Trump, anti-Harris propaganda?
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that again?
If Putin fears Trump more than Harris, then how come Putin wants Trump reelected? Wouldn't this tell us that Putin actually fears Harris more than Trump?
No, not at all. It's who do you want to deal with? It's do you want to deal with Donald Trump, who's very straightforward.
Andy, thank you for the laughing house. I really appreciate that.
He's very straightforward, but at the same time, it's like as these presidents, they can be friends, but at the same time, hey, if you step in my shoes, I'm going to hurt you.
Wait, doesn't Putin want Russian expansion? Doesn't Putin want like a tyrannical dictatorship at the sake of human rights, literally killing his political opponents, right? Which are all bad things, right? And if Putin also wants Trump to be reelected, that means that Putin sees Trump as less of a threat, right, to these bad advancements of his and like the goals of his country, right? And that's not a good thing. That's a bad thing, right? So I think that would disprove your point there. Then about your point of him being a quote unquote good businessman, can you name one other good businessman with 6 bankruptcies?
Well, they say if you don't go bankrupt, you're not trying. But you
can't. Tara, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo for dealing with MAGA freaking out. Yeah, thank you so much for the love, Tara, and thank you for the galaxy as well. Massive W's for Tara down below. Right, so you can't name one other quote unquote good businessman with 6 bankruptcies. This man isn't a good businessman. He literally bankrupted a casino.
You can't argue with Trump Industries. You can't. Do you have a multi-billion-dollar business?
No, but if I had a multi-billion-dollar business, I probably wouldn't build that on top of a $400 million endowment for my father, 6 bankruptcies, including one on a casino, right? Then additionally here, if you want to talk about who world leaders are going to fear more, I'm pretty sure that foreign world leaders, especially those within like the EU, are going to have more respect and be more fearful, right, of the intelligent prosecutor who wants to protect and preserve the American democracy and wants to fight for the American people, more so than the felon, rapist, fraudster, election denier that tried to stage a coup to overthrow our government because he baby raged when he lost the 2020 election. We literally have clips of like world leaders in NATO mocking and laughing at Trump.
Well, one, and again, we don't have to go deep into this. I am one of the believers that the 2020 election was rigged and messed with.
Oh, truly. Could you give me any evidence? Could you give me any evidence to indicate that
he had
2020
more,
was officially rigged to be
had more
overthrown?
votes than he had more votes than Obama. There was the most ever mail-in ballots because of COVID, which is great reasoning. It's the
Wait,
same
Trump
reason
also
why
had
they're-
more votes than Obama.
Sorry.
Trump also had more votes than Obama.
Well, yeah. Do you think these people are ignorant? These people control the world. I'm not. And first, I don't even think. Anyways, not to get into that, but they're smart. They're intelligent. They know how to make things work. I think this election has a high chance of being rigged because they're allowing all these immigrants, and they're saying all these immigrants and women, they're all voting for the liberals. They're all voting for Democrats. But they're going to fake it no matter what. They're going to miscount these votes. They're going to rig this election, and then they can blame it on women and immigrants. And personally,
Hey, just real quick, I want to go back to my question, right? First of all, undocumented migrants, if you're not a U.S. citizen, you can't vote in federal elections.
No, but
Right?
no,
Second
you
of all,
don't need
I asked
to
you for
vote.
evidence to indicate that 2020 was sufficiently rigged to be overthrown, and you didn't give me any. You just kind of gave me your feelings. So can you give me any evidence for that, or do you not have any?
You didn't have to show ID to vote.
Yes, you
The
do.
mail-in
Right.
ballots.
And like certain states, you do have to show ID to vote, right? Then also, mail-in ballots only go to documented U.S. citizens with mailing addresses. And then third of all, at the polls, you do have to be a U.S. citizen to vote, right? But I just want to wrap back around to my original question.
No,
here.
that's
Can
not
you give
true.
me any evidence to indicate that 2020 was sufficiently rigged to be overthrown?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Oh, wait, yo, holy crap, 1 second, really quickly. Natasha, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Holy crap, thank you so much for the love, Natasha. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Natasha. Thank you so much for the $50. Massive W's for Natasha down below. And Yovan with the $100 on Venmo. Holy crap, Yovan, that is so kind of you. Thank you so much. Yovan says, you're a better businessman than Trump, who bankrupts a casino where the house literally always wins. So real, Yovan. But yo, let's get some massive W's for Yovan and Natasha in that chat right now. You guys are so incredibly kind. Everybody, you guys have been so incredibly kind to me today. Thank you so much, Yovan and Natasha, for the $100 and the $50. That is actually insane. And Tara, thank you for the $10 as well. Massive W's for the donors in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. And Debbie, thank you for the $10 on PayPal as well. Let's go, guys. Anyways, Jamal, so do you not have sufficient evidence to demonstrate that 2020 was sufficiently rigged to be overthrown?
Well, like I said, there's many reasons to believe, and I just think that both sides are.
What are those reasons? Okay, he was kicked by community guidelines. It was probably for saying that the election was rigged. That does get people banned. We're going to go to move on to our next guest here, y'all. If you're in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump. And Matt, thank you so much for the $18 on PayPal. You guys are going off. You guys are going off today. Matt, seriously, thank you so much for the $18 on PayPal. W's for Yvonne, W's for Matt, W's for Natasha, W's for Tara. Thank you guys so much. We're going to go to move on to our next guest here. If you are MAGA, let me know in the chat. And Thumb with the $20 and the 24 cents on Venmo. W's for Matt and W's for Thumb in the comment section. Thank you so much for the $20 and the 24 cents, Thumb. W's for Thumb in the chat right now. Thank you so much, you guys. What's up, JB? You're of age. Are you voting for Trump?
Well, no. I'm sorry. That young.
No worries, JB. I appreciate you for coming up. Unfortunately, we are going to move on because we are just looking to debate Trump supporters. But that was surprising. Yo, let's get some W's for JB in the comment section. Fucking love you, man. Moving on to our next guest here, y'all. For the 4.3 thousand people hanging out on us, let's try to get up to 300,000 likes, 1,000 shares as well. If you're MAGA, Right, let me know in the chat right now. We're going to go ahead and pull up our next guest, so everybody do be patient. Let's go to see what Bassman has to say. Mel, thank you so much for the small loan of $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. This is a funny comment. Let's get some W's in the comment section for Mel right now. Thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo while we load up our next guest. Let's go and get Discipline Mindset up in here, y'all. Everybody be patient. We have our next guest loading in for our next debate of the night. What's up? How old are you? All right, Discipline Mindset automatically left. Guys, if you're MAGA, you're back. Hi.
I'm back.
Lee, thank you for the boxing love. So what's up, man? You sound of age. Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, of course I'm of age. And yes, I am voting for Trump. I just feel like you don't have enough. All you do is sit behind a computer and read your Google searches. You got all these people giving you money, right? All these people giving you money and supporting your day job, because this is basically your day job. What have you done that has actually done anything for this country? You're 19-year-old. Did you even go to college?
Yeah, I'm currently in college.
Or you just behind the monitor?
Okay, so I'm currently in college. I'm enrolled as a student at CU
Right,
Boulder.
and this is your main income, right?
One moment.
And this is your main
thank you so
income?
much for the Tom's hug. Yeah, this is my main income, of course. Right. I only have one
so
job.
a lot of people.
Do you mind if I finish without interrupting?
Let me just say this. Let me just say this one thing.
Okay, yeah,
and a lot of people that come into your lives. They come into your lives with, obviously people go to work and they don't have enough time to be sitting behind a monitor like you have. So they're not going to give you all the facts that you have behind the monitor. Okay, so I just want to make that very clear because, first of all, you don't let people talk.
Samantha, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal for actually doing something for this country. Let's get some W's in the comment section for Samantha for the $20 on PayPal right now. Thank you so much for the love, Samantha. I'm actively letting you talk, but go ahead and finish.
Yeah, no, you are, and thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Samantha, for the $20. W's for Samantha in the chat for the $20 for actually doing something for this country. Thank you. Go ahead and finish, man.
My thing is, so I just had a question regarding, I've heard a lot about you guys actually getting paid by the DNC for, promoting or talking about them.
Tammy with the $5 on Venmo sending this because this guy sounds jealous. Thank you for the love, Tammy. So yeah, if I was paid by the DNC, why am I not at the DNC right now?
By Palette Entertainment. It's by Palette Entertainment, which is a company.
I'm not okay. First of all, I'm not signed with Palette. I don't have a management company. I'm not paid by the DNC. And yes, this is a real job. I'm going to go in and respond to all of the claims that you've been making so far. So you said that I'm not doing anything for the world around me. I'm not doing anything productive for society. I just sit on here and this is my day job.
Correct.
So I just want to let you know, I make money, right? Not because I'm pushing a narrative, spreading propaganda, convincing people of falsehoods, but rather, right, I do something, right, for this country and the world as a whole. I advocate for what's right. I get people to critically think about what they believe in and hopefully sway people's votes to the right side of history. And that's why people donate to me. Thank you for the money gun. And honestly, you sound quite jealous coming up your pocket watching, talking about the money I make. It's
Not
almost as
jealous at all.
if you, right, a middle-aged man, is mad at seeing a 19-year-old boy straight out of high school as of 2 years ago, currently going to college, that is more informed than you are on the basis of politics, who's running for president, and important social issues, making more money than you probably do, right? So how about we set the pocket watching aside? How about we set the false allegations and the conspiracy theories that I'm paid by the DNC aside, and let's engage in a good, healthy, productive conversation about why you're voting for Trump.
Okay, why don't you speak of a person in the middle? You basically just everything that you say is basically on the left. Why not? Because we know that there's policies on both sides. So why don't you focus on being in the middle?
Oh, Discipline, you got to disconnect your Bluetooth, man.
Promoting basically everything that has to do on the left.
If you're on an iPhone, swipe down from the top right hand corner, click the Bluetooth icon because your mic is so bad. But Nelsie, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal from the DNC. Let's get some W's in the comment section for Nelsie for the $20 from the DNC. Thank you so much, Nelsie. Yo, let's go. W's for DNC and for the DNC and W's for Nelsie for the $20 on PayPal. Let's fucking go. Thank you for the love. Right? Apparently, I am paid by the DNC.
It would be more beneficial to I would think society, for everybody in the United States, that you would be talk from a point of, from being in the middle, except, instead of talking just every point that you make it's a benefit to the left, right?
Okay,
but
so are you gonna come up? Are you just
right.
gonna up here and whine like a baby, or debate me?
No, it's the truth. like, first of all, like I said, you're a 19-year-old that has not done anything for this country. What have you done? Have you
Yeah.
gone to the military?
Yeah. So you're just assuming, right, that this 19-year-old has not done anything for this
You
country.
have not.
Right? I
Where
wouldn't
do you
mind
live with your
assuming that I've done
parents?
more than you.
Have you lived with do you live with your parents?
I moved out at 17, little bro.
At 17, little bro? You could be my little bro.
Yeah, I mean, apparently, right? Maybe physically speaking, mentally not
Well,
so
no,
much.
but I will
Half
not.
your age, twice as
Yeah,
wise. What about
you
it?
will not speak. You will not speak the way that you do. You know. Then
Oh,
again,
there we go. So you come up here saying that I'm like too far left, I'm too far gone, I'm radical, I'm not doing anything for
Well,
this
my
country.
point
What do
is-
you
my
think going?
point-
What? 1 second. What do you think going on a TikTok live and like low key implicitly like
Look
threatening
at how
a
you disrespect-
19-year-old? What do you think that does for
Hey,
this country?
How do you disrespect your elders? Everybody that has come in here is
Wait,
older
do
than
you
you,
do you
and
expect
go
me?
and disrespect
Wait,
them.
do you expect me to respect you when you come up into my
I'm not
live saying
disrespecting
that I
you.
wouldn't
I'm
hold the
letting
same
you know.
attitude in real life
I'm
and I'm
letting
paid
you
for
know.
by the DNC and
I'm
I don't
letting
do
you know
anything
that it
productive
would
to
be
this
a
country? Right?
it would
I'm gonna
be
go
more
to
of
make
a
it very
benefit.
clear. Hold on,
It
one
would
second,
be
man.
more of a
1
benefit
second. So
if
respect.
you talk.
So I don't respect by default, right? Respect is earned. And how do you
Of
think
course.
that how do you expect to gain my respect by coming up in here saying that, oh, I'm paid for by the DNC, I do nothing for country, I probably live with my parents, I
I
look at a
asked you.
monitor all day and I'm 19.
I-
What do you think
I
the
didn't
fuck
t-
that does?
I
That
didn't
doesn't
tell you
earn
you
my
were getting-
respect.
I didn't tell you were paid. I asked you.
Boss, I appreciate you
Is,
for the
is it true about Paladin Entertainment and do you work for them?
No.
You don't work for them at all. So you just
No.
make your money out of, like people giving you money out to Venmo and all this stuff?
People agree with what I say, and out of the kindness of their heart, sometimes they'll donate to me on Venmo or PayPal in the bio.
Right.
I'm
Do you-
incredibly lucky, right, and undeserving
is.
to be in the position that I have, and I'm incredibly
True.
grateful for it. Right, but
True.
anyways,
All I ask from you is to give people a little more time to answer your questions. You have like I said, you have a monitor in front of you. You have
sir, with all due respect,
you-
the only thing I have in front of me is my cell phone and a really immature 50-year-old that is seemingly wasting my time. So, do you want to debate right about why you're voting for Trump, or did you just come up here to kind of whine?
lying. Okay, well, look. First of all, all this immigration.
Autumn,
that
thank you for
happened-
the $5 on Venmo for educating this country. And Tammy, thank you for the $5 on Venmo as well from the DNC. Autumn and Tammy, I really appreciate you guys for the love. And Erica, thank you for the money gun. Good?
So talking about the immigration. Kamala Harris was supposed to be the czar, which they keep on saying, no, she wasn't. Man, I saw it on TV where
What authority did Harris have over the southern border?
Biden told her that she was in charge of the border.
What
did she do?
authority
What-
did Harris
how-
have over the southern border?
Hey, she was in charge of the border.
I'm asking
So
you
that
what
was-
authority she had over the southern border.
What authority? She's the vice president of the United States of America.
So if you're
That's
just
the authority that
referencing
she has.
presidential authority, so what
well,
authority
you
does
come
the
up with
vice president
policies,
have
you
over
come
the
up-
southern border?
Okay, as a vice president in charge of the immigrant or whatever's going on at the border, you
Can you
as
tell me
in-
what authority the VP has over the southern border?
What do you mean? She can come up with policies, right? That will make the border a lot better.
Oh,
a
she
lot
can
safer
influence
for us.
policies through Congress?
Yes, she would. Yes, she
So,
would.
so what about the bill influenced through Congress, drafted by a Republican with bipartisan support from the Democrats and the Biden-Harris
Can you
administration?
put a link in
that
here?
was
Because I don't
shot
have my computer in front of me.
that was shot down, right? Because Trump called the Republicans in the House and the Senate and told them to torpedo the bill because it made the Democrats look good, with him quote unquote saying at one of his rallies to blame it on him if the border bill fails. Deborah, thank you for the
not true.
$10 on
That's not
Venmo
true.
for
The
being our
reason-
voice. Thank you so much for the love, Deborah. W's for Deborah in the chat for the $10 on
I don't know
Venmo.
if you remember, but when Biden was, running for election, he promised DACA and the parents of DACA that he was going to give them a pathway to citizenship in the first 100 days of his administration. He did not do crap. I'm Hispanic, and I'm not talking from a point of privilege as other people that might be behind the monitor, as you might understand that. He promised that in the first 100 days. What did he do? Nothing. So, but
Okay,
but
so
then he
actually,
opens,
can you give me a source on that? All right, because what I'm reading right now is that there's no direct path from deferred action to lawful permanent residence or to citizenship
Right,
provided by DACA. Never
right,
has been.
because
So can you please
DACA
give me a source that indicates? Okay, sir, I'm really done with the interruptions. Okay, right?
Okay, well,
Can you hold your voice
Go ahead, go ahead,
for a
go ahead.
two-way street
go
conversation
ahead,
here?
go ahead.
Yeah. So, I mean, you were referenced, right? First of all, Kamala Harris having authority over the southern border insofar as she could influence policy through Congress, right? So, how do you feel about the fact that that the Biden-Harris administration did influence policy through Congress, then it was shot down in the Senate because Trump called the Republican lawmakers and told them to vote against it to torpedo the bill when it would have solved the crisis years ago?
Well, see, look.
Michelle, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for being such a smart 19-year-old. Michelle, I really appreciate you for that love. Let's get some W's in the chat for Michelle. Go ahead, answer my question. I'm waiting.
So Obama, he signed.
Obama has nothing to
what
do with
is-
this.
Oh, he's the one that got DACA in the United States.
Daz, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Dean gave me the information to change my family's vote from Trump to Harris. Let's go! W Dez is in the comment section right now. Thank you for the $15, and I want you to thank each and every single one of your family members for switching their vote. W's for Dez. That is huge. So you're not answering my question. Do I need to repeat it?
Can you repeat it, please?
Yeah, so you asked me why Harris hasn't done anything for the southern border. I asked you what authority she had, and you said, well, she's the authority to influence policy through Congress, right? So they did, right? They influenced a Republican-drafted bipartisan border bill in 2022, right? And it got to the Senate after it passed the House, and it was shot down by Trump calling Republican lawmakers and telling them to vote against it to intentionally torpedo the bill so he could use the issue of the southern border crisis as a tool to campaign today. How do you feel about that?
Trump wasn't in office, so I don't know what bill you're referencing to, or if you have any recorded phone calls. Like I said, I'm
sure, I could tell you.
Look,
so this is going to be the
Hispanic.
Secure the Border Act, right?
So
and
I'm-
he particularly called the Republicans in Congress, right? And we have, right, Trump at a rally in Nevada saying to blame it on him if the border bill fails. He said that you should blame it on him.
Where's the proof?
So
I've never seen this.
Yeah, so we could reference The Hill, right? Just look up Trump says to blame it on him if the border bill fails, The Hill, right? As well as other
Is there
publications that would report the same findings.
Is there any government websites that say that? I mean, I see.
So you seem to be asking for like a really weird standard of evidence to prove what I'm saying here. I don't think that a government website would be necessary.
I need real evidence that he
So
actually
I
called.
am giving you real evidence.
How is a publication from a left wing media or platform that he said these things?
Because it was reporting on what he said at his Nevada rally.
Unless you have recordings or unless you have him in writing saying that he does not support, and again, he doesn't have anything to do with that.
So
The
I don't
first
really
two-
listen. I understand that like
the
certain
fir-
like
the
one
first 2
second,
years-
man. I'm gonna go ahead and like just respond to this. So like I understand, right? If you wouldn't want to reference like left leaning sources typically because of some political bias they may have, right? But I'm not even asking you to reference like the Hill's opinion piece. This is just the Hill reporting on an objective fact. That being that at one of Trump's rallies, he told his
I don't
friend
think
to
that was
blame
a
it on him if
fact.
the border bill fails.
I really thought that was a fact because
Yeah, so you're just being skeptical of reality at this point.
It's-
I'm not here to
it's
talk
not
to fringe
skeptical.
conspiracy theorists.
Not
I'm here to talk to
skeptical.
people that are well acquainted with the world
It's the
around
truth.
them.
It's
So,
the truth.
so
The
no,
fact.
so this is reported
fact.
on. So I just want to clarify. This is a fact that is reported on by like
Show
all
me.
mainstream. I did. I gave you the source.
Show me government sources, credible sources. I don't believe the Hill or any left wing media or platforms are actually basing their facts on.
Once again,
whenever they
this
have to
is
say
this
something
is
about Trump.
recorded and it's coming from one of his rallies.
He in 2022 he was basically being tried for whatever they've been trying on.
What the
he
fuck
wasn't-
does that have to do with him saying at one of
Dude,
his rallies
he's
to blame it on
not-
him if the border bill
He has not
fails?
been the president. He has nothing to do because he was not president at the time. The first 2 years of Congress were basically they had everything. In the beginning, when he said in the first 100 days,
Wait, we even have if you want to reference, we literally have a video of him saying this. But real quick, I have a couple things to
Okay.
shout out here. But Steven, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Frank, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmos.
He
Buddy,
promised
please,
DACA.
please chill. Please just chill for 1 second while I
I'm
shout
trying
out.
to. Okay, go ahead.
Just like when I'm shouting out a couple donors, like you could put a pause on the yap
Okay, go
for a
ahead.
second.
My bad.
Steven, and then Frank, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo as well. Let's get some W Franks in the chat for the $20 on Venmo. And Allison with a $35 on Venmo. I want to see at least 100 W's for Allison, Frank, and Steven in that chat. Allison, thank you so much for the love. That means the world to me. Thank you so much, Allison.
this is just
And
the last
George,
point.
thank you for the $50 on PayPal. I want to see at least 300 W's for George in that comment section right now for the $50 on PayPal. That's insane, you guys. George, Allison, Steven, and Frank. Thank you guys so much. That it means the world to me. Thank you guys so much for your support.
This is the last point I'm going to make
continue to do this.
regarding immigration. So in the first 100 days, he promised DACA and DACA parents that he was going to, do a pathway to citizenship for them. Okay, let me get this fact out, and that's all. For the first 2 years, Biden and Harris, they had, control the House, control the Senate, and control the presidency, right? So in those 2 years, they could have passed every single thing that they could have, or they wanted to, and they did not do anything. And I'm speaking for especially Mexican people, that they were hoping to get, some way of pathway to citizenship, and they did not. And many people that are disappointed at what happened. And I'm talking about people that are hardworking, they've been paying their taxes, they've been doing everything the right way. So now that they get all this immigration coming in from people from Venezuela or other countries, and they see that they're getting licenses, they're getting visas, they're getting permits to work, they feel.
1 second.
Of our party, there is zero chance I will support this horrible borders betrayal of America. It's not going to happen. I noticed that. I'll find it over, but I noticed a lot of the senators are trying to say respectfully they're blaming it on me. I said, that's okay. Please blame it on me. Please.
Yeah, so there's a clip of Trump saying to please blame the border bill failing on Trump. So you said that was like propaganda from the left. So yeah, there's a clip from his rally in Nevada that I was referencing earlier, where he says to please blame it on him for it failing, admitting to calling the Republican senators in Congress, telling them not to pass the bill.
Look at what Biden and Harris did to the border. This uncontrolled immigration.
Hey man, with all due respect, right? You still haven't addressed this claim straight on, right? You continually pivot around it. So I'm going to go and give you one last opportunity to directly respond to my claim here before I just kick you. Right? I don't have time for a rational old man.
That's fine.
So once again, right, your claim was that Harris did nothing for the southern border when she had the power to influence policy through Congress. So the Biden-Harris did influence a Republican-drafted bipartisan border bill through Congress in 2022. It passed the House, and when it got to the Senate, Trump called. Okay, you could go on.
It did not, because it should have passed. They have control of the Senate as well.
So I just want to clarify.
Even now, they have control of the Senate.
Discipline. I would like to clarify. You could look up the Secure the Border Act.
That is true, though. You know that is true. Even now, they have control of the Senate.
Okay. So you could look up the Secure the Border Act, congress.gov, right? You could go right on Congress's official website, and you could look at the fact that this happened, right? Directly from congress.gov. All right, I'm done with your delusions. I'm done with your denial of reality. I played you a clip of Trump saying to please blame it on him if it fails. Trump shot it down by calling the Republican lawmakers in the Senate. This has been reported by the guy that drafted the bill, Langford, who's Trump endorsed, by the way, going on Fox News complaining about it. Right, the same thing happened with Mitch McConnell and Ted Cruz. Right, they all spoke out against Trump because Trump torpedoed this bill. Right, I'm done with your denial of reality. It's really embarrassing. It's not.
Okay. Well, I'm also speaking of truth, because in 2022, Trump, look, if he speaks in a rally regarding what's going on, it doesn't matter because he's not in charge. Okay. So if he's not in charge,
Stacy, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W's for Stacy in the comment section. I really appreciate you for your kind message as well there, Stacy. Massive W's down below. So now you're saying it doesn't matter because he couldn't have any influence. So he literally did influence it to fail. That's a fact. Should we just kick him, chat? I think that he's leaving. Okay, we're gonna go to move on to our next. Okay, so it is a fact, right, that he did influence that to fail.
No, he has no influence on when he's not the president. Okay. How is he going to influence that?
Right, by calling the Republicans, telling them to vote against it for his endorsement.
Like I said, they were not in charge.
Okay, all right. We're just going to move on. Appreciate you for coming up, man. We're going to go to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Let's go to see what Whiskey Golf Club has to say, right? Just complete denial of reality. Let's go to and find someone that's a little bit more coherent. What's going on? How old are you? Whiskey, you're on the live. How old are you?
Oh, what's up, man? 45.
Nice, man. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
All right, and why is that?
So we have these arguments all the time on here.
Bailey, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo, saying keep it up. I appreciate you for the love, Bailey. W's for Bailey down below. Thank you for the $10. Go ahead, man. I apologize for interrupting.
No, good. I appreciate what you do, and I think it's really awesome that you're very well informed. And just want you to know, like, a lot of respect for you guys. And I've got friends who are liberals and Democrats, and I lived in California for a while. And living in California actually is what convinced me to stay Republican.
Okay, so why are you voting for Trump?
Because I do like his policies. I did like my life, my family's life, my friends' lives, my businesses.
So what's one policy that Trump influenced to get passed while he was president that you agreed with?
He provided a tax relief for the middle class. Everyone thinks he only cuts for the top percent. He passed a 3.2 trillion tax cut for the middle class. He cut taxes on the first 24 grand that middle class made. It helped provide jobs, even helped increase wages. It really helped. What else? Double the child tax credit.
So we're going to work backwards here. So about doubling the child tax credit in 2021, that's historically done every 10 years. It would actually been really ahistorical if he didn't double the child tax credit, right? Yeah. Secondly, about these tax cuts supposedly for the middle class, right? So actually 83% of these tax cuts went to the top 1%, and it served as a detriment to the low and the middle class. We would have an evaluation from the Tax Policy Center that indicate over the 10-year lifespan of the bill that it'll actually decrease the after-tax income of the low and the middle class. Additionally speaking here, Harris wants to take the TCJA, Trump's tax cuts, and reform them to be more beneficial to the low and middle class and not to severely serve as a detriment to them by predominantly benefiting the top 1%. Right? And if we want to talk about the low and the middle class, this was also something that Trump happened to thwart by electing justices to the Supreme Court to overturn Roe v. Wade. Pro-life legislation leads to higher rates of poverty, lower rates of employment and education. Right? And this is also something that Trump will just destroy if he's reelected, as he wants to replace the federal income tax with tariffs, which are inflationary and will predominantly serve as a detriment to that low and the middle class. Meanwhile, Harris wants to offer a $25,000 subsidy to first-time home buyers for new homes. Harris wants to increase the child tax credit. Retro, thank you for the boxing gloves. I appreciate you for the love. To $6,000 for children under 1, right, and $5,000 for children under 5. Right, we see that Harris actually fights to reduce income inequities, fights for the low and the middle class. Meanwhile, Trump tries to dismantle them.
That was a lot to take in. You're well more informed than I am about all that. Now, as far as tariffs go, I thought tariffs would help, as in we don't pay the tariffs. It would wouldn't that provide us with more internal production in America, more American jobs created by that because we need to make more product?
We do pay the tariffs, right? So what happens is predominantly this would cause, right, the price of U.S. produced goods to go up, right, as we'd see a reduce in supply of goods from foreign countries, which of course with a consistent demand would cause like the equilibrium of price to go up, basic principles of economics there, right? And then secondly, right, for the goods that are imported, that tariff is going to be passed off to tax the consumer, right? Because the low and the middle class spend a disproportionate amount of their income on the bare necessities to live. They're also going to be disproportionately affected by that tax or that is passed off to them, right? But I actually have a question for you here. Would you vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for inserting himself into a woman forcefully without her consent?
Well, in my industry too, it's, see the way that question is yeah, you should say no, because civilly liable, legally liable, absolutely not. If it was a crime, if it was a criminal court that tried him for that, absolutely not, 100%. Unfortunately, I've had some incidents involving friends and family who have been abused in that matter. And of course, we want nothing but pain for that person for the rest of their life. But no, criminally liable, no. And another,
I asked you if you'd vote for someone that's held civilly liable for rape.
Civilly liable, again, I feel like that's more of a he said, she said, and
not at all.
Yes, because I believe that people with money are targeted, and I believe that, yes, while that happened back in the 90s, I believe.
So is your answer here yes or no?
My answer is I'm not going to hold it again. I disregard that. I would.
So you would vote for him. So would you still vote for Trump if you held civilly liable for the rape of a little girl?
Absolutely not, and that's completely different.
Okay. Well, the only difference there is who's being raped, right? Not the standard of evidence that they use to prove the rape. So this shows that you were not really concerned by the standard of evidence that are required to be met in civil courts, but you're more just so concerned with like who Trump is raped. So why would you say that you would vote for Trump if you held civilly liable for the rape of an adult woman, but not for the rape of a little girl? What's the difference?
That's because they're both morally wrong. I'm not one to do that. I'm not taking sides. I'm definitely not misogynistic. I'm 100% like a gentleman in all aspects. even when it comes to the case of pro-choice. I understand your question again. It's not. It's a good question. It's a good question. The answer should be no. The answer should absolutely be no. It really should.
Because there's not a difference there. If you want to vote for Trump, if he raped a little girl, you shouldn't vote for Trump because he raped an adult woman. Right? Predominantly, the reason I asked that question is because I think it's easier to dehumanize E. Jean Carroll, right? Because that is what has been portrayed in like right-leaning media since 2019, right? It's almost as if people have been societally conditioned into treating her as a monolith of the left, not a woman, right? And it's just a little bit harder to dehumanize a little girl. But I don't think that you should hold a different standard here. You said that you wouldn't vote for Trump if he was held civilly liable for the rape of a little girl, right? So in that same breath, if you can't name me a difference here, you shouldn't vote for Trump since he was held civilly liable for the rape of an adult woman.
Yeah, and I know the difference there too is when you say little girl, I think you're referring to the Teen USA thing, where he feels like he can walk into the rooms when he wants or whatever.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he wasn't held civilly liable for the rape of a little girl, right? But he boasted about walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls at Miss Teen USA to inspect them, right? He also said that he dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, literally sexualizing a fifth grader, right? But overall here, it seems like you can't name a difference between him being held civilly liable for the rape of a little girl and the rape of an adult woman, right? So if you want to vote for him in one scenario, you shouldn't vote for him in the other scenario either.
I'll admit you got me on that one. Absolutely. You're absolutely right. And that argument can't be won. You're absolutely right. And unfortunately, because there was no little girl involved, that's not going to convince me otherwise. But
so you just admit to being irrational on that point then? If you can't name a distinction and you'd vote for him in one scenario but not the other scenario, right? He was also accused of rape by Katie Johnson, a 13-year-old. He was accused of raping, imprisoning, and torturing her with Epstein. But yeah, so if you can't name a good reason why you'd hold a different standard here, right? Would you just admit it's the case that you're being irrational?
I could, yeah, you could. Man, you're smart, bro. You're a smart kid. I don't even call you a kid, man. You speak like an adult. You were a respectable one.
If you admit that the only way to vote for Trump is engaging in irrationalities, shouldn't this give you good reason not to vote for Trump?
It really should. I think it's just. I don't know what in me, and I don't know. Maybe it's just my. Again, I feel like this is a truth. I feel that there's Republican, I don't know. I guess influencers, you could say, like yourself on the right, that are doing the same thing from the right as for the left, and all of us who are, call us all uninformed, because as most voters are, I believe, left and right. It seems the extreme side of everything that the questions you're asking and the points you're making are being asked on the other end about the same things too, as on the right we're hearing.
Really? Right. So a lot of the questions that ask about Trump pertaining to his character is about vehement sexism, racism, and the fact that he's been held civilly liable for rape, right? Can you point out where either of those three attributes would be present in Harris?
Wait, I'm sorry. Say that one more time.
You said that your response there was, well, the same things that I'm asking you right now to do with Trump being a rapist, racist, misogynist, etc., right, could also be asked of Harris. But I'm not so sure that's correct. I don't think they could, right? Because Harris hasn't been held civilly liable for rape. Harris doesn't have a racist past, right? She didn't deny housing to black people because they're black in the 70s. She didn't propone the birther movement of Barack Obama, saying because he's black, he's obviously not a natural-born U.S. citizen, therefore he shouldn't be able to run for president, right? Harris doesn't have a vehemently sexist past, like Trump's treatment towards women, saying he could just grab them by the pee, doesn't even need to ask first, alongside other instances as well, right? So I think your claim that what I'm asking you about the right could also be asked of the left is false, right? Because the same questions can't be asked of Harris.
What I meant was some of the outside of this point, which is, don't get me wrong, a disgusting point. If that's true about Trump, actually, if he's been again. Accused is one thing, tried and convicted is another.
Yeah, he was tried and held legally and financially responsible for this, right?
Yes.
From an anonymous jury, he has to pay out $90 million.
Yeah. Well, that's disgusting. That's just that is pretty disgusting. So again, outside of this, the extremities of the right and the extremities of the left, I feel, are being the biggest points pushed to all of us uninformed ones. We hear, and I'll just tell you what I hear. On the right, it's the border's open and whatever. But I understand Trump did admit to that. So yes, that's a no-no. And as a country, we should be better than that. And,
Wait, if you'd say that we had an open border right now, would you also say that we had an open border at the end of Trump's term because we have the same amount of daily crossings today as we had then?
I believe in legal crossing. The illegal crossings, listen, it's going to happen. A wall's not going to stop it all. It's not going to be, we could arm the whole wall. You could put guards all over, whatever. There's going to be illegal immigration. And I believe
legal. This is legal and undocumented migrants.
Correct. Now, legal immigration, and I think doesn't undocumented immigration include the ones who are during the waiting process?
So undocumented migration into our country would predominantly be those that enter through like illegal means, but it could also include like people who enter and then through like legal processes such as asylum, right? But also just something to point out here, Trump was incredibly ineffective when it came to the border. Like you understand like the Remain in Mexico policy, his wall, etc. It did jack shit. In fact, his crossings only increased until his 4th year when he implemented Title 42 because of COVID. In fact, he claims that the quote-unquote Trump border clampdown only begun in his 4th year with the inaction of Title 42. So that's just a silly little point there. If I was a conservative and I cared about immigration, Trump wouldn't be my guy. But yeah, is there anything else that you wanted to go over here before I move on to my next guest?
No, man. Keep doing what you're doing, man. I appreciate the information, and I wish I had something bad to say to you, but I don't. So good luck with all that stuff, man.
Appreciate you for being receptive, man. Thank you for being respectful. Have a good rest of your day, bro.
You too.
India, thank you so much for the gold mine. I really appreciate you for your love. Let's get some W's for India in the chat. That is so kind of you. We're going to go to get our next guest up in here now. If you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. We're going to go and get our next guest up as we speak, ladies and gentlemen. Also, try to double tap away to about 500,000 likes here. All right, let's go and get our next guest up in the box literally right now, folks. We are going to get our next guest to load in as we speak, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, do double tap. We're also almost to 1,000 shares here. Phenomenal. What's up, man? How old are you? Okay, he's automatically leaving. Moving on. Let's go and get our next guest up in the box. Literally right now, Jennifer. I hit you with an invite. But yeah, once again, for everybody tuning in, welcome into the live. We're going to be doing debates all day long. Y'all already know. We have fun here. But let's go and get our next guest up here as we speak. Everybody just be patient while we're loading them up. And if you do want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal, right, they're all in the bio. It supports me greatly. What's up? How old are you?
Oh, I'm 41.
Okay. Are you connected to Bluetooth? Because I can barely hear you. If you are, just turn your Bluetooth off.
No, I'm not. Can you hear me better now?
You're possibly muffling your microphone. Make sure that nothing's covering the bottom of your phone.
I'm sorry. I think there's something wrong with my phone.
No worries, Rosie. Unfortunately, I have to move on. I do appreciate you for coming up, though. We're going to go to get our next guest up in here literally right now, folks. We're so close to 1,000 shares. Let's get there, y'all. What's up? How old are you?
Yo, 21. How are you?
Doing all right. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir. How about yourself?
Fuck no. Amandia, I appreciate you for the VR goggles. So why are you voting for Trump?
No, why are you... So you don't have to use profanity, right?
It's just a part of my vocabulary.
I do have some questions for you, though.
Wait, if you're so critical of my profanity, why aren't you so critical of Trump's?
Why are you not allowing speakers on the side of Trump's side to answer your questions? You'll sit there and start saying, I don't know, thanks for the gifting, guys, and you completely cut them off, right? And my other question is why? What is your thoughts on Camilla saying that she's black and she's really Indian?
Yo, Babs, thank you so much for the galaxy. I really appreciate you for the love. What did you just call her?
I said she is saying that she is black.
No, what did you say her name was?
She is Indian.
What did you say her name was?
No, I'm asking you a question.
Kanoa? Did you say Kanoa?
No, I said Camilla.
Okay. So kid's a comma, right? So yeah, so she is black. We're gonna go ahead and go back to the 2nd grade real quick. Do you know what it means to be biracial?
Biracial. Okay.
Do you know what that means?
Yes.
What does it mean to be biracial, buddy? Let's do a 2nd grade lesson.
What biracial means?
What does it mean? Tell me. Literally tell. I'm literally asking you to tell me what it means to be biracial.
How can you claim that?
Executive, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate you for the love.
How can you claim that you're black? Huh?
Noah, thank you for the subscription as well.
She identifies that she's black, bro. So how can she claim that she identifies as black and only as black? And that's what she's saying, that she's only black, right?
Yeah, so if you're biracial, right, you could identify with like both of your races. You could identify with one or the other, right? I don't see the issue here, and that's because she is black, right? You said she isn't black. Why would you say Kamala Harris isn't black? I want to see your reasons for this real quick before I shit on you.
Okay, so
Lindsay, thank you for the $5 on Venmo in India. Thank you for the gym gun.
have you not seen any of her, literally all of her like childhood of her with
Thank
the
you for the
dot,
subscription.
Indian dot, her religion, everything behind that?
Thank you for the
Her
hands.
literally saying, what did she say? She had some kind of like cooking show, and she's like, "Hey guys, this is kind of the recipe that I've always used in my Indian household."
Yeah, because she has an Indian household and she has a black household. She has both simultaneously. That's what happens when you have a South Asian mother, right, and an Afro-Jamaican father. Right, so she is both black and South Asian simultaneously, right? I don't see how this is hard to understand, right? This is literally like a second grader concept. But I have a question for you. If you're saying that she's just saying she's black to appeal to the to appeal to the black voter base now, well, my question to you would be, well, was she running for president when she was in college and went to a historically black university and belonged to a black sorority?
Okay, so no. But
No,
isn't it weird? Isn't it weird that she's just using that as like a campaigning?
No, this isn't weird that a black woman is saying that she's a black woman. In fact, she is not just using this for campaigning purposes. This is just another radical lie from the right. This is just another modern example of racism, and you're not even listening to me. You're just over talking me. I have a question, sir. So how could you get so mad at me, right, when you came up on my live originally, saying that I interrupted my guests when you've incessantly interrupted me every single time I've opened my
I'm
mouth?
going to do the same thing you did to your guests. Because I want you to know what it feels like.
Okay, so we got a vigilante. We got a vigilante on the line. But guess what? The host has a mute button, right? So the vigilante behaviors ultimately fail here, right? So I'm just gonna go and correct you on this real quick. You're saying that she's not black. She is. You're just Delulu, right? So her father's Afro-Jamaican, right? Black people got to Jamaica the same way they got to America, forcefully through the transatlantic slave trade, right? So she is black, right? Her mother is South Asian, so that would mean she's also Indian. She's both simultaneously. It's kind of crazy how that can work. So anyways, what's your response to this second grade concept?
You didn't. What do you mean, bro? She's biracial, right? That's what you're claiming. She's biracial. So how can you sit here and say that she's only black? Well, no, she is Indian and black, right?
She isn't only black. I've literally never said that. In fact, I've said the opposite. She's both black and South Asian.
But what?
Shari, thank you for the $5 on Venmo for the biracial history lesson. I know it's hard for some. Thank you for the $5, Shari. I really appreciate you for that.
All right, let's move on to something that's more interracial or more, what am I trying to say here?
Yeah, we can move on to a different point, but before we do, I'd also like, Trish, I appreciate you for the hand. Before we, one second, buddy, I want to say something. I want to say something real quick before we move on. So just listen real quick. I think it's funny how you said that people on the left say that she's only a black woman. I have never heard anybody on the left say that, but specifically speaking, I have heard so many people on the right, including yourself, say that she's only South Asian, right? The only people contesting, right, that she's going to be biracial, that she's both going to be black and South Asian simultaneously, are the people on the right that say she isn't black, she's Indian. Point blank, period, right? And you are one of the people that are engaging in this racist lie. The first thing you said when you came up on the live is that she's not black, she's Indian.
It's not racist. It has nothing to do with racist. Like, what? No.
Yeah, so go ahead and defend your statement as not being racist. Earlier you said that she's not black, she's Indian. Go ahead and tell me how that's not racist.
How is it not racist? Okay, so it's like me saying you're white and you're not black, right? If you try to claim that you're black right now and you said, yo, bro, I'm black because I got black in me. And I'm like, okay, my bad. I didn't know that. You look white, right? Is that
Sid,
racist?
I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo. So that wouldn't be racist as I'm not black. Guess what? Kamala Harris
that's your
is black.
claim. That is your claim. Is that not your claim?
That's not my claim because I'm not black. Kamala Harris is.
Okay, so me saying that someone that is mixed is, I'm like, yo, bro, you're black, you're not white.
Your claim was that she wasn't black, she's Indian.
Oh my God, dude.
So do you concede that your claim was belligerently false?
Conversation All right. I
Sure,
have
we
another
could move
question.
on as soon as you could concede
What
and
is
say
the
that your
next-
claim was
here's the
belligerently
next
false.
question I had for you. What is your thoughts on immigration and illegal aliens? What is your thoughts on what Kamala Harris can actually do?
So her
to help
name's
this country?
Kamala. Can you try to pronounce her name right?
Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris. See, it's not that hard at all.
All right, so answer my question.
Yeah, go ahead and ask your question again.
What are your thoughts on what she's saying that she's willing to do for immigration and illegal aliens?
Yeah, what is she saying that she's willing to do specifically that I could give you my thoughts on?
I just asked you specifically. I'm asking you, what is her bill or plan to help everyone out in the United States so we have less immigration and illegal aliens crossing the border?
Oh, yeah. So she wants to fund, like courts at the southern border with an extra $2 billion. Yo, Norma, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo for dealing with second grade dropouts. And Marie, thank you for the $20 on PayPal. Let's get some W's for Norma and some W's for Marie in the chat. I really appreciate the both of you guys so much. Massive W's for Norma, massive W's for Marie. That is so kind of you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Massive W's for Norma, massive W's for Marie. That is so incredibly kind of you guys. So would you say that we currently have like an open border?
100%.
Okay, would you say that we also had an open border at the end of Trump's term, as we have the same amount of daily crossings now as we had then?
No.
Okay, how could it be the case that we have an open border now, but we didn't have an open border then with the same amount of daily crossings?
Where's your facts on this?
Yeah, so these are going to be coming straight from the census of and border statistics, right? And we could actually reference this from the graph behind Trump when he got shot in the ear. If you look at it, you'll look at a peak before the quote-unquote Trump clapdown, and then once again in January of 2021, and you'll see the same amount of daily crossings we have now resignating in between about 2,300 and 2,500.
Okay, now you're saying at the end of Trump's term, right? So at what time period are you saying? Are you saying in
January of
November?
2021.
January 2021. Okay, and then when did Trump get elected?
January of 2017.
2017. And when exactly did his term end?
January of 2021.
Okay, January of 2021, right? Give me
this is before Biden and Harris assumed office.
Left office. Give me like January what? 1st, January 2nd, 20th. Okay, and then when did Biden join? So it was January 20th is whenever Biden was elected, right?
January 20th. Yep.
Okay, awesome. So you're
21st.
telling me right there between when Biden was elected, because you're telling me this is public, right? You're telling me Biden didn't have any control before then, right?
Yep.
Okay. So why during the entire 4 years, though, there was not that many crossings during
That's
Trump's
also false. We actually saw crossings.
There's actually way less. This is what, it was probably what, I don't know, 40% less than what it is now, right?
So there's a difference between the claim that there was less crossings under Trump's administration than Biden and Harris's administration, and the claim that there wasn't that many crossings. So your claim that there wasn't that many crossings is false. We actually saw that Trump was incredibly ineffective when it came to the border. The Remain in Mexico policy didn't work, the wall didn't work, and crossings only increased every single year under his presidency until he enacted Title 42 because of COVID. And the reason that we'd see more crossings under the Biden-Harris administration is for two predominant reasons. The first reason is think of the border like a river and think of Title 42 like a dam. When that was lifted, water gushed through the river, right? Crossings soared. And then for the second reason, that Trump shot down phenomenal bipartisan border legislation that would have ended the crisis 2 years ago because he didn't want to give the Democrats a win. Another example of him placing himself above the country. He doesn't really care about us. He doesn't really care about the country. He only really cares about himself and what will serve as a benefit to himself. Mike, thank you for the money gun.
So all you did was voice your opinion during that entire claim.
So actually, no, that's not an opinion.
No, you did. You definitely voiced your entire opinion during that entire claim, saying that.
No, I could give sources for what I said. Do you like them?
Semi-opinions inside of facts. And that doesn't even make sense because you're just basically putting your opinion inside of something that's not even true at the end of the day.
Yeah, so I could give you my sources for that.
No, your sources are insane, dude. Because how can you remember all of this? No one can physically remember all of this. You literally are reading a script right now, or you have someone telling you Okay, so what are you doing then? You can't tell me that you remember all of this, bro. You can't. You cannot physically sit here and say, yo, bro, I've done so much research that I know for 100% fact. I'm sitting here spitting 80%, 40%. That's exactly all your claims. You're sitting here spitting. So take a,
You know, this is kind of like telling like a natural bodybuilder that he's on steroids. Like the intention of this statement is like ill-willed, but it's
Okay.
well received
Okay.
as a compliment.
Okay. Understood. Well, good luck. Here's the thing, man. You honestly need to do better research.
Me? Weren't you just complimenting how educated I was 10 seconds ago? Really? Nina, thank you for the $5 on Venmo for my quote-unquote insane sources. I appreciate you for the love.
Your opinion on everything that you're trying to say.
Okay, I'm gonna just point out the
And I just don't
Dunning-Kruger effect
understand
here.
it. So
Yeah.
good luck on your eventual life.
Do you mind if I
Good
talk
luck
real
on
quick?
being an entrepreneur.
Wait, don't leave yet. Don't
Right.
run. You could run after one more question. I just want to point out the Dunning-Kruger effect live. So you're telling me I need better resources. Name one policy Trump influenced to get passed that you agreed with while he was president.
Say that again? You cut out.
Telling me I need to do more research. I'm going to point out the Dunning-Kruger effect here. Name one policy Trump influenced to get passed while he was president that you agreed with. Dunning-Kruger effect pointed out. He's running. All right. We're going to move on to our next guest. Glad we could point that out real quick. Phenomenal.
Agree with the border policy? You don't agree with any of that you put in effect?
Yeah, what border policy did Trump influence to get passed?
You
in
said it.
Congress?
You said it. Title. What was it? Title what? Tell me the title. You know.
Okay. All right.
You
I've
know.
proven my
You
point.
said it yourself that he put that in effect in 2020, right?
Adreline, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Prove my point. Can't name a policy. He could like half name one that I said 3 times already. So kind of good for him. But yeah, Dunning-Kruger effect live on air. What's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 35.
You voted for Trump?
I am.
All right. Why are you doing that, man?
I'm a big advocate for the police.
Oh, well, then why would you be voting for Trump? Trump said that he wants to pardon the quote-unquote the true patriots that have been quote-unquote mistreated, right, that raided the Capitol on January 6th from violent convictions of ripping cops' eyeballs out, breaking their spines, breaking their legs, right? And secondly, this man denies, right, the civil justice system, the criminal justice system. He says that all the attacks on him, like the 34 felonies or civil court that held him legally accountable for rape, were all like fraudulent, they're false. That decreases the public trust in our criminal justice system, right? So there are 2 big reasons to not vote for Trump if you quote unquote back the blue.
So, he was tried in which county was it in New York?
I don't know the county.
I'm pretty sure it was Manhattan.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
So, and everyone's talking about how there's no bias. Although the judge was a Democrat, he has.
So even you buy into the
he's given
bullshit
money
big lie propaganda. Even you buy into the bullshit big lie propaganda.
So let me finish.
Like
Let
the
me keep
criminal
going.
justice system is corrupt. Got it. Go
So
ahead.
he's given money to the Democratic Party.
The judge? How much money did the judge give to the Democrat Party?
$15, $10, and another $10 to stop Republicans.
So real. Yeah, really, really huge donor, right? Anyways, so who rules on a defendant's guilt? The judge or
So
the jury?
so I'm not finished yet. Manhattan County during the election, the last election, 86.7% voted for Biden and only 12.3% voted for Trump.
I have a question. What percentage of a jury has to agree to like convict a defendant,
100%.
including the 3 Trump supporters on that criminal jury, right? Crazy. Yeah. Second of all, what were his felonies for? Do you know?
Oh, there was so many.
No, they were 34 counts of the same charge. Do you know what that charge was? No clue, but you don't think it happened. Yeah, you've bought into his narrative that our criminal justice system is corrupt, it's unreliable, and it doesn't do its job correctly. How is this backing the blue?
What's that?
You buy into the false narrative that he's perpetuated right over the course of the last couple of years, since 2020 actually, that our criminal justice system is so unreliable, it's so bad, it doesn't achieve anything. How does this back the blue?
The police and the lawyers and stuff, they don't always get along. I'm back. What I say is I back the police.
Okay. Trump doesn't. I mean, he said he wants to pardon the people that were violently convicted.
No, he said he wants to retrain police. He wants to put money into retraining them, giving them different ways for them to handle different situations. That's what he wants to do.
I would like to finish here. So during the National Convention of Black Journalists, right, he told the interviewers that he wanted to pardon some of the people that were criminally convicted of like violent acts against police officers, right, on January 6th. So on January 6th, over 140 police officers were severely wounded. Some lost their eyes, had their backs broken, their legs broken, their arms broken, right? And 5 of them even committed self-unaliving after it because of how atrocious the acts were on said day. Trump says that the people that committed those actions have been grossly mistreated by the media, and he wants to pardon them. How is that backing the blue, sir? Andrea, thank you for the $7 and the 77 cents on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Andrea. Massive W's for Andrea in the chat. Thank you.
So you're pulling that for that. That's one time that has happened.
Oh, that's one time when he actually launched an attack on the blue, right?
When else has he ever been against the police?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we could kind of group the police and the criminal justice system as a whole, because when you decrease the public's trust in the criminal justice system, you by virtue of that decrease the public's trust in the people that enforce the criminal justice system. And who are the people that enforce the criminal justice system? The police, right? He's been doing this, right, since 2020 when he denied the outcomes of the election, right? And then told us all that the 63 courts that told him he was wrong, that the election wasn't sufficiently rigged to be overthrown, were all incorrect. It was all corrupt. This did the same thing with the civil court that held him accountable for rape, did the same thing with the criminal court that held him accountable for the 34 felonies. And he literally wants to defund the FBI. And then another thing that we could say here is he tried to stage a coup to overthrow our federal government. Nobody that is a true patriot, backs the blue, backs our criminal justice system, would ever do such a thing.
All right. And then I also had a question about your last person. You were talking about the border and how there was more under Trump's. But
not in the totality of the term. You probably misheard me. What I said is there was the same level or more border crossings during January of 2021 than we'd have right now after Biden's executive order signed into law. But yeah, go ahead and ask your question about that. But then I want to ask you a question. But
what I'm seeing, the worst year was in 2023. It increased over 40% since 2021.
Yeah, so you're going to be referencing the totality of the terms, right? I was referencing after Biden's executive order on the border and in January of 2021 at the end of Trump's term. So I'm glad we could clear that up. But my question,
Trump's term, what was going on at the end of Trump's term?
I mean, obviously the best answer would be COVID.
That would be correct. So is he more
what was going on during the first 2 years of Biden's?
Or is the first 2 years of Biden's?
Daniel, I appreciate you for that, a mustache.
At the end of the first 2 years, there was a 40% increase. So,
wait, what caused that 40% increase? Do you know?
It's not saying it right here.
Title 42 being revoked because there's no longer a declared public health emergency, right? It had to be revoked by law. And of course, that's going to cause a massive influx in border crossings because you could think of the border like a river and Title 42 like a dam. You remove the dam from a river or Title 42 from the border, and crossings significantly increase from all of the people that were backlogged and denied entry over the course of the last 3 years. I have a question for you, though, since you back the blue and whatnot.
What's that?
Why are you voting for a rapist?
Why am I voting for a rapist?
If you back the blue, if that's a pressing issue here, why the hell are you voting for a rapist?
I just think I like his policies more.
Jesus Christ, really? Name one policy Trump influenced to get passed while he was president that you liked.
That he passed?
Yeah.
Give me 1 second.
Like his policies, more ignore the gray, but you don't know his policies? What are we doing? What the hell are we doing?
Well, when you're a president, there's lots of things that you get passed.
You can't name one. I mean, listen. I think in this election, we're faced with a very obvious decision, right? It is literally, right, the prosecutor versus the rapist felon that tried to rig an election by staging a coup against our federal government, which was the biggest internal attack on our federal government since the Civil War. Point blank period, it is that simple, right? We have the public servant versus the self-interested, deranged lunatic.
The politician who said by the swipe of
Sorry,
her
I appreciate
pen,
you for the VR goggles.
that said by the swipe of her pen, she can basically make your life hell. And then after you go through it, she'll just dismiss the charges.
Is this a quote from Harris?
Yes.
Okay, could you give me a source for that?
Yeah, let me find it real quick.
Mama Hell, I appreciate you for the cap.
It was literally on TV. Like they played it.
Yeah, I would love for you to give me a source on that, because I'm not saying that like this didn't happen. I just never heard about it, so I'd like a source for your claim. While he's looking for that evidence, folks, make sure to double tap away on that phone screen. We're so close to 500,000 likes here. And if you want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal, they are on the bio, folks. Best way to support me, 110%. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms, and it means the world to me. It allows me to continue to come on here every single day and have these phenomenal debates. Yeah, I wasn't on any reputable news. I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting on a source for this, but we'll see. While he's looking for a source, we're going to go ahead and pull up our next guest. So let's go and get our next guest up here while he is looking for that source, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody
Okay,
just
so
give us 1 minute.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So if you go on YouTube and type in "I can destroy your life with a swipe of my pen," watch the video.
Yeah, sure. Let's do it. Let's do it. I can destroy your life with a swipe of the pen, Harris. All right, guys. In the meantime, make sure that we're double tapping. Let's. Jeez. All right, we're going to play this for everybody.
I learned, I think I was, 22 when I started that work. I learned that with the swipe of my pen, I could charge someone with the lowest level offense. And because of the swipe of my pen, that person could be arrested. They could sit in jail for at least 48 hours. They could lose time from work, and their family maybe lose their job. They'd have to come out of their own pocket to help hire a lawyer. They'd lose standing in their community. All because of the swipe of my pen. Weeks later, I could dismiss the charges, but their life would forever be changed. So I learned at a very young age the power.
Yeah, nothing she said that was wrong. Based upon her emotion in the clip, I'd go ahead and assume that this was in the context that therefore we all need to be responsible, right, etc. Like she's just recognizing the power and responsibility she has. If you could provide additional context for that clip, that would like indicate that this was like some tyrannical, like power-driven move of her just wanting to like destroy people's lives instead of just taking the responsibility of being a prosecutor seriously, you'd have a great argument. Not gonna lie. Like I could see how given negative context that'd make her look insane. But like given the fact that that didn't sound malicious at all, and she's just recognizing the power of the position that she holds and the responsibility that it comes alongside it, I wouldn't say that's negative at all. We should all do that. I recognize with one lie of my mouth, I could convince 5,000 people of, a distorted version of reality. And, that didn't have malicious intent behind it. But it looks like Law's in the queue. Maybe he knows a little bit about this. What's up, Law?
Yeah, how's it going? Yeah, so this was a quote that she had said in reference to the immense power that prosecutors have and how that power has to be used responsibly. It is not an advocation that this is like something that she enjoys doing or is looking to abuse.
See, I mean, you can take it. I mean, you can take it how you want to, but from what a lot of people are saying, and through like what she's done in California, she's done that quite a bit.
Such as when?
1 second, I have a couple of Venmos to shout out here. Marie, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for that love, Marie. Let's get some W's in the chat for Marie. And Megan with the $20 and the 24 cents on Venmo, saying for changing my mind to vote for Kamala, for getting me on the right side of history. Dude, you're awesome, Megan. Let's get some massive, massive, massive W's for Megan in the chat. Thank you so much for the love on Venmo, and thank you for changing your mind. Same thing with Cynthia. Thank you for the $20 on Venmo, and Colleen with the $10 on Venmo. W's for Colleen, Cynthia, Megan, and Marie. Thank you guys so much. But go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. I'm really interested in your response to this, Lord.
Okay. Well, sorry, I was sidetracked. What was the question?
You said there were a lot of instances of her doing this as Attorney General, or I'm not sure what position you were referring to.
So, another one of those viral things that went around was when she was talking about locking up people in California for.
Sorry, you said you were starting to say the name of a drug. I am sorry, I cut your conversation off short there. We saved that. I'm so sorry, Law.
Yeah, I'll comment on it though, related to those prosecutions. While she was Attorney General, there were 1,900 people who were charged with those offenses. There were less than 270 that were actually incarcerated, and all but 42 of those were for trafficking. The other 42 of them were for probation violations. So they were using product in violation of their terms of probation. So there is no evidence of any systemic locking up of people merely for personal use.
Cool. Yeah. Awesome. I'm gonna remember that. Thank you, Law. And thank you for the subscription as well, No Name. And Denny, thank you for the marvelous. What's up, new guest? How old are you? Also, Law, feel free to hang out if you want to drop.
Yeah, I've got a little time.
Cool. Ordained, what's up? How old are you?
36.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And why the hell would you be doing that?
Well, let me say it like this. Honestly, probably not, because I believe that all politicians are bent some way, to be honest with you. So I'm not actually.
All right, appreciate you for coming, man. We are just looking to debate people who are voting for Trump. I was looking forward to that conversation, though. I saw your bio and instructor on 2A. Might have been fruitful. Unfortunate. Moving on to our next guest. Let's go and see what our next guest has to say, guys. If you're MAGA and you want to come up and debate, please hop in the guest request and spam MAGA in the chat. We are going to go ahead and get our next guest up in here right now, y'all.
Robert, thank you very much for the $10. I appreciate it. It will go to good work helping people. Thank you.
Massive W's for Robert. Massive W's for Robert. Doyle, I'm inviting you to come up. You've been in here every day spamming. Please join. What's up, Emily?
I requested. Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah. How old are you?
I'm 18. You're gonna be mad.
Thank you for the subscription.
I have so much respect for you, and that's all I'm gonna say. I know you're gonna cut me off, but I have so much respect for you.
Emily, thank you for the love. I'm not mad. Let's get some W's in the chat for Emily. I appreciate you for the love. We're going to go to move on to our next guest, though. We do just want to debate Trump supporters, but that's incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much, Emily. What's up, Billy? How old are you?
Yo, what up? I'm 24.
Nice. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Why?
Well, let's see. Sorry, I was just working.
Are you like looking for the reason? You know, so yeah, I don't see it either.
No. Just put my work down. I'm moving to a different room. Let's see. Where do we start? Inflation. Excuse me. Immigration.
Let's
Foreign
talk about
policy.
inflation. Do you think that Biden and Harris caused inflation?
Yeah, certainly.
How did the Biden-Harris administration cause inflation?
Well, inflation, what do they say it's caused by? When the production of something doesn't meet the, or no, when it's the production of money or something like that is greater than the production of goods. So there have been overspending without producing enough to compensate for that.
There's a greater increase in the
gone
energy money supply and more money added to the nation's debt under Trump's presidency in comparison to Biden and Harris's.
Okay. I didn't hear that, but we'll move on. Also, what about the cost of goods and rising prices of rent and homes?
That's what the impact
It's similar.
of inflation is. Inflation is like the rate of increase in the cost of goods. So like you just tried to explain to me how the Biden-Harris administration caused inflation, and I debunked it. And then you just said, well, what about inflation? Right? That's essentially what you just said there. But I mean, if you want to know what caused inflation, it was a pandemic, right? It wasn't just locally here at home in the US, but it was across the world, right? But in fact, the US has had the quickest global response from it. Amy, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, saying that my 14-year-old son says he hopes you run for president someday. Amy, that is the cutest message I've ever received. That is so kind. Tell your 14-year-old son that I love him. W's for Amy and her son in chat.
Dibs on AG.
For real, yeah. You'll be AG 110%. Billy, I have a question for you though. Would you vote for someone that was held civilly liable for sexual abuse insofar as inserting a part of his body into a woman's vagina forcefully without her consent?
Yeah, see, I'm not gonna bite on that because I don't really give a shit about all of that.
That's fucking insane. You understand how insane it is to say that you don't really care, right, about a woman getting raped? That doesn't change your vote at the sake of like a social attack on women, because platforming a rapist into the highest position of power attainable by a man, right, and just ignoring the fact that he has raped a woman, saying you don't give a shit, would perpetuate more rape against women, right, and it would perpetuate more victims to not speak out about their rape.
Oh, I didn't say I'm cool with
misogyny.
it. I didn't say I'm cool with it, but as a voter, there's other things that I'm more concerned about. Look at this.
Don, thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo for making America educated again. That is awesome. Thank you so much for the love, Don. I want to see at least 1,000 W's for Don in the comment section right now for the $100. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much for the $100. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you for the love, Don. Let's get some massive W's down below for Don with the $100. Thank you. Wait, so if Trump was held civilly liable for raping a little girl, would you still not give a shit, or would that give you reason not to vote for him?
Still not gonna bite on that. I look at it this
Motherfucker,
way.
really? Wait,
I look at
if
it
Trump
this way.
certainly raped a little girl, would you vote for him?
Look at it this. Well, dude, I don't really give a shit about.
Oh my god! Hey, is that girl in your profile picture your girlfriend?
Moving on.
If Trump raped your girlfriend, would you still vote for him?
I'm only here to talk about politics, not people graping each other. I'm just here to talk politics, my dog.
If Trump raped your girlfriend, would you still vote for him?
Certainly.
What the fuck?
Nah, I'm just playing. I'm playing. Obviously
Okay,
not.
so you wouldn't vote for Trump if he raped your girlfriend. So
No,
why
but
would
this
you
isn't
vote?
relevant to the conversation.
Well, it is, right? Because if you wouldn't vote for Trump if he raped your girlfriend, why would you vote for Trump if he raped another woman that wasn't your girlfriend?
I just want to talk about like inflation and foreign policy, my guy. I don't really care about these allegations.
This isn't an allegation. This has been proven, right, with like court proceedings, right? So you're already wrong. And I gave you a chance to talk about inflation, right? You gave me like a terrible argument for how the Biden-Harris administration caused it, and I debunked it in sub 5 seconds, right? Like I think that character considerations are incredibly important for a president, right? Because a leader, right, isn't just anybody. A leader is someone that we could look up to. A leader is someone with good virtues. A leader is someone that we'd want to emulate to lead our youth into like a generation of prosperity, right? Like when we think of some of the best leaders in American history, we're not thinking about like the early forefounders that owned slaves because they were bad people. We think of people like JFK, right? We think of like outstanding U.S. citizens that had good morals, were virtuous by nature. We're not thinking about, right? Like George Washington, because he owned slaves, even though he was the first president of our country. We think about people like MLK, right? Another incredibly good leader with good virtues that led generations to what is right. Morality matters, right? Especially for the United States of America. We're not just any old country, right? We're supposed to be the country of freedom, democracy, and prosperity. How can you say that we are the country of freedom, democracy, and prosperity when you want a rapist that has attempted to stage a coup to overthrow our federal government by rigging an election to be our president?
If anyone staged a coup, I would say it's Kamala. I mean, nobody voted for her yet. She's on the ballot. That seems more like a coup than
Nobody
whatever
voted
happened
for
on
Trump yet.
January
He'll be on the
6th.
ballot.
Either way, I'd like to move on to foreign
Wait,
policy.
you said that nobody voted for Harris yet. She'll be on the ballot. Nobody voted for Trump yet. He'll be on the ballot. Because in the primaries, we don't vote for candidates. We vote for delegates who pledge to a candidate, right? And when a candidate drops out of the race, right, they tell the delegates that they have pledged to them to endorse somebody else, right? This is what happens in every single primary, right? Every single 4 years. Right, so it is the case when Biden dropped out of the race, he just told his delegates to endorse Harris, but it actually took about 3 weeks until it came to that point. So would
I
you vote
agree.
for
I
someone
can
that's
see that
attempted
too.
to stage a coup to overthrow our government before?
January 6th is what you're referring to.
But more
And
specifically, I'm referring to the fake electorate scheme, right? The fake certificates of ascertainment to be sent to Congress to be certified as real, nullifying the votes of all American citizens that did vote, just, signing the fake votes that him and his team fraudulated into law, right? Would you vote for this?
I'd like to move on. I don't really care about these topics.
Brother,
The rape
what
and the
the
coup
fuck
shit,
do you
these
care
are
about?
small topics. These are benign shit compared to the actual important stuff. Foreign policy.
Tell me what is more important than staging a coup to overthrow our federal government, the biggest attack on our democracy and our government since the Civil War. Please tell me.
Foreign policy.
Like what? Like what? Like what?
Foreign policy. How about what happened in Afghanistan, Ukraine during Biden's
So Biden's pullout of
Israel.
Afghanistan that was brokered by Trump before Trump left office is more important than the biggest internal attack on our government since the Civil War? How?
To me, yeah, certainly.
Okay, could you explain your rationale for that point? That's incredibly absurd. Not to mention that Biden's not even running for office. Okay, and he's leaving because he can't justify that insane shit. Wow, that was crazy, dude. Holy cow, man. All right, we're going to move on to our next guest here. If you're in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump. Wow, what are your thoughts on that?
That's quite amazing. But yeah, the running makes sense. But while we have a second, guys, there are 5.1 thousand people here, and Dean is only at 575,000 likes. There is no reason we should not be able to get that up to 1 million ASAP. That's literally just 100 taps for each of you guys. So you guys can all do that. If you are a Trump supporter, please hop in the box. If you are not a Trump supporter, I'm sure Dean loves you and appreciates you, but step down so that we can get back to some debates. Finally, Jana, thank you so much for the $5. And Melissa, thank you for the $25 that I will use to help people facing need in the criminal justice system. I appreciate you.
And Sarah, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo for continuing to educate. Thank you for the love, Sarah. If you guys are Trump supporters, let me know down below in that comment section. Let's also get some W laws. Dude, fucking W co-host over here. Phenomenal. And also, seriously, Law, I know that I talk a lot, and I'll probably always take an initiative to hop in the conversation. But if you want to add something, literally cut me off. I just want to make that explicitly clear.
I'm well trained to wait until I'm called on, but I'll do my best.
Yeah. If you want to hop in, literally cut me off, right? I don't mind it at all. I think that you bring phenomenal value to the live. What's up, Brittany? How old are you? Okay, what the fuck is this? Hello? What? Brittany? What the fuck did you just say? Okay, so did you just have a 4-word limit? Like you only say 4 words every 3 hours? Okay, all right. What a stray. We're gonna go ahead and move on to our next guest. What a stray. What a stray. Let's go and see what our next guest has to say, guys. Everybody just give us a minute. Let's go and get our next guest. Elaine up in the box, guys. If you're MAGA, let me know in the chat, y'all. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. You're paid by the DNC. We get a load of this guy. Oh. Hey, Elaine, are you voting for Trump?
No, I'm not. Sorry, I accidentally hit the box. I'm going back to work.
Thank you for tapping, though, Elaine. We appreciate you.
Yo, you look like professional as hell.
It's part of the job.
Oh, yeah. What's up, Abandon? How old are you?
21.
You voted for Trump?
Yeah.
And why the hell would you be doing that?
I hear you, Parker, and Harry use this argument a lot, and it just doesn't make sense to me.
I have a question. What time is it?
Sorry.
What time is it?
Why?
Because you're not in America.
Gosh darn it, dude, you got me. Wait, can you ask? Come on, dude.
We're gonna go ahead and move on to our next guest. Everybody, just give us a minute. We got Paul loading in. Everybody, just give us a minute. Chat. We got our next guest loading in. What's up, Paul? How old are you? Paul, you're on the live. Mr. Paul, I could hear you. Can you hear me? It's muffled, buddy. Pick up your phone, right? Make sure that nothing's blocking the bottom of your phone. I'm sorry, Paul just can't figure it out. I would love to have talked to you, Paul. I'm sorry, man. We're going to move on to our next guest. For the 5.2 thousand people in here, make sure that you're double tapping on that phone screen. Make sure that you're sharing out that live with a couple friends. If you do want to support me, right, my Venmo, my PayPal, they're in the bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. I'll give you a shout out. It greatly helps. And if you want to support Law, his Venmo, Cash App, in the bio, and the link in his bio. What's up, Danielle? How old are you?
Did not mean to join. Sorry.
No worries, guys. If you're MAGA, honestly, just let me know in the chat, right? And I'm gonna stop pulling up from the queue. Literally, just like let me know down below, and I'll pull you up here for a debate. So just let me know down below if you want to come up and debate, y'all. We're just still looking for our next debate. Philip, what's up? How old are you?
34.
Okay, can you turn off the background noise or go into a different room?
Yeah, give me 2 seconds.
All right. In the meantime, guys, make sure that we're double tapping away in that phone screen. All right, do share out that live as well. Philip's been up here before, but he's been talking shit in the chat all day long, so it's finally time to debate him.
And we're almost to 1 million. Thank you, everybody, for following instructions. I appreciate it.
Law, you're great. That's phenomenal. So, Philip, yeah, you're good. Why are you voting for Trump? Cringe, right? So would you say that a human zygote is like a person? Oh. Oh, hey, Philip. The chat can't hear you. Drop down real quick and then just request right back up. All right, phenomenal.
Sherry, thank you for the $5, and Adriana, thank you for the $20. Thank you extremely. I appreciate it.
Real good.
What's up? What's up, T Butcher? How old are you, man?
It took me
46.
46. All right. Is it possible that you could like mute the TV in the background, or was that just like someone in your house?
No, I got kids.
Oh, all right. You're no worries. All right. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
All right. Why so?
Just his policies. I just know it's a lot better then than it is now.
Okay.
I'm not blaming Kamala, but I'm blaming Biden for a lot of things that he didn't stand up for.
Yeah. What is like one policy that Biden and Harris have influenced to get passed that you disagreed with?
What? Well, it's not exactly that I disagreed with. It was like what hurt me when there are policies that hurt me.
Yeah. So what policy did Biden and Harris influence to get passed that hurt you?
I'm blue collar worker. First thing was right off the bat, let's shut down the Keystone Pipeline. What? Why?
Yeah, so the Keystone XL pipeline was shut down because of a court order from the Supreme Court, right? And that definitely didn't hurt you. How did that hurt you?
I'm a pipeline worker.
You're a pipeline worker. There's more pipeline workers employed today than there was under Trump, right? Because we're currently producing more oil than any country that has ever existed in the history of the earth, and including under Trump's presidency.
You know why there's not? Because we have like an absolute lack in trying to find blue collar employees to work for my trade. We can't find people because you shut them all down.
Wait, we're literally producing more oil today than we ever have been before. That's because the Biden-Harris administration has approved more drilling permits on federal land than Trump's administration. And you understand that shutting down the Keystone XL pipeline, first of all, only costs 35 long-term American jobs. So how did shutting down one pipeline that costs 35 long-term jobs affect you? Effect, sorry.
Because it was 6,000 employees.
False. 35. I'm going to be sourcing Politico Pro here, right? So if you
Nope.
look up
No,
how
no,
many
no, no,
long-term
no,
jobs
no,
that
no,
shutting
no.
down the Keystone XL pipeline costs.
Hey, T Butcher. Oh,
You're
okay.
not talking about administrative workers with it. You're talking about just exactly people that work on the pipeline. We got to count down the chain.
So I'm citing, right, the fact here, right? We could source this from Politico Pro, right? It is the case that shutting down the Keystone
You're
XL
going to go to
pipeline.
Politico, but you're going to Politico. You're not going to actual sources. You're going to like news media sources.
Can you give me a source that would indicate that it costs thousands of jobs?
Charts. Let's go to trade charts. Let's go to our documentation that we have.
T Butcher, would you be able to indicate it?
News media. You're just going news media every
Would
time.
you be able to give me a source that would indicate that shutting down the Keystone XL pipeline costs thousands of jobs?
I actually will. What you need to do is you need to go to the union sources and look it up.
Right. I'm not just going to quote
I
unquote
can't-
look
I
it
can't
up,
just
right?
give you, like,
'Cause
oh, no, I can't-
you're going to have to
you
give the name
can't.
of a publisher, right, alongside the title of an article.
It's not been published. These are numbers that I have for my corporation and my company that I have that it specifically says things. You those guys don't have access.
So you're literally saying that the evidence for your claim is
Just secret evidence. Secret evidence.
yeah. So T Butcher, you're saying that you just have secret evidence for your claim.
I don't have secret evidence. It's available, but it's not available in like the mainstream media.
Okay, secret evidence. So do you know why the Keystone XL pipeline was shut down?
Okay, secret evidence. You can just use that. Okay, you have. Okay, your evidence. Okay, you give me something.
Do you know why the Keystone XL pipeline was shut down?
Because it was going across native lands.
Because of a order from the Supreme Court.
No, because of like why? What? Why?
That's
would
why the Supreme Court ordered it.
No, it did not.
Yeah. So in November of 2018, Judge Brian Morris from the Montana Federal District Court put a stay on construction of the pipeline. That stay was then appealed up to the Ninth Circuit, which denied the stay, and then that went up to the Supreme Court in December of 2018. After that, when Joe Biden, when he got into office, the project had already been stalled for over 3 years at this point. He revoked the cross-border permit. After the cross-border permit was revoked, TC Energy, which is the company that operates the Keystone pipeline and was trying to build the Keystone XL pipeline, applied for a new permit. In February of 2021, that permit was issued by the Army Corps of Engineers. They were then sued again, and the Ninth Circuit upheld that lawsuit, at which point TC Energy just decided to stop building the permit, or building the pipeline.
Real quick, Ian, thank you so much for the raid. Let's get some W's for Ian in that chat. Thank you so much for the raid. And Delaney, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Susan with the $10. Andrea with the $20. And Sarah with the $10. Thank you guys so very much. I want to see some massive W's for Sarah, Andrea, Susan, and Delaney. Thank you all so very much. Also, what is going on with the viewer count?
That is crazy.
The viewer count is like dropping thousands, increasing thousands. That's so weird. Anyways, T Butcher, if you'd like to respond to Law's claims, go ahead.
Well, no, just stay like me. That's why they're dropping off. You're all good. But I was going to say one thing. Let's change the subject a little bit. How do you think?
Nope. We're going to move on to our next guest. Let's go see what Jackson has to say. If you can't respond to what either me or Laz said, you just get dropped. No pivoting allowed, especially when it's that blatant. What's up, Jackson? How old are you? All right, Jackson isn't here. If that's a child, if you are MAGA, make sure to let me know in the chat. We're going to move on to our next guest at this point, y'all. If you are MAGA, make sure to let me know in the chat. We're going to get our next guest up in here as we speak. Y'all, make sure that we are double tapping away on that phone screen. I would love to talk to like a crazy riled up Trump supporter. I'm inviting you. If I am inviting you, you should join. Ryan, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo saying no pivoting allowed. Dead ass. Let's get some W's for Ryan down below. Thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Let's fucking go, dude. Massive W's for Ryan. Massive W's for the $20. I appreciate you. For everybody tuning in, we're trying to get our next debate going. What's up, Shannon?
I'm not mega. I'm so sorry. But we appreciate.
No worries, Sharon.
Thanks for doing the tapping. And you guys got us to 1 million quick. We're not at 1.5 million yet. So everybody, all of you, we need 100 more taps. That's it. Just fill the bar plus a little bit extra. We'll get some more in there. Leslie for 25. Thank you so much. Erica for 50 for the legal support fund. awesome. Natalia, $25. You guys are all amazing. It's going to be put to good work. And if you are a Trump supporter, please stay in the box. If you just want to tell Dean how much you love him, I appreciate it. Just get on the Discord. That's the place to give Dean all of the ego boost that he needs. Keep the box open for Trump supporters. Thank you all.
that was funny. All right, we got our next guest loading in right now, y'all. Everybody give us a minute. What's up, Yvonne? How old are you? All right, Yvonne's not here. Lori, what's up? How you're of age, Lori? Are you voting for Trump?
I am voting for Trump.
Awesome. So why do you care about someone that doesn't care about you? Trump has a vehemently sexist past with ill-willed treatment towards women and even sexual violence. But real quick, Purdy, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. I really appreciate you for the love, Purdy. I want to see some massive W's in the chat for Purdy and the 20 gifted subs. That is so incredibly kind of you. And Leslie with the $25 on PayPal. W's for Purdy for the 20 gifted subs and W's for Leslie with the $25 gifted on PayPal. Thank you both, Purdy and Leslie, so much. But go ahead, Lori.
Hi. What was the question you asked me? You're very cute, by the way.
Thank you, Lori. So
You're
why
welcome.
Why do you care about someone that doesn't care about you? Trump has a vehemently sexist past with ill-willed treatment towards women, including sexual violence.
I believe that both candidates have a checkered past, and we have to weigh the good with the bad. And when Trump was president, I just know groceries were cheaper, gas was cheaper, my car insurance was cheaper, homes were cheaper, interest rates were cheaper, and Biden became president and everything skyrocketed and they tried to blame it on Trump.
Lexi,
so I'm sticking with...
Thank you for the $10 on Venmo, Lexi. Sorry.
Oh, God, I was like, Lexi, I'm Lori.
Oh, no, I was just thanking someone for $10.
Oh, okay.
So listen. I get the argument.
Listening.
You're saying that everything was cheaper under Trump, right?
Yes, the world was a better place in my eyes.
So I agree, right? Everything was cheaper under Trump's administration. Ribley, I appreciate you for the boxing gloves. And if the Biden-Harris administration caused the inflation that caused everything to cost more, this would be a good reason not to vote for them, but they didn't. All right, so I guess I'll just start off our conversation by asking you this question. How did the Biden-Harris administration cause inflation? But real quick, I'm getting a lot of donos here. Matthew, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. And Norberto, thank you for the $10 because I'm cute. Massive W's for Matthew for the $20 and Norberto for the $10 because I'm cute. Matthew and Norberto, thank you both so much. Lori, that's wild, but go ahead. How did the Biden-Harris administration cause inflation?
I couldn't explain to you why. I could just explain that they did. Do you not see that prices have gone up in everything? Even the interest rates on homes?
One of my mods in the chat just said W donors and W Cougar. That's crazy. That is crazy work, Adam. That's insane work, Adam. That's fucking nuts, Adam. Fucking hell, Adam. Jesus Christ. Okay, anyways, back to our conversation.
I'm not a cougar, I'm a panda.
I can't take this seriously.
I don't care to know the difference, but continue.
Okay, so
pandas are more cuddly.
Okay, Lori, this is insane. So the Biden-Harris administration didn't cause everything to get more expensive. COVID did. So the same inflation that we saw like under Biden and Harris's term starting in about 2021 was also seen in every other country around the earth. Right? It was onset by COVID, not onset by the Biden-Harris administration, right? So using your logic, because it happened in our country under their presidency, they caused it, right? Well, couldn't we say that Trump caused the highest rate of unemployment that we've had since the Great Depression at 14.8% at the end of his term?
Well, how can you say that? Because President Trump was president during COVID when everyone lost their jobs because companies had to close, but that didn't have anything to do with him as a president.
You're absolutely right, Lori. Walk straight into the point. He didn't cause it, COVID did. But similarly, right, the inflation that we've seen under the Biden-Harris administration hasn't had anything to do with their administration. It was also onset by the pandemic.
What about all the illegals coming into the country?
So an increase in the rates of undocumented migration would not cause inflation. In fact, we see that immigrants provide like a net positive benefit to the economy. But maybe I just ask you the question: how does immigration cause inflation?
a lot of people coming into the country without jobs, money, housing, food, that it's all given to them?
Through government
How-
spending.
how-
So there's
Yes.
more. Okay, so you're
Yes,
essentially
so
be saying here that the increase in
that
government
would
spending.
cost the country money to have illegal immigrants by the thousands, millions flooding into a country. Yes, that would
Okay.
cause everything
So-
to have to go up.
Yeah, so actually, right, if you want to relate inflation to like an increase in government spending because of inflation, first of all, we didn't see an increase of like government spending from the federal level caused by migration. And then second of all, there's more government spending under Trump's administration than Biden and Harris's. So Trump added about $8.4 trillion to our nation's debt. Meanwhile, Biden and Harris only added $4.8 trillion.
Okay, so can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
What do you like about Camilla?
So Lori, her name is Kamala.
Oh, Kamala. I'm sorry. Sorry.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and give you the rundown. All right, so there's two main categories why I'm voting for Kamala over Trump. The first category is character. All right, so let's just go ahead and look at their character real quick. So Trump
Oh gosh,
is
I'm so glad you said that.
so Trump is a felon, fraudster, election denying rapist, right? He's incredibly misogynistic as well. He's an absolute womanizer, right? He says that he just likes to grab women by the P word without asking first because he doesn't even need to ask first, right? He boasted about buying a Miss Teen USA pageant so he could walk into the changing rooms of half naked teenage girls to quote unquote inspect them, right? He said that he dated a 10-year-old in 10 years, literally the sexualization of a 5th grade girl. He also has a racist past. In the 70s, he denied housing to black people because they're black. And in 2012, he said because Barack Obama's black, that must mean he was born in Africa, which means he's not a U.S.-born citizen, which means he shouldn't be able to run for president. Right? He's referred to the African-American community as black with an S at the end. Or he's also very dangerous to a democracy. He told the biggest sitting lie that any president has ever told with his denial of the outcome of the 2020 election. He also attempted to stage a coup by sending fake votes to Congress to be certified as real to literally steal the election for himself. Right, he also is a religious
Wait,
persecutor.
was that proven? Was that proven?
Yeah, he admitted to it. He's currently arguing he should be immune for it.
And they're going to let him run for president? I had no idea he admitted to that. What's
Well,
wrong
the
with this country? Really?
The legal argument, right, that's currently being like investigated through litigation is that he shouldn't be able to run for president because he incited an insurrection. Right, by like sending fake electorates to 7 different states to cast fake votes to the Electoral College, right? But his argument is that what he did should be protected under like a presidential immunity clause, right? But that's besides the point, right? So
Do you
then,
know
like,
what-
even
do you
apart from this thing,
Do you know one of the horrible things she has done that's kind of swayed me back towards Trump?
yeah,
'Cause
but
I've
just make
been
sure not to say the
Democrat,
names of.
and then I went to a Republican, and then back and forth until I went, oh hell no! Did you
Just make
see
sure-
the video of
Make
her
sure not
and
to
the
say the names of
abortion?
any. Make sure
I
not to
would
say the names
never.
of any
Have
drugs.
you seen the video she tried to hide of her in the abortion clinic trying to negotiate the price of baby parts?
Lori, no way.
Well, I'm speaking the truth. I've seen it.
Can you show me this
I
video?
had her on hidden camera. Just look it up. You should
What-
know
okay.
this. Everyone should. She's behind the counter at an abortion clinic, okay, with an investigative reporter secretly taping her while they're negotiating how much they should sell baby livers for and different parts of aborted babies.
Can you give me like a source for this, like the name of a publisher or like the title of an article?
You're
or
not
the name of the
finding it
video?
when you look it up. You've tried to look it up.
I just looked up Harris negotiating price of baby parts and nothing popped up.
Google her in abortion clinic, Planned Parenthood in New York.
Kamala Harris.
Why would Harris have been in New York negotiating this?
She used to work for Planned Parenthood.
That's not true.
It is true. Just look. Oh,
Parker, I
geez,
got
you
you.
guys. Come on. Everyone
wait.
has talked about it. She tried to make that video go away and it came back out.
I'm so interested to see what this video is.
Yes, you should know about it. Everyone should.
What the fuck is going on? What is going on?
Honey, you can't use bad words.
Yes, I can.
I just
Why?
did.
But
I
why?
felt like it. I
I'm
felt
being
like it.
respectful. You should be respectful.
Is that not respectful or something?
No, it's not.
What's not
We're
respectful
having a
about that?
debate, and you're coming. When two candidates have a debate, are they throwing the F word around?
That doesn't mean that it's not respectful.
Classy. Just
Wait,
keep
wait,
it
wait. That just
classy.
means it's different.
Keep it
You know. Honestly,
classy.
maybe we should start doing
Be
that. You know.
classy. Why? Be classy. Have
Classy?
class. Yeah.
I don't care. Appreciate the hearts. Like if
Obviously,
you think that's not
don't
classy,
care.
that's all you.
You don't care.
I don't.
Par-
We're having a conversation and debate. Why would I care? Why would I care about that?
And also, Camilla has no policies listed.
Camilla?
Well, look that up.
Wait. Is that respectful for
Like
you to
the
say her name
princess?
that way? It's Kamala, by the way.
Oh, Kamala.
Yeah, it's literally on his background. Like you can read it, right? I don't know where you get Camilla, right? There's no I. And even then, there's only one L.
I'm sorry, Kamila.
Wait,
comma?
This is just intentional.
Wait, she said commie law. Do you think she's a communist?
Wait, yeah, what define communism?
What?
Hey, real quick, guys, while she tries to work this out, I've got to run.
Putting words in
All
my
right, peace out,
mouth.
Law. It was good seeing you.
I've got to run, everybody. Thank you, guys. I did see a couple of comments.
Go
Real
find
quick,
the
Lori.
Video of the what?
Just a second here. I've got to run. I did see a couple comments. If you guys want to support, I have a link in my profile in order to support people who can't afford to cover their legal fees. So it's not like a traditional Cash App link. You have to follow the link. Then it's like a link tree. Thank you very much, guys. You guys did great getting Dean to 1.4, but let's everybody 100 more taps. Let's get him up to 1.2 million. That would bring us to. Let's do it really quick. My going away present. Thank you guys very much. I appreciate you.
Well, I appreciate you for coming up, man.
Base law.
Bro, he
and
got
Lexi,
us.
thank you for the $10. Thank you. But can we get
Hi.
a define communism moment?
Hi.
Laurie, can you define communism? Communism, what is it?
A stateless and cashless society?
Actually,
That was pretty close. Stateless,
Okay.
classless, and moneyless society. Okay, you were pretty close, right?
Free healthcare for everyone.
Okay, so like, did you know that has nothing to do with Kamala Harris at all? She's not advocating to get rid of money. She's not advocating to get rid of a state. I thought you guys were saying she's too authoritarian.
Wasn't her dad a communist?
I don't
Wait,
know. I
yeah,
used
no,
to be
no,
a
his dad-
communist. That
his
doesn't mean
dad
I'm a
was.
communist now.
Wait, one second. I want to hop in here real quick. So yes,
Know this stuff.
Someone's dad
Lori.
being a communist does
Lori.
not mean they're a communist.
Lori. So yeah, her
Okay,
father was.
That's like, oh
Hey,
my
Lori,
gosh.
Lori, one
Lori.
second. So her father was a Marxist professor at Stanford. That's true.
Yeah, what's
but,
the issue?
But Trump's dad,
How
Fred
was
Trump.
she raised? How was she raised?
Hey, Lori, Trump's dad, Fred Trump, admitted to working with the Russian mafia.
And was arrested at a KKK rally.
Okay, Russian mafia
yeah,
or
dude.
communism? Seriously,
Communism.
I'll go with the Russian
Communism.
mafia. That sounds pretty cool. Come on. You guys, we're talking about communism. My mom came from communist Germany. I'm very aware of what it is.
Okay. So
And that is not Trump. That is her. You guys.
it is not Kamala Harris. I promise
Really?
you, stateless, classless, moneyless society is not.
She has no
Kamala Harris.
policies. She stole one of Trump's that the media
What?
totally
Stole? They literally just
you
have an
don't
agreement.
Okay, wait. Did Trump say
She does have
he
policies. You
wanted
can read
no
them.
tax for service workers' tips? Do you guys remember that?
They
And
have a
then
point of
media-
agreement.
listen,
I'm
listen.
sorry, Laurie, but
You
where
have
did
to
Trump get that
listen.
from? Did
You have
Trump
to
get that from
listen.
Bernie? Did Trump get that from Bernie?
But the media.
Why did he steal
came-
that from Bernie? Why did he take
Let
that
me
from Bernie? I thought
finish.
Bernie was a communist.
Respectfully, let
I thought
me
Bernie was a
finish.
communist. Why is he taking communist stuff?
Did the media come for him when he said that? And then she says it, and the media's all, oh, Camila is so great.
You're doing that
You
on
don't
purpose.
see anything
You're actually
wrong with that?
you're actually saying her name wrong on purpose.
Now I
Why?
am because you don't think she's a communist.
What?
Stop.
We
You have to
obviously she's
look
not a
at both
communist.
sides.
I'm sorry, but
Russian mafia,
every communist would
really
disagree with
cool.
I'm just gonna let you know,
Communism,
Lori. I'm gonna let you know, Lori. Every communist would disagree with you. Like literally almost everyone would disagree with you. So like you have no clue what communism is, right? You have no clue what it entails.
I just
She's
explained
clearly
to you
not
where
advocating
my
for it.
mom came from during World War II. I'm pretty
Jesus
sure.
Christ, that doesn't
I
tell us
know.
that she's a communist.
Okay, it doesn't mean you're a communist. It means she's well aware of what it is, and so am I.
What's the issue with knowing what it is? Like that doesn't mean that Kamala Harris is a communist.
The things she says.
What does
the way-
she say that's communist? Wait, what's the communism? Tell me what part of her ideology is communism?
Troy, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you for the love, Troy.
Oh my God. Yo, Adriana, I appreciate the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate
That
it. Thank
was
you
for
so much.
me. I think they meant that for me.
Anna, thank you for the $5 on
person's,
Venmo
like,
as well.
actually,
Thank you
like,
for the
so
love.
weird.
Thank you for the love,
Like,
Anna.
Like you guys are never gonna get past the allegations of being weird.
Who? Me?
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Are people saying I'm weird? Because I kind
Yeah.
of low-key love that.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
I'd like to bring up a point, Lori. So earlier you said, right, that like Kamala Harris was secretly recorded at a Planned Parenthood in the state of New York, like,
Yes,
trying to like
yes,
broker and sell
yes.
like baby parts.
Everyone
So
saw it.
I did do a little bit more research into this. So
Uh-huh.
there actually is a video of what you're referencing, but it's
Yeah.
not Kamala Harris. It's a lady by the name of Deborah Nucatola.
Okay.
It's a completely
I saw
separate person.
Weird in a good way.
No.
Weird in a bad
whoever
way.
telling you that is lying. I
I'm
saw it with my own eyes.
You saw it with your own eyes, yet you can't produce a source.
You can't tell in the video that it's an Indian lady.
Wait, are you saying because the lady in the video appears to be South Asian that it was therefore Kamala Harris?
No, I said Indian.
South Indian. Is
Oh
South
Jesus!
Asian.
Where is India located geographically?
In India.
Jesus Christ! Where is India located? Like what continent?
I don't know. Asia?
Okay, so is it North or South Asia?
What does it matter?
No, is it of Northern or Southern Asia, the continent Asia?
Wait, or is she black? I get so confused
You
because
you can be Indian and you can be black at the
Paige,
same time.
thank you for the
Did you know
$5
that?
on Venmo. Call
Does
me a
she
weird
have
communist.
an
Thank you for the money.
Indian mom and a black dad? Just asking for
Yeah.
a friend. She
Yeah.
does? Okay, so she's Indian, and then sometimes she wants to be more black, depending on the
Wants
day.
to be? She doesn't pick.
Have you
That's
ever
not a
heard her
choice of
do her-
hers.
Wait,
Erica,
have
thank you for the
ever-
subscription.
Have you ever heard her talk with her black accent?
Lori, when did you
talk again, and
what
she
is
doesn't have it?
One, what is a black accent? Two, I'm gonna ask you,
Yo,
Lori.
baby.
Lori, when did you choose to be white?
What up, my Negro?
Holy fuck.
That caught me so off guard, bro. Holy shit, what the fuck is wrong with people? That MAGA is weird, bro. They're so fucking weird.
That was fucking insane. That was what the fuck?
Jesus Christ, bro.
I'm so fucking dude. You're
What is
right.
going
they're,
on today?
They're never beating these weird allegations. Yo, Melissa, what's up? Are you voting for Trump? All right, guys, if you're Trump supporters, let us know in the chat. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. If you want to support either myself or Parker, we both have our Venmos, PayPals, Cash Apps in the bio, y'all. You guys
Hell
already
yeah.
know.
Alexis, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for Kami Law. Thank you so much.
We're going to get our next guest, Vanessa, up in the box,
Kami
guys.
Law.
Kami
That's
Law.
what she was trying to say. Kami Law and Order, okay? Okay, what the hell?
Vanessa, what's up? Are you voting for Trump? Vanessa is taking a piss.
Maybe we should start accepting that she's a communist so that we can get more communist voters.
Yeah, bro, for real, right? We need to sway like the leftists, dude.
Yeah, seriously, bro. Will the
Yeah.
left start voting for her?
What's up,
If we
Katie?
just
How
say
old are
that
you?
she's a communist?
Katie,
Hey, how are you?
Oh, you said
I'm 39.
Perfect. Are you voting? Are you driving?
I'm pulling in this gas station right now.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, so are you not driving anymore?
No.
still driving.
I just wanted to talk to that woman that was up before she got kicked.
All right, make sure if you guys are in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump. We're going to go and get our next guest up in here literally right now. If you're one of the 7.2 thousand people watching and you're voting MAGA, let us know down below. We're going to go ahead and get our next guest up in the box literally right now, ladies and gentlemen. So everybody just be patient. And for the 7.2 thousand people in here, do double tap on that phone screen. Let's go and get our next guest, Marie, up in the box. Guys, if you're in the queue, please make sure that you are voting for Trump. Marie, are you voting for Trump?
No, I'm sorry. I just wanted.
No worries. I do appreciate you for coming up. We are just looking to debate Trump supporters. Moving on to our next guest, Randy. We are going to go and get our next guest up in the box literally right now, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, no, seriously, if you're MAGA, let us know in the queue.
Person.
Yeah, that was nuts. That's probably one of the most nuts.
I knew
yeah.
they were nuts when I joined. I just didn't like. Bro.
Yeah, do you want to hang out for co-host? I mean, numbers are seemingly doing well.
Yeah, I'm down. I'm also banned on my third account. Remember?
Oh, yeah, so true. We're going to get our next guest up in here literally right now, guys. Everybody be patient. We got Scott loading in. Feel free to help me find a guest. Do you have mod powers?
No, you have to give them to me.
All right.
Sorry, I'm on my millionth account now, too.
No, you're good. You're good. I
everyone,
get
tap the bucket of the screen. Let's get to 2.5 million, everyone.
Rachel, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo, saying thank you for your service with the weirdos. Of course. Thank you for the love.
You know, Parker on the co-host today. Super weird, right?
Yeah, a little bit of a, it's an opposite day. It's an opposite day. What's up, Mariah? How old are you? All right, they're not here. Casey, what's up? How old are you?
28.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
All right, and why is that? Okay, all right. They didn't feel like providing their reason. Moving on to our next guest, guys. We're going to go to get our next guest, Bama fan, up in the box, guys. Everybody just give us a minute. If you're MAGA, let us know in the chat. I do apologize that this is kind of taking a second here. We got our next guest, Bri, loading in. Yeah, I do.
They do give Weird a bad name. That's so real.
If you do want to help me find someone good for our next debate. Bri, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Are you voting for Trump?
Now.
I have not decided that yet, honestly. You kind of made me question.
There's the cap. Thank you so much.
Bri, I hope that you do decide after watching the stream. Appreciate you for coming up, man.
We got you, dude. We got you. All you have to know is that you wouldn't vote for someone who's been held legally responsible for sexually assaulting a woman. I think at that point is the moment you'd be like, oh, I'm not going to vote for that person. Yo,
what's up?
How old are you? Hello?
Lucas or Glim? Are either of y'all here? All right. Lucas, are you here?
Okay, TikTok, can you please fix your guest request thing? So that like you have to like keep clicking I'm here every like 2 minutes.
Hey,
Otherwise
nice to talk with you guys. How are you?
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Yes, I'm voting for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris.
Why so?
I believe Donald Trump's economic policies will be superior to Kamala Harris.
Real quick,
in
Robin, are you voting for
uplifting the
Trump?
masses.
All right, go ahead, Lightning.
Sure. First, I'll say I don't want to be supercilious or condescending. I think you both are very intelligent. I think you both are doing a great job with your debates. I don't want to take anything away from you in that regard. I do believe that we have some major problems in this country, and I think that Donald Trump's economic policies will unleash more goods and services at cheaper prices for more people. And that's especially true for the poor and middle class. I think that echoes in testimony because we have more people struggling in this country than at any points in this country's history. We can look at that. That's echoed in testimony by the fact that we have more homeless people than ever before. Homelessness has risen 12% year over year.
As percentage
People
of
are
the population,
suffering.
though, that's not true. Like you clearly know that the Great Depression, according to the population,
Percentage
led to a
of
greater-
population, you're correct. Parker, you are correct. Percentage of population.
Yeah,
but
that's
we
only
have
true
more
because
homeless
of the
people.
amount of people that exist now comparative to that.
No, that's a point. That's a fair point. But we do have more people struggling with homelessness than ever before in this country's history. Even more so.
Yeah,
than the
and I
Great
think that we
Depression.
should get rid of homelessness. What is Trump trying to do for that? Because you said that like there's going to be all of these like better things for pricing, and prices are gonna go down or have downward pressure. How is that going to happen with tariffs?
Right. So it starts right. That's a great point. I'm against the Trump tariffs. I think
Okay,
overall
well,
when
okay,
so
but his
taxing
economic
people
policy wouldn't do
less
that then.
and letting the poor and middle class keep more of the money that they earn over the course of their lives will result in more small businesses. I'm in favor of a world with many more small businesses, many more individuals producing goods and services to create them at cheaper prices. And economically speaking, when you do that, you can uplift the immiseration of the masses, the destitution that we're seeing in this country. And it comes from both sides. And I'll even say this, Kamala Harris, I don't want to attack her. I don't want to, people who call themselves MAGA, I don't even want to call myself MAGA. I just think that Donald Trump, as despicable as he is, as orange, as much of, and here's a term that I will give you guys that maybe you'll agree with. I think he's the orange imbecile. I think he's a jerk. I think you just make a better president than Kamala Harris, and that's all. Thank you for your time, gentlemen. I know you have a lot of guys to get to.
Oh wait,
I
before you
appreciate
go,
it.
like if you're in
course.
support of expanding the tax cuts, how would you pay for the $3.9 trillion over 10 years?
I think it'd be a lot more than just 3.9 trillion. What are you talking about?
Oh, okay. So then how are you going to pay for that?
Right, right. There's a lot that we need to pay for, and things like Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. Like my heart goes out to you guys who are a little younger than me. The older generations, it's kind of set up like a generational Ponzi scheme. If you look at the social charts, like our population is kind of stemming off. It's certainly not in a
Yeah, how
poor
are you gonna
country
pay
or a
for it?
third world country. Right. So I'm getting to that. So when it comes to these pyramids, if you're looking at a pyramid, the lower populations, the birth rates are cutting off, and even Elon Musk is talking about that. I don't really like that guy either, but he has some points. And the fact is that
So why
these
not
population
expand the
charts-
child tax credit
So with Social
and like
Security,
allow for more immigration?
the individuals who are drawing out of it today are largely getting what they put in it back out. Your generation, my generation, we're going to see a very raw deal indeed at this rate. And I'll let
Melvin,
you guys
thank you for
go.
the
Thank you
$5
for having me up here. I will end by saying that
I
I
still
think
don't
Donald
know how you're
Trump
paying for
will
it.
be Donald Trump will be superior in economic policy for uplifting the masses.
And
from
how are you gonna
incarceration.
pay for it?
That's my point. That's my point. More goods and services
but how are
to
you
more
gonna pay for
people.
it?
They keep more of the earnings that they make over the course of their lives.
No, but how
And
are
you
you going
could
to pay
talk
for
about-
it? in
That's
terms
why
of federal
Kamala
policy?
Harris took. That's why
thank
Kamala
you.
Harris took away his tip policy. That's why she wants it as her own.
Okay,
Thank you,
so
gentlemen.
the
I
no tax
appreciate
on
it. I'll
tips as well.
debate
That's
you
going to
again
add even
sometime.
more.
We can get
So how are you
into
going
it
to pay for
sometime.
it?
We
He's
can
running.
get
I'm
into
not,
it.
how are you going to pay for
Thank you
it?
so much, gentlemen.
He's
I
running. He's
appreciate
running.
it.
He's running. You're
Yeah, I
running.
Don't
appreciate
run. Don't
Have a good
run.
one.
Stay around.
Mogul, are you voting for Trump?
Absolutely. But before I talk about that, have you been spying on anybody else since you've been having your lives?
What?
Are you going to tell
Spying?
Parker about your creepy experience?
What is my
creepy
creepy
experience?
experience?
Tell him. Tell Parker about it.
what
Tell
is
Parker
this?
about it. Come on.
What are you yapping about?
What? His creepy
Hey,
experience?
Parker. Yeah, no, I like Parker, but this little dweeb here, man, this guy was sitting here listening to this guy and his wife just talk about something in their kitchen, and he was just sitting there for a good solid minute just listening to him, and I'm like, dude, come on, just skip this. And he was just sitting there listening, and then I asked him about it. He was like, well, I want to make sure that the guy was not going to abuse his wife.
Yeah, that's a
Oh, I
totally
remember that,
legitimate
guess.
reason.
Yeah, someone requested
Mogul,
up.
why
and
are
when they
you weird
requested
for bringing
they're
that
like
up,
yelling
bro?
at their wife.
Listen,
I
you're
don't
just
know.
adding to MAGA being weird, bro.
Hey, no,
real.
I just find it extremely weird, but I was just seeing if
I'm
you
sorry.
get
Well,
any-
it just seems like a little bit of projection, but go for it.
Did you find it weird when like Trump said that he wanted to date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, or like when he boasted about walking into the changing rooms of half-naked girls at Miss Teen USA to inspect them?
Why are we talking about whataboutism? Why are you about whataboutism? We're talking about
What?
you, Deanie Weenie. We're talking about you.
This isn't a whataboutism. I'm asking you. You think that these two
Trolling.
things that Trump did were weird?
Mogul's
Anyways,
trolling.
listen.
Mogul's trolling.
Yeah,
I don't know.
absolutely. I'm voting for Trump 100%.
No, they're
One
not.
of my main reasons
I don't
why
believe you.
is
I do. They've been up. I remember them coming up on my second account live and like giving this shame spiel about how weird I was when I was listening into that conversation. I actually don't think that they're a troll. So Mogul,
All right.
could you respond to my questions here, or are you just gonna pivot?
I'm going to pivot on that one because I like we can get back to that one. But
Okay,
what
so
I
why
want
are
to
you
talk
voting for
about
Trump?
is the energy diversity in America, right? What he's running on as far as energy diversity. Yes, he talks about drill, baby, drill. Of course, I know that we do drill more than we ever have in history. But when it comes to energy, he's a huge proponent and advocate for energy diversity.
Yeah, what's energy diversity?
So one is liquefied natural gas. There's a lot of projects along the Gulf Coast that's been hindered due to the EPA policies that's been put in place since Harris and Biden and, typically Democrats.
Yeah, tell me which EPA policy you disagree with.
I mean, look, there's a list of them. There's not one in particular,
Can you
right?
name one?
And the reason, hold on, let me finish, please. And the reason why is like if you look just within the last 2 months, they spit these out like crazy. Just like, have you ever heard of PFAS, PFAS is one of them. PFAS is a buzzword that's going around right now, and that's just they put
It's been going around. Wasn't there like there was like a big thing about this in like the early 2000s, because like there were studies that came out that were showing it's like detrimental, and it was in a lot of like the plastic products and stuff.
Right, and also, how is it the case that Trump could be for like energy diversity when he says that he wants to stop like all windmills?
Well, if you look at what we have across America, yes, you can put more windmills in place, but it's going to take a lot larger carbon footprint when you
No, he wants to
compare it.
stop the ones that are already in place. He says that they're scary and that they kill bald eagles.
Do you disagree with that?
Yeah, I do disagree with
He said
stopping
whales. He said the windmills, they're killing whales. They're
whales
killing whales
and
at
bald
margins
eagles.
you've never seen before.
Yeah, I do disagree with that, quite frankly, yeah.
So you've never heard of somebody misspeak?
Whales? What was he trying to say?
Well, I don't know what you're soundbiting, but I'm just asking.
Here, I'll play it for you. Don't worry, I got you.
The Wells.
In the meantime, guys,
Okay.
make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen as well. Let's try to get up to 2.5 million likes. And Roberto, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo saying Dweeby Dean for the win. Let's fucking go, baby. Thank you for the love, Roberto. Right, in the meantime, guys, while Parker's pulling up that clip,
got it right
everybody
here.
share that live.
But on the other hand, their windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. Nobody does anything about that. They're washing up on shore. I saw it this weekend. 3 of them came up. You wouldn't see it once a year. Now they're coming up on a weekly basis. The windmills are driving them crazy. They're driving the whales, I think, a little batty. But on the other
So can you tell me what that's supposed to mean?
Hey, bro. Hey, let me admit, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about, but I'm sure he's talking about something like offshore windmills. They may have he may have
There must be some mechanism that kills the whales.
Because everything Trump says is true, right? Let's not forget that.
It's
How
like
do you-
it would contradict reality for him to be wrong. Right?
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
why he assumed that.
Hey, Mogo, I got a question. Would you vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for like the sexual abuse of a woman, like forcefully inserting himself into her vagina without consent? And yo, Purdy, thank you for the $42 on PayPal for the Dean
senor.
Supremacy. That is insane. But thank you so much for the love, Purdy. Let's get some massive W's for Purdy in the chat for the $42 on PayPal. Thank you for the love, Purdy.
Hey, on every debate you talk about the SA, but yeah, we could talk about it because it's your favorite
John, thank you for the
subject.
$15 on Venmo saying Dean has a
Thank
bigger
you,
weenie
John.
than
Come
Mogul.
on, John. Can we get a W for John? Let's put a W for John in the chat. Come on, John.
So could you tell me, like, would you, John, I think for the $5 as well. So why would you or would you not vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for these things?
Yes.
Okay, would you vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for the rape of a little girl?
No.
Okay, so why is it the case that you'd vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for the rape of an adult woman, but not for the rape of a little girl? What's the difference?
I guess that's my choice.
Right, but I'm asking you to demonstrate your reasons for us here.
Well, one, I think that, I mean, of course, there's you're going to of course, this is always going to be a little trap. But if I were to think in this situation, right? In this situation, if you're looking at a civilly liable, right? It's 1% off from 50%, which is close
Natalie,
to
thank
a
you for the
coin
subscription.
flip.
We'll just ask you this question: would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
No, he said no.
He said no. Okay, so what's the difference between a woman and a child that means you'd vote for one but not the other?
I haven't looked at the statistics, but I don't know what the statistics are from what is the probability of an innocent child lying about that or an adult.
Oh, okay, yeah. So
right?
it's unlikely in both scenarios, right? As it relates to the context of of just typical reports in general, the false reports make up about 2 to 10% of cases. Okay, so that's a very low percentage. You have over 90% likelihood of it being accurate, 90 to 98%. So given that degree of confidence, wouldn't you accept it? Like if I told you some results had a 90 to 98% likelihood of being true, would you believe it? I would.
Okay, let's just stick with adults, okay, just for this conversation, and then go to that 10%. Would you say 3 to 10%? What was that?
It was, I said 2 to 10%.
Okay, 2 to 10%. And then, so keep that in mind, 2 to 10% of probability of not being truthful. All right. Then you go to the probability of the coin flip when you have a civil case. So the civil case is 1% off.
No, these are just for
than a coin
reports.
flip.
These aren't even for like being held legally responsible in a civil court. This is just for reports.
Correct.
Okay, so like your point doesn't make any sense here because it went through even more processes. So it's going to make you look even worse. There's going to be even more percentage likelihood of it being true because it is the case that it went through the legal process.
Okay. It went through the legal process, right?
Uh-huh.
Is it greater than 51%?
Oh, yeah. If we're talking,
Okay.
we have false reports make up 2 to 10% likelihood of being true. Being false. Okay, 2 to 10% likelihood. So if it is the case that it goes through a legal process and a jury convicts them, then that means that there's going to be a lot of those false reports that were shaven off in that process because of the likelihood of you going through and being accurate. So we would accept an even greater likelihood of it being true, given that it's gone through the context of a conviction process. But even before that, even just being a report, it has high confidence.
Was it a conviction? You said it was.
He was held civilly liable.
Are you convicted?
Like the jury
or
made
liable?
a determination. Liable. Okay, Jesus. When I
Okay,
say
perfect.
convicted in the context of the jury there, I just mean the jury made a determination that they were held liable.
Okay, I
That's what I meant.
understand.
Like I think you can clearly understand it in that context.
Hey, I mean, regardless of context, words still have meaning. And what I mean by this is in a civil court, right? You can be found civilly liable at 51% of probability that
Do you have a
something
response
bad
to what I
happened.
just said or no?
No.
No. Okay. All right. So then so again, just a report is 90 to 98%. If it goes through the legal process, that's going to shave off false reports. Okay. So you could, even if you were to accept that it was 51%, then you would still shave off 50% of the likelihood of it being false, right? So then you'd cut the likelihood of the false reports down in half from 2 to 10% to 1 to 5%. Now that makes
Bro,
you
you're
look
talking about
ridiculous
no,
because
you're talking
then you're
about
saying it's
statistically.
95 to 99% likelihood of it being true.
No, dude. You're mathing, baby boy.
That does. If you're saying 50, if we accept the lowest proportion, 51% to 49%, that's what my math entails. If we accept an even greater proportion of it being true, which is the only way that you can go, that only makes the margins better for me, not for you. So it looks more likely to be true under. I give you the most conservative estimate, by the way. Appreciate the
Peter Parker,
the
can
little
you just
crown.
answer my question?
What do you want to know? Because I think you're trolling. I really think you're trolling because this makes
if you
no
think
sense.
he's trolling, we could just kick him. I don't mind.
Why do you think I'm trolling? Because I called you Peter Parker?
Because you're not engaging with what I have to say at all. And what I
Because
thought earlier.
You're not making sense
Intuition.
because you're mathing. son.
I literally gave you the most conservative determination there. I gave you the most
Let me
conservative
ask you this.
determination I could there, mathematically speaking.
I want to ask you, if you go through a civil process, what percentage?
Yo, one second, Citron, are you driving?
Is required?
No.
Yes, he's driving, bro. Kick that guy. What's the percentage for someone to be found civilly liable? Is it
Jesus Christ,
51%?
dude. Jesus Christ. The false report likelihood is 2 to 10%. Okay? So if you cut out 50% of those cases, that
Don't-
cuts
you're
the
not gonna cut
proportionality
that
of this
out,
being the
bro. You're
case
not gonna
in
cut that
half.
out.
So 1 to
You're not gonna
5%.
cut that out. You're not going to cut that out.
What do you mean?
Because you're talking about statistics that has nothing to do with this case.
What?
Hey,
What are you
Brandon.
talking? I said the likelihood of a report being false is 2 to 10%. So that absolutely is relative to the case.
Brandon, you could unmute.
Because
your
if there's a
microphone.
report and then a jury determination, that increases the confidence.
Bro, we're not going to go get anywhere on this, bro.
Well, yeah, because
We're not gonna
you're
get any-
irrational.
let's talk
You're
about
like
something
actually
else.
irrational.
Yo, Just Kitty, are you voting for Trump? Just Kitty, you're on the live. Are you voting for Trump?
They're not even here.
All right.
If you're mad, type in the comment section right now and we'll bring you up. But dude, you're literally not acting rationally here. If this were true for like a babysitter, you wouldn't be like, oh, it was only a civil court. I'm still gonna
Haley-
let them take care of my kid, even though they more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman. Like what, dude? Get a grip.
We already delineated between adults and kids, didn't we?
Okay, so again, the only delineation you think exists is age. So you're just saying it's not severe enough to grape a woman.
That's not my
You're
question.
seriously
I don't
just
hear-
saying
I
it's
don't
not
hear
severe enough to
monologue.
grape a woman.
Stacy, are you voting for Trump?
Why do you want to monologue, Peter Parker?
Stacey, are you
I
voting
didn't
for Trump?
monologue. I literally said one sentence, genius.
So Stacy, why are you voting for Trump?
Jesus, no one's there. Like
All
literally.
right. Oh,
Oh, that would have been good.
damn it, dude. Stacy, hop back in the queue, man. Hop back in the queue. I'd love to talk to you, Stacy. We're
There's a
gonna
bit
go.
of a MAGA mobile incident.
Yeah, we're gonna go to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen. And Vanessa, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. I really appreciate you.
I gotta say thank you to people too. Purdy, thank you so much for the $42 on Cash App. Thank you so much. Tweet some W Purdy's in the comment section right now. And Georgette, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Literally, both of you guys said for keep schooling these people.
Hey.
The one of them said village
say
idiots, and
fuck
the other one
you?
said misfits. Oh, why are you so mad?
Yeah, fuck you, pussy.
I love you too.
How old are you, Landon?
Yeah, fuck you.
How old are you?
Dean. Yeah, fuck you, Dean.
So
Fuck
when did you
Dean.
when did you know that you wanted to do that to Dean?
Fuck you, Parker. Yeah,
Okay,
Parker.
you're literally no. That person's. There's no way. They're
Yep,
old.
fuck you, Parker. Fuck Kamala.
All right, we're gonna go to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Everybody, just give us a minute. Okay. Well, back to the driver. Moving on to our next guest, guys. If you're in the queue, make sure that you're not driving here. We are just looking for next debate of the night, y'all. Everybody, just be patient while we get it going. I know that the last couple debates have been a little bit rough, so our apologies. Our apologies. What's up, Jay? Are you voting for Trump? He's also driving, bro. This is nuts. Dude, this is fucking
This happens to
nuts.
me too. That's why I'm like, TikTok really needs to do that thing where you have to click it every 2 minutes.
Yeah, for real, just to make sure that you're not AFK. Oh, what's up, Shuff? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why are you doing that?
Just mostly I went totally more towards him for the, the justifying the court cases all against him, going after him. I think they're weaponizing the court system and the political.
Who's that?
Yo,
The Democrats, Democratic Party.
what reason do you have to believe this? Could you give us any evidence or facts
all
to
his
justify it?
charges, all the charges they've got him going down for.
The existence
Which
of
one?
the charges isn't evidence for like the Democrats of like persecuting a political opponent.
they're paying millions of dollars to find out high dollars to indict him and stuff. So
I'm waiting
I
for the
think most
evidence
of
that the
them will
Democrats. I'm waiting for the evidence that this isn't just the criminal justice system holding a
They're
criminal
trying to
accountable for
attack
their
a
actions,
a
but it's rather the
president's-
Democrats holding like politically persecuting a
they're
political
trying
opponent.
to knock him out of the race. They don't want him
I'm
in
waiting
there.
for evidence. Can you give any
Of what?
evidence of the fact that the Democrats are like unfairly persecuting a political opponent because they want him out of the race, and it's not the case that it's just a criminal being held
It's the
responsible?
charges, the hush money chase, the rape case. I don't believe.
Wait. The hush money case. So the 34 felonies is the hush money case.
Yeah.
What was the name of the felony? What was he charged with?
34 of them. That's the hard part.
34
You name
counts of
them.
what?
Misuse of his paperwork. He said-
No, falsification of business
I can't
records in
even
the
find
first
it.
degree.
You guys-
It was a classy felony because there was a predicate crime of election interference. Now, if you want to reference the sexual abuse case, how was it politically motivated if there were literally medical records from like 20 something years ago that clearly showed that this happened from what is it at this point
medical
it was
records.
23
No.
years.
no, it was
He
23 years
denies
from
knowing it.
2019,
I
so it
think
would be 5 years added onto that, so
For
it'd be
her
28 years
age
ago.
and him being in a department store, it just doesn't make sense. He said
No, but there were medical, but there were medical records. So how was it politically motivated if they
What were
didn't
the
even know he was
records?
going to be running for president?
What
Yo, Emily, thank you for the $100 for educating educating
medical-
MAGA idiots. Thank you so much for the $100. Thank you so much, Emily. Give me some W's for Emily in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, bro. I can't even speak right now. What's going on?
I think Shuff is teaching us an invaluable lesson right now. So this guy's saying that
Hey,
Trump's
how
34
old are you, by the way?
19, half your age.
I'm
twice as
22,
wise.
buddy.
You guys
Can I-
own your own house?
No.
You rent?
Yeah.
You live with your mom? Do
I rent.
you pay for your own car insurance and phone?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh wow. Okay. Trying to pull the age card, saying we don't know
Well,
enough about the
that's
world to hold to these claims. See, you're the
Does your family
original
love you?
one, not us.
Yeah, mine. I hope so. They do.
Oh,
I hope so. Okay.
Well, I hope
I'm
so.
just an old blue collar worker, but yeah, I'm voting for Trump.
Can I go back to
that
what I was
case.
saying?
What evidence did you say you had?
I'd like to go back to what I was saying before you rudely interrupted me.
I
So I think Shuff is kind of teaching us all an invaluable lesson here. So you said that, the 34 felonies that Trump was convicted on were all fake. It was just the Democrats persecuting
I
the
didn't say
political
they were
opponent.
fake. They weren't even felonies.
Right? And you had no evidence for this. You couldn't provide one single source of evidence. It's just your emotions. And you didn't even know what the felonies were, right? But the invaluable lesson that you're teaching me is that if I ever want to run for president, all I have to do is go out, do some of the most morally atrocious things known to mankind. And as soon as I start being held accountable for them by the media and by the criminal justice system, I turn around to my voter base and I radicalize them around the fringe conspiracy theory that I actually didn't do any of these things. And it's just the other side of the aisle trying to persecute me because I'm your savior and the deep state wants to destroy me because of that. Like, do you see how insane that is? You are a victim. You are a victim of America's largest con man. There's no evidence that exists to suggest that the words that you're saying are true. It is a fringe conspiratorial lie. And I am so vehemently strong in this conviction. I would love for you to disprove what I am saying by merely giving me any reasonable evidence to show that this is truly the Democrats unfairly persecuting a political opponent. Take it away.
Did you just cut me off?
Yeah, because you interrupted me twice. The first time I let you interrupt me, the second time I cut you off.
Yeah. All those cases where they changed it to felonies from misdemeanor are all done just to go after him. They spent $6 million to
I
go
told you
after-
earlier why it was a felony and not a misdemeanor. It's because there's a predicate crime of election interference.
Yes.
That's the reason why there was a Class E felony determination rather than it being a misdemeanor.
That's what they're saying. The $6 million lawyers are saying, which I don't believe will go through.
It did.
He has the right for
It did
appeal.
go through.
So
On
he'll
what grounds
appeal
does
that.
Trump have to appeal his 34 felonies?
And he's still running, so they still haven't knocked him out yet. And I think
On
he'll win.
what grounds does Trump have to appeal his 34 felonies?
He could just dispute them. Just say,
Dispute on what grounds?
It's a witch hunt, exactly like what he was saying. That's what.
Wait,
he's
if,
done the
if
whole
it's a
time.
witch hunt, if this is truly right, an evidently clear scenario of the Democrats just politically persecuting Trump, why can't you articulate the grounds that he would have to appeal the charges?
So, because hush money is not illegal.
What was illegal was the falsification of business records, right?
What did
Paying
he
her
say?
the money.
Name
and
it. Can you name that one? What did he falsify? Name
What did
it.
he falsify? Yeah, privatized
He's
checks.
just-
Privatized checks from his estate as well as his campaign funds, and he
And
sent
what
them
did he
to
write?
Stormy
He had
Daniels.
his thing saying it was for legal fees.
Yeah,
was that
when
what
it
he
was
said
specific-
wrong?
So it was
What should
specifically.
he have said? What should
Well,
he have done?
You can't take campaign money and use it to pay off a peace started to stay quiet about engaging in intercourse with them, right? So what he should have done was not paid her money out of his.
It
campaign
wasn't
financing
campaign
fund.
money. He
Okay.
paid her on his own money. His lawyer paid it for him, which is a
So
sleaze
Shaf,
bag.
are you able to articulate right the
Yes.
grounds in which he
Are
have
you?
to appeal the 34 felonies?
Yeah, he'll
Okay,
just
what are the
appeal it
grounds?
and say that they weren't felonies and it was a witch hunt. They have no grounds. It was everybody.
They
agrees
literally
with
were
me.
felonies. You can deny reality, but they were.
No, they made them felonies.
No, Shaf. So Parker has articulated to you what the felony was, right?
I
and he's told
understand
you
that.
what class of a
I
felony
disagree
it is.
with it.
You okay? Then you're
So
just telling
does
us that
most
you
of
disagree.
America, by the way.
You're just telling us that you disagree with New York state law.
Yes,
This isn't
yes.
saying that it's not a felony. You're just saying that it shouldn't be a felony.
Actually, I think what they did is a bigger crime than they're charging him for, and they should be brought to the table for it. All
Who's
of
that?
them charges.
Who's that?
The Democratic Party, the ones who are charging them.
Wait, what
and
specific
it's
Democrats?
Biden and them, it's the Democrats attacking them.
Wait, I'm a part of the Democrat Party, but obviously I'm
Yes,
not
you're
persecuting
attacking
him
them.
in the criminal
You
justice
guys are
system.
attacking them.
Can you answer my question? What Democrats are attacking him, like specifically?
You, the Biden administration, all of them,
how
all
am
their
I?
attorneys.
How am I quote unquote like
You're doing it.
unfairly
You're doing it,
persecuting
Dean.
Trump?
You're doing it so bad.
How am I unfairly persecuting Trump, sir?
Those charges. Okay, who?
I brought the charges against
Yes,
Trump.
Dean,
What's that
you
guy's
did.
name? Bragg.
I brought the charges against Trump?
Bragg's campaign to take him down, and he did.
How did I-
Wait,
That's
but that
a
doesn't.
ridiculous charge.
Wait,
That's a total
that doesn't.
ridiculous charge.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Stormy
Obviously,
Daniels and a
obviously the
sleazy
prosecutor. I'm sorry, but obviously the prosecutor is going to want to convict, right, the person that they're prosecuting. Right, they want
There's
them to
a
be
shitload of
convicted.
crimes
No
they should
fucking
be
shit.
going after
That doesn't
instead of
change the
this.
jury determination.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
So saying the
prosecutor's gonna wanna
prosecutor
prosecute.
wanted them to be convicted is like the dumbest shit I've ever heard as a response to it being rigged. Like, come on, dude.
We'll wait to see the outcome. He has the right to appeal.
Okay, he has the
I'm
right
not
to
an
appeal, and is it
attorney. I
likely?
can't
What
get
what,
into
what
the
grounds is he
facts.
going to appeal on? What
wasn't able to
legitimate
answer the
grounds does he
question.
have for appeal?
Right, he said that the grounds that he has to appeal is that it wasn't a felony, it was a misdemeanor. But then I
No.
literally detailed how it is
Well,
a
no, I
felony.
don't
And what you're
know.
saying is that it shouldn't be a felony.
Yeah.
Not
no.
only that, also the jury
It's a witch
determination isn't going to be questioned in an appeal.
Yeah.
Right. That's not how appeals work. The jury determination is still accurate.
They totally went after somebody trying to stop him from running. That's just dirty play.
You have no evidence that indicates that. It's just bullshit
I think
conspiracy
these guys
theory
did more
nonsense
crimes.
that
I
you
think
literally believe for no reason.
Yeah, those are like crimes, and hopefully they'll be able to turn the table.
The crimes?
one day.
Trump's the criminal.
No.
So why are you
Biden
voting
is.
for a criminal over a prosecutor? Can you tell me that?
Because he ran to take down Trump, and even left where he was to go do it.
He ran to take down Trump, and that's
Yeah, he
obviously what a
campaigned, too.
wait. So by the way, a prosecutor obviously wants the person they're prosecuting to be fucking convicted.
Yeah, a prosecutor wants to prosecute. I don't know about
Okay,
you. That's
I'll
not that
just
insane.
add one more thing here.
Yo, Sam, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much for, if you're not sending cash, tap the screen to support the work. Yo, thank you so much, Sam. I appreciate that. That's fucking amazing. Thank you so much. Can we sub W Sam in the comment section right now? Thank you so much.
Trump probably, there's no one on earth that's been more investigated than Trump. And you got all these little cases going on like this shit.
Dude, what?
And spent more money.
Dude, what about
Probably $1
the
billion.
war crimes committed by the Nazis? Has that been investigated less?
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Well,
what about
I'm
Yeah,
just
dude.
saying,
Like what?
Dude, we literally
just
had an
saying,
international court formed to investigate the Nazis.
How much money
the
do you think's been
ICJ
wasted
was
on Trump?
formed for the Nuremberg trials.
Okay, I might
What
miss
international
something.
court of law did we have
I was just
formed to
saying,
investigate Trump?
Nobody's been more investigated than Trump.
Amy,
I'm
thank you for
not
the
just
$5 on Venmo. That's a flat out lie. The Nazis, they literally had an
Well,
international court
I
formed to
misspoke.
investigate them.
Okay, not in the world, but he's been investigated more than anybody.
So what's more likely? Has he been investigated right a multitude of times because he's
Yes.
just broken the law a multitude of times?
No,
or he has been
because
investigated
they're
because
trying
he's
to
your
get him
savior?
out of
Let him
there
piss in your fucking mouth.
Because he wants to drain that swamp. These guys are crooked.
Madeline, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for
He wants
bringing
to go
Trump's
in there
charges
and
on
stop
myself.
these guys
I
from
really appreciate
control.
you for the $10 on Venmo, Madeline. Thank you for the love. Go ahead.
Yeah, they're criminalizing him. He wants to get in there and drain that swamp.
Okay, I have a
Which I
question.
hope
Do you
he
think
does.
that the 2020 election was stolen from Trump?
No, but there was some question.
Sam, thank you for the $20 on Venmo, saying if you're not sending cash, tap the screen. Sam, I appreciate you. Let's get some massive W's for Sam in the comment section. Thank you for the $20. Go ahead. So you don't think that the 2020 election was stolen from Trump? So how could you say that Trump is going to drain the swamp when you willingly
Well,
just conceded to the idea that
I
he
think
was the
he had
swamp,
the right
he
to
was the corruption,
protest.
and he was the one that has been claiming for the last 4 years that 2020 was stolen from him, when in all reality
I
he's
think
just
he believes
baby
it.
raging.
I do think there's some stuff would have been.
Carrie, thank you for the $100 on PayPal. Yo, that's insane, Carrie. I want to see at least 1,000 W's for Carrie in the comment section right now for the $100 on PayPal. That is insane. Thank you so much for the massive, massive, massive love. Massive W's for Carrie down below. Anyways, back to what I was saying. Yeah, so Trump literally claimed that the election in 2020 was stolen from him. He then turned around and tried to rig it himself by sending false certificates of ascertainment to college to be certified as real, literally pressuring Mike Pence into violating a federal law. He also told the Justice Department to announce that they had found widespread voter fraud when they hadn't. That's what caused the head of the Justice Department, Bill Barr, to inevitably step down. He had this whole idea planned and scripted a month in advance to announce that he had won the 2020 election on the night of the election and to quote unquote stop the count. How can you say that Trump is going to drain the swamp, stop the corruption, when I just listed 5 evidently clear scenarios of him acting in one of the most corrupt manners that we've ever seen from a sitting U.S. president in history?
Well, he was
Base.
he was trying to delay it so he can get in there and see what happened at Georgia. When we went to
trying to
bed,
delay it?
Trump was ahead 170,000 votes, and when we wake up, he didn't get any more votes, and he lost by 11,000. That should automatically be investigated.
What happened when he lost
So
by
maybe
11,000? He called the head of the head of Georgia, and he told him
What
to
happened?
find the votes somewhere.
Yeah, because it doesn't make sense that after we all go to bed, not one Trump vote came in, and all of a sudden they made up 170,000 votes, and he only won by.
That's a lie. That's actually super duper false. That's a lie.
11,000 votes.
This has been disproven time and time and time again. Can you give me a source to indicate
this is a
that there was
close race.
widespread election fraud in Georgia?
Yeah, and he just sent people in there. He tried to protest.
Shuff, can you give me any evidence out? Shuff, can you give me any evidence
They
to
didn't let him
indicate?
try to get any either.
No, they did, right? So he took this court case, right, that, the election was stolen from him and there was widespread voter fraud in states such as Georgia, right, to 63 handpicked courts. All
I agree
63
with
of them
Trump
told
that we
Trump
need a
that
fair
he was wrong
election.
and he didn't have any evidence
That's
for
all
it,
we
including
want is a fair
34 judges
election.
with Republican
Just a
appointed
fair
judges
election.
and then
Yeah, I hear you,
17
I hear you.
courts with
Yeah, I know
Trump
all that.
appointed judges.
Yes.
Lacey, I appreciate you for the Venmo. So how could you say that there's widespread voter fraud in Georgia when this
I
has been
didn't say-
debunked time and time and
well,
time again?
because it's so close. Georgia and these guys, that takes them forever to count. They have a water leak. Just weird shit happens. So, and he was the president
Okay,
of the
so you're
United
saying
States
that
at
you
the
know
time.
that the election
You don't
was
think
rigged
the
for Biden
president
because
should
the
be able
vote
to
was
go in there and
close?
check votes? You don't
Wait,
think it should be
it's
examined?
not about questioning.
They investigate him. Why can't
Shuff,
we do some
Shuff,
investigating?
it's not about questioning the outcome of the election. It's denying it and incessantly denying it for 4 years and literally trying to rig it yourself. That's in question here.
Yeah.
You're making a massive conflation, a massive, massive conflation. He didn't just
He's
merely
been
question
has he
it.
been
He
convicted
tried
of that
to
or
rig it.
indicted?
He's been indicted, then admitted to it.
Okay, in America, we get to go to court, and then we get to
Shuff,
appeal
he
it. So
admitted
then
to it in
some-
court.
He sent the people. Yeah, he did. Everybody knows what he did, but it's.
Oh my God!
the
You just
lawyers are-
admit that
It's not
admit
a
that
crime.
Trump sent fake slates of electors to
Yeah,
cast
there were
fake
the
Trump
people.
votes
They're
into
on
the
the
electoral
list, too.
college.
They'll probably get indicted too. If they
Wait,
don't-
so do you
they're gonna
support
try to
Trump
get
trying to
them
rig
flip
the
them.
outcome of the 2020 election?
No, he wasn't trying to rig it. He was trying to get in there and see if they were
But
cheating.
you just
and they
admitted
wouldn't
that he
let them.
sent fake slates of electors to send false certificates of ascertainment to
That's
Congress
what-
to be certified
that's
as
what
real.
the indictment says.
That's what he admitted to.
That's what the $1 million lawyers have written down in the
Sir,
indictment.
that's
Until
what
you
Trump
go to
admitted
court,
to.
Trump's saying that he was trying to get in there to see if they threw away Trump votes, but now we'll never know because they covered it up.
Shuff,
And
Trump
so-
literally admitted to the Supreme Court that this is exactly what he did. He admitted he tried to rig the outcome of 2020.
Yeah, and he went to Pence. He tried to stop the election so we could check it out.
So
he
do you
wanted
aff-
to see.
Do you
So
affirm that
here's-
Trump tried to rig the outcome of the 2020 election?
He's like, he did
No,
it, but
I
it was
affirm
it
he
was good. It was
protested
actually
it.
really good.
He tried to protest it.
Okay, so
And
how
He
could
was
he-
protesting
wouldn't
it,
let him.
yeah. Yeah,
So-
'cause
and so
that's
they're
typically
gonna
how
charge him.
typically how presidents throughout history have protested it. Am I right? Yeah,
And if
definitely.
he asks a question, he got impeached for doing the same thing.
How
What?
can you
Ask
say
him,
that?
hey, well,
He
what's
didn't-
going on with the Hunter
he didn't try to
Biden
do that
money?
in 2016.
Why is the Biden family getting millions from China?
What?
Why are they getting
Pivot.
millions of dollars from some company?
Hey, Casey, are you voting for Trump?
No, but did that Shuff just admit to being at J6? He said, we
Thank you for coming.
Oh,
up. I
well, we need
appreciate
it. We need it. Let's ask that question. Yeah.
Yeah, we need to clarify that. Yo, possible W from the guest. Shuff, can you unmute yourself?
Do what?
Were you at J6?
Hell no.
Okay.
Okay.
I just have one last question for you here, man. Right? So you said that Trump was protesting the outcome of the 2020 election. I don't.
Yes, he
I
was
don't know
trying
about.
to.
One second. Just-
Trying to. Yeah.
Shuff,
Definitely.
if you interrupt me here,
But
I'm just
now
gonna.
they're going to charge him
Shuff,
for crimes.
Shuff, if you interrupt
like
me,
all
I'm
the
gonna
other
kick you.
crimes.
If you interrupt me, I'm gonna kick you. Okay? So I don't know about you, but I want to say that literally sending fake slates of electors to 7 states to cast literally fake Trump votes to Congress.
Who were these electors? Fake electors. There was.
All right, moving on. I made it very clear that I would kick him if he interrupted me. Moving on to our next guest chat. If you're in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump. We're just looking for a next guest at this point, y'all. Make sure that you're double tapping on that phone screen as well. If you want to support either myself or Parker over here, or Venmo's, Cash Apps, PayPal's in the bio. Also,
As
we have
always.
we have 6.4 thousand people in here right now. Double tap on the phone screen, every single one of you. If you
We can
guys
get to
sent
3 million
100
likes
likes,
easily.
we could get to 3 million in no time. Double tap on the phone screen.
And I love that. Okay.
Kai, what's up? Are you voting for Trump? Okay,
They're not
we
here.
They're not here. Moving on to our next guest, guys. If you're in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump. Y'all already know. Moving on, let's try to get to 78 million double taps on that phone screen.
78 million. Yes. So real.
78 million, so real.
That sounds achievable.
All right, moving on to our next guest here, guys. Everybody, give us a minute
Let's
here.
get more likes than the DNC did last night, everyone. Like,
So real. What's up, Brian? Are you voting for
We
Trump?
should have done a protest DNC event.
Trump.
On TikTok.
So real.
A
So
protest DNC event because you guys didn't invite us. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, for real. I can't believe they didn't invite us. I mean, that absolutely debunks the conspiracy theory that we're paid by them because they invited literally.
No.
every
You know what I
fucking
heard?
person
Someone
apart from
was
us.
like they had to keep someone on live. They had to keep someone to hold that post.
You want to know the sad part?
What?
I heard that too. ZD, are you voting for Trump?
No.
You are?
No, it was an accident. I didn't mean to join. I don't.
You're good.
If you're MAGA, let us know in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna get our next guest. Anthony, as
Protest
well.
bigly. I could tell you.
Bigly, massively big. Massively
Parker said he
big.
was invited. The other Parker? Jeez.
He was.
They invited the other Parker. They invited Chris. They invited Harry. They invited Olivia. And they didn't invite me and Dean? What the fuck? Yo, come on.
I know.
Come
crazy
on.
shit.
I would have
Crazy
loved to
shit.
meet like AOC and fucking everyone. That would have been great, dude.
Love to meet Charlie Kirk, dude.
Yeah.
That's the first. The other Parker, right, found Charlie Kirk, tried to debate him, and ran
Yeah,
away.
dude. I wish I could have gone there with him.
All right, you were driving, guys. Keep spamming MAGA.
We
in
would
the
have
comment
done
section.
Parker and Parker versus Charlie. You know.
Keep spamming down MAGA in the comment section, guys. We're still just looking for our next guest here. What's up, New Day? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 54.
Are you voting for Trump?
Okay. Yeah, I'm not, and I'll make this very fast.
Gracie, thank you so much for the $3 on Venmo. I appreciate you for coming up. Base guess, yo, W New Age. What's up? How old are you?
35.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Why the hell would you do such a thing? Or more so, why do you care about someone that doesn't care about you? Trump has a vehemently sexist history with ill-willed treatment towards women, including sexual violence. Thank you for the boxing gloves. Thank you for the love.
No, I think I'm only gonna vote for bleh. Because Parker is always stomping on these maggots while playing 2K.
You are not voting for Trump. Moving on to our next guest.
I am playing
Willie.
2K right now. That is a true fact.
True fact. So real. Willie, what's up? How old are you?
31.
You voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Why the hell would you do such a thing?
Why would you not?
Sure, I could tell you. Yeah, because I don't want a rapist, fraudster, felon, election denying, lunatic, narcissist to be running our country for the next 4 years.
I agree, narcissist, but why are you voting for Kamala?
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, there's going to be two main categorical reasons. The first one is going to
Kamala.
be character, and then the second one is going
Why
to
does
be...
everyone keep, correcting her name?
Okay, so
do you
many
think?
people have corrected you and you still haven't got it right. Maybe that's a you issue. Okay.
What
Maybe
the-
not try to blame other people. Like, why are they
What's
doing
the-
this to me? Maybe be like, why am I doing this?
Fair enough.
Right.
Yo, Lizzie98, come join up. Lizzie says that there's evidence that Parker is paid. Lizzie98, I'm inviting you. Please do join. Anyway, so Willie, yeah, there's going to be two main categories why I'm voting for Harris, right? The first category is character. The second category is policy. When we're referencing character, right, I'm going to take the non-grapist over the grapist, the non-racist over the racist, the non-sexist over the sexist, the non-misogynist over the misogynist, the non-election denier over the election denier, the person that wants to protect and preserve our democracy in comparison to the person that tried to stage a coup to overthrow it, right?
All right,
Also, the person that is
is
not a
Trump
religious
racist?
persecutor.
Let's start with that.
How's Trump racist? In 1973,
Housing discrimination lawsuits where they would specifically not rent to black people. They would say specifically that there's no openings to black people, and then as it relates to white people, they would say there are openings at the exact very time.
And
It is
there's-
also the case
there's
that he
evidence.
popularized the birther movement, which said that Barack Obama, the first
Yeah, I
black
know.
president, wasn't born in the United States, and we have birth certificates of him born in the United States. Now he's doing the same thing with Kamala Harris, saying she turned black. Now that's just nonsense. Bullshit, and the fact that you don't understand that to be racist is actually fundamentally ridiculous.
Wait,
Lizzie,
you think
welcome
that's
into the live. We're going to
racist?
get to you in 1 minute.
Yes, that is absolutely racist.
Why?
Why is which one
Yeah, you're
racist?
fine.
Denying her
Like-
being black, popularizing
No, that
Barack
she
Obama, the first
flipped-
black president, not
No,
born in the
no,
United
no.
States, and he was born in Kenya when he was actually born in the United States, and we have a birth
How many
certificate there.
talking points
Or
are
was
you
it the
getting?
housing discrimination
Just-
lawsuits?
All right, so let's talk about one topic.
No, which one? Tell me, which one is not racist? Are they? Do you think any of them are racist?
The one that he's like, oh yeah, she just appeals to black people as soon as She wants the black vote.
No, he said that she turned black, indicating that she wasn't black before. When did I turn white? I don't think I did. So when did she turn black? That's so crazy.
Bro, like, she didn't turn black, but
but Trump said that, and that's racism.
That's not what I'm saying.
That absolutely is racism.
That is not what I'm saying.
So which point isn't racism?
Define racism. Let's
No.
go
Can you
down
answer the
route.
question? Which point isn't racism?
Him saying, "Oh yeah, now she wants to be black to appeal to black voters." That's
No,
not
she has been black. What? She didn't want to be black. She is black.
So how is Trump racist?
I just gave you 3 things that indicated that pretty clearly. Would you like to respond to any of them and tell me why you think that they're not racist?
Yeah.
Tell me why it's not racist to say she wasn't black. Tell me why it's not racist to say that Barack Obama, the first black president, was born in Kenya because he's black, and even though we have birth certificates of him born in the United States. Tell me why it's not racist to have housing discrimination lawsuits where they wouldn't rent to black people.
You
He
still
also said
haven't.
that that black people were going to buy his sneakers because they're black. He referred to the African American community as black as
Okay, I'll have to look into that. But like, define racism.
Jesus Christ.
So now you just don't know what racism is.
Yeah, racism is gonna be racial
I know what
prejudice.
racism is.
What's up?
Like, I don't know what racism is. Like, you guys are just spewing.
Oh, so the reason that you say that Trump isn't racist
do you want to
is because you don't know
respond to
racism
what we're
is.
saying?
Yeah.
Right, so racism is racial prejudice. Right now, would you like to give us a particular definition that entails that none of these are racism?
He's just talking about a person. Why are you so
You know what?
upset?
We're gonna take this very
Is he
simply.
like rational?
Yeah, we're gonna make this super duper simple. Also, Lizzie, welcome to the live. Please hang out. I would love to speak to you next. Please don't leave, Lizzie.
Gracie, thank you for
Um,
the $2. Thank you so much, Gracie.
That's fine. Can I just say though, you misread my comment, and I was just saying that people have been leaving a link to evidence of where we can supposedly find the evidence for you guys being paid. That's what I was writing. I wasn't saying I have evidence because I
Okay.
looked into the link and it was nothing.
No, perfect. All right. Anyways, Willie.
Base Lizzie.
So we're just gonna make this super duper simple for you, Willie. Would you say attempting to take opportunity away from a black man because he is black is racist?
Opportunity away. All right. Ask the question again.
Wow. Would you say trying to take away employment opportunity away from a black person
Yes.
because they're black is racist?
Yeah, that's kind of fucked up.
So
Now,
when Trump
would you
tried to
say-
take away Willie, one second.
Okay.
What the
Go ahead.
fuck do you have to add? Okay, perfect. So when Trump tried
What the
to
fuck
take
do you have to add? I'm like 20 years old. Like, go ahead.
Okay,
Willie, how old are you?
I'm 31.
Jesus Christ, you
literally
act like a
sound more
child.
mature than me. Yeah.
And also like 31? Good shit. Wow, you're literally like what, fucking 9 years older than me? Jesus Christ, it hasn't helped.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm going to go back to what I was saying. So specifically speaking, Willie, you did say trying to take away job employment opportunity away from a black person because they're black is racist. So when Trump, tried to take away opportunity from Barack Obama to become president, saying that because he's black, he was obviously born in Africa, which makes him obviously not a U.S. born citizen, which means he shouldn't be able to run for the presidency.
It lagged.
Wow, bro. This is sad. Sure.
Wow,
I'll go ahead and start over.
This is sad.
I'll go ahead and start over. So you said trying to take away opportunity from a black person because they're black is racist. So when Trump tried to take the opportunity away from Obama to either run for president or win in the presidential election, saying that because he's black, he wasn't born in America, therefore he can't run for president as he's not a natural U.S. born citizen. Does
Where
that
did he
make that
say
action
that?
racist?
What did he say that?
The birther movement, He said this in an interview with Fox News. He said this on Twitter repeatedly from 2012 until 2015.
All right,
This was
hold it up.
The utter denial of it is crazy.
So are you just now denying that he engaged in the birther movement?
Wait, birther movement? Or like, don't try to.
Donald Trump relies on you being misinformed to control you.
Oh my God. That's what
Yeah,
I.
that's the reason why you believe this shit is because you're misinformed. It's because you don't have the information and you've already accepted what's true before you even looked into it.
That's fair. All right, that's a good conversation. But where was Donald Trump racist? Show me that.
We gave you multiple scenarios where that's the case. Tell me how the fucking housing discrimination, not renting to black people, is not racist. Tell me how that's not racist.
I don't know anything about that. That was before.
Tell me how. Yeah,
born.
dude. Tell me how renting to white people, not to black people specifically, is not racist. That's insane, dude. If it's true, would you say it's racist?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So then go for it, Dean.
Yeah, so I'm just going to go ahead and inform you about this. So in 1973, Trump owned rental properties. In a particular sect of these rental properties, they had a vacancy sign up, meaning that they anybody could come in and file an application to rent from them.
Yeah.
And so the DOJ in the state of New York at the time was getting reports that they were just denying black people housing because they were black. So then the DOJ of New York at the time sent in quote unquote testers. So what they did is they sent in a white person, and they had the white person ask the manager, right, if there were available units that they could file an application to rent, and the manager said yes. Right, the white tester left, and then they had a black tester enter, and then this black tester asked the same question, and the black tester, and the manager said to the black tester that they had no available properties to rent, and they need to take that vacancy sign down. Right, it was also proven that when they would receive housing applications from black people, that they'd put a letter C on them indicating that they were not white, in which they were then thrown out. When the manager, right, of these rental properties was questioned by the DOJ during their investigation, their manager told them, well, this isn't coming from me. This is an order coming from the boss, Donald Trump. What ended up happening was Donald Trump was brought to civil court, and Donald Trump inevitably had to put ads in the local newspapers of New York at the time saying that they would rent to black people. He had to pledge to the DOJ of the state of New York that he would not racially discriminate moving forward. And specifically speaking, he was caught doing this twice.
That's fair. Okay.
So is this racism?
I would say it's a form of racism for sure. But let me ask.
So where is Donald Trump racist?
Whoa. Let me ask the question. Should we judge the people from 200 years ago for owning slaves?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Oh my God, that is where you are.
What?
Lose,
He's like, don't judge slave owners from 200 years ago.
Wait, you're saying that we shouldn't judge them because of what?
Yeah,
because
you
it's
didn't live
socially normal.
You didn't live. Yeah.
Okay, so I have a question. So when it was socially normal for 50-year-old men to marry and engage in intercourse with 7 through 9-year-old girls in nearly every society around the globe,
do you judge those pedophiles?
300 years ago, do you judge them?
Wait, judge who?
Yeah, as soon as 300 years ago, it was socially normal across the globe for 40, 50-year-old men to marry young girls and engage in intercourse with them beginning at the ages of 7 through 9. So would you say that it's okay for us to judge them?
It was.
I mean, that's disgusting, but
is it okay for us to judge them?
What I'm saying is,
would you judge them?
I mean, yeah, but
okay, so if you judge them, then why wouldn't you judge the slave owners? Is that just because you're racist and you don't think what they did was that bad? Or is it because you're just logically incoherent?
You know how fucking stupid that sounds? Come on, bro.
Yeah, you sound fucking stupid right now. Good shit.
Oh,
you identified that.
You're judging people from 200 years ago.
Wait, didn't you just judge people from 200 years ago when you said that you would judge, right, the old men that would marry the young girls?
Yeah, I mean...
Okay, so if we could judge people from 200 years ago, why can't we judge the slave owners?
Okay, let's start over. Slavery is obviously wrong, but...
This is a terrible start to a sentence. Slavery is wrong, but... Okay, I'm sorry for cutting you off. Go ahead, Willie.
But we can't judge what was the norm back then, and you can't judge a person's character.
So you wouldn't judge pedophiles from 200 years ago?
Oh my God.
If we can't judge the norm from 200 years ago, why can't we judge
You guys go to the extreme, and I think that's...
I actually don't think that slavery
I think
is any more
slavery is the extreme, and you're saying don't judge.
Yeah, those two things are just as extreme as
So
one
you're the
another. If not,
arbiter
slavery is
of
more
truth.
Right. If not, honestly, I'd say that slavery is more extreme because we still saw young, enslaved people of those same ages, 7 and 9, getting raped by their slave owners, but then they were also owned as property for life. Okay. So if anything, I'd say that slavery is more extreme because it was literally the same thing plus some. Right.
Yeah.
So what we'd say here is, why would you say that we'd taken it to the extreme? Well, if anything, slavery is more extreme.
All the humans from the dawn of time.
Can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sadly.
So you're going to say slavery has been around since we even know we were humans. So you're gonna.
Are you Christian?
Not exactly.
Wait, Willie, was it okay for the people of 200 years ago to judge like slave owners, like how the Union judged the Confederacy and told them they didn't have the right to own slaves? Is that okay?
Yeah.
So then why isn't it okay for us to do the same thing?
Because it's like the character of that person was not based on them owning slaves or like whatever. Like I had.
What?
Yeah, like if you own slaves, I don't think that person was a bad person. How do you not get
Bro, what?
Oh my god. I don't think
Bro doesn't think slave owners are bad. What?
See?
Did you think that
saying, bro?
Going to extremes.
Did you think that the adult men who would marry the young girls were bad people?
We're going to extremes. Bro literally just said the slave owners were not bad, and we're the ones going to extremes.
Yeah, answer my question. Do you think that the adult men who married the young girls were bad people?
I'm from both the Civil War.
Willie. Do you think that the
What?
old men who'd married the young girls were bad people?
Yes.
Okay,
and no,
so
but
so
it is.
old men were bad people for marrying 7 through 9-year-old girls 200 years ago, but old men were not bad people for like owning humans as property for life, whipping them, beating them, raping them.
Yeah, that's disgusting. We can judge them based on that, but I'm saying overall America had slaves, and you can't judge a person just like
You're
based
being
on that.
incredibly
You can.
contradictory.
You can judge people who are slave owners.
If we can't judge that social...
Oh, sorry, Dean.
No, God, man.
What about this? Thomas Jefferson owned slaves, right? He wrote about, along with George Washington, he wrote about how. Wait, I'm not on your side, by the way. He wrote about how it was wrong. He hated the institution, but because he thought that this particular group was not superior to his own race, then they had to be enslaved. And Thomas Jefferson went above George Washington. Thomas Jefferson raped his slaves because we know that he has descendants that are black, and so by definition he raped the women who he owned. So can we judge him on that? Because that was kind of normal at the time too. So can we say, well, I mean, sure, he may have raped them, but that was normal, because they own them and they can do what they want with them.
I mean, you obviously don't know what norm means.
Wait, hold on. You think it wasn't the norm for slave owners to sexually abuse their slaves? We have entire tomes of text about how slave women were sexually abused by their masters. This is not like new information.
I mean,
maybe you should take a class on slavery. Like, go and actually talk to people who study it, and you'll realize the perverse sexual and physical abuse that they went through because it was seen that they can't feel pain. Women who were enslaved of that particular time were thought that they couldn't feel pain, that they couldn't feel the things that the white people could feel, and so it's okay to just treat them like dirt and stuff.
What's your point?
My point is, we can obviously judge them based on our own moral standard, because I don't consider, I don't consider rape to be some kind of thing that we can say, well, maybe it was wrong now, but maybe back then it was right.
Yeah, it's subjective.
Yes, they did, because they never got punished for it. There was no law against raping your slaves. There was no law. There was no morality against it.
Oh, so we just need laws to protect humans. And
where do you get your morality from on why when we do this that it's bad? When you were wait, you said that you weren't a Christian.
I'm not.
So you have some God that's like still giving us moral laws, even though they're not like.
What's your religion?
Where do you think morality comes from?
Willie, what God do you believe in?
Just one God.
Which God?
What God?
Neither. I don't believe in religion. I don't believe in any of that
Well,
stuff.
then how do you know what's good and bad?
Just instinct from
Instinct. Well, I can explain that through evolution. I don't have to use a god to get
It's
to that
actually
point.
psychological preferences.
So Willie, do you think that this God would hold a consistent moral code right across like all of humanity? If something's wrong today, it was wrong 1,000 years ago, type shit.
I would hope so.
Okay,
but-
so if slavery is wrong today, it would mean that it was wrong 200 years ago, which would mean that we could judge them for their wrongdoings.
Yeah, but we just believed in different things at different times.
Wait, the Nazis believed in different things at different times. Do you judge the Nazis?
Yeah,
It was
we all
also,
know that shit
socially
was
normal
wrong.
to be anti-Semitic.
Yeah, wait, if you could judge the Nazis, why can't you judge the slave owners? Because like the same thing could be said that it is true that was like socially normalized.
Because he's irrational.
Can you tell me the difference, Willie?
Yeah, you are.
If we could judge the Nazis, why can't we judge the slave owners?
I mean, we can judge anyone we want, but it's all subjective.
Okay, so we could judge the slave owners.
Yeah.
Okay, why don't
If
you
it's
judge the
subjective,
slave
it's
owners if you
predicated
judge
off
the
of your own
Nazis?
determination.
But I'm saying, like, it
Wait,
was-
Willie, if you judge the Nazis, why don't you judge the slave owners?
I judge both.
So you judge the slave owners, but I
it's
thought
not
that
my
we've been...
job to judge. That's what you guys don't.
Okay, so then
get.
you do wait.
think
What do you or
have
do you
this
not judge the slave owners, sir?
moral? Yeah, but
Okay, so you do
think
judge
you
the
have
slave
moral
owners. So you've been wasting our time for the last 30 minutes when you've been arguing that we shouldn't judge the slave owners.
What's your point?
That you've been wasting our fucking time? Haven't you been making the argument that we shouldn't judge the slave owners?
No, you're just trying to put it.
So then
into
what
your
is the
narrative.
argument that you're making?
I'm saying you can't judge the people at the time.
So you don't judge the slave owners. Which one is it? Do you judge them or do you not judge them? Pick one or the
The
other.
thing is, if he's using his subjective preferences, he can judge them with his own subjective preferences as of right now. He just doesn't want to for some reason, which is really weird. Like, it's
What?
really weird that you want to, like... Why is it so many people today that have been so fucking weird? Like, you guys are really not getting past the allegations. Jesus Christ.
That was a 31-year-old, by the way. We're going to move on to our next guest chat.
Okay. Thanks for having me up, Dean. I appreciate it. Take care of yourself.
Appreciate you,
for
Matt,
calling
as
out.
always, man. It's good
Bye,
to see you,
Parker.
bro.
Yeah, bye, dude.
We're going to move on to our next guest. What's up? How old are you?
I'm 38, sir.
And
Oh.
I'm taking a guess, but he's driving.
Yeah, I would love to talk to them, but unfortunately they are driving. We're going to move on to our next guest, Bradley here. Guys, if you want to support either myself or Parker, we both have our Venmos, Cash Apps, PayPals in the bio. We get 100% of the proceeds on those
Nope,
platforms.
sorry.
That means the world to us. What's up, Bradley? How old are you?
Hey, sorry, I'm eating dinner. I'm sorry. Skip me.
Okay, man. Enjoy your dinner. That's a man. That's a businessman right there. He knows what he wants. Right now, he wants food. Fuck a debate in front of 6,000 people. That man is hungry. What's up, man? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Okay.
What year you're born in?
19.
Tristan, I appreciate you for the galaxy. Thank you for the love. Moving on to our next guest user.
I just knew immediately it was Lafudas.
What's up? Who are you voting for? Are you voting for Trump?
Hello?
Hey, are you voting for Trump, man?
No, I'm not.
Okay. If you guys are in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump. Moving on to our next guest, everybody. Give us a minute.
Thank you
We
for the
got Tara
galaxy. I
loading in.
appreciate it. Thank you so much.
For real. W's for Tristan in the chat. Everybody. W's for Tristan in the chat for sending to galaxies.
How long
Moving
have
on
you
to our
been
next
live?
guest. Let's see. We've been live for 3 hours and 30 minutes.
How long I don't know how long I've been on.
You've been on for 1 hour.
Vote against the orange.
WJ. You came on at 2 hours, 30 minutes. You've been on for literally
I thought I'd been
exactly
on
an
since
hour.
like around 1.
I thought I mean, maybe I'm off, but I thought
Maybe
I
it was
like
around 2. Maybe I haven't been on for an hour.
I thought I like sideswiped it when you joined to see like how long I've been live. What's up, Cross? Are you driving?
Sensor?
I'm gonna go and just guess if they
Yeah.
are. Moving on to our next guest here, ladies and
You
gentlemen.
gotta, here, I'll just highlight which message because I need to know what time.
Esoteric, how old are you?
I'm old enough to vote.
What time is
I
it?
don't believe you.
What time is it? It's 5 to 11.
5 to 11?
Yeah, and I
Yeah.
don't live in America, and I'm not eligible to vote. But
Interesting. So you can't vote, okay. Here, I just questioned it.
Bet. Stephanie, how old are you? Or you're of age.
I just
Are you
have a
voting for Trump?
question.
Are you voting for Trump?
Why are you not at the DNC?
Because
we're not paid.
Oh,
I mean, we're both kind of sad about it, right? Like,
Yeah,
we
I wish they
were
invited
at
us.
DC.
Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I am
Oh.
kind of sad that honestly, maybe we should have just gone in general ourselves.
I know. What's up, KM? How old are you?
54.
You voted for Chomp.
Yes.
Why the hell would you do such a thing?
Well, number one, he good businessman. He's honest.
He's honest. He told over 30,000 confirmed lies during his presidency, including the biggest lie ever from a sitting U.S. president with the denial of the outcomes of the 2020 election, and about him being a good businessman. Right? Can you name one other good businessman with 6 bankruptcies, sir?
A lot of businessmen have bankruptcies.
Name one with 6.
Name one good one with 6.
I can't name any.
I still have actually never heard a single person. I've asked that question to like probably over 1,000 people.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Where your 2 reasons have been debunked.
Oh, ask me a question then.
What the
Can you
hell?
name one policy that Donald Trump influenced get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
Drilling for oil.
That's not a policy. Also, we drill more oil in the United States now than any point in American history, including under Trump's administration.
Parker bunked.
This is awesome.
Dude,
That was like a really good response to what I just said.
You just said a thing for
it is.
embarrassment?
I agree. I agree with you.
Okay.
You agree with me? Okay.
Okay, anything else to go over?
All right.
All right. Okay. All right. Moving on. Phenomenal. What's up, Becky?
Parker debunked.
I'm sorry. I was going to come in and lie and say I was, but I think.
Okay. Moving on to
We
the
can
next
tell you
guest.
want that child tax credit.
Hell yeah. As you should. Slay. What's up, Shauna? How old are you? Dude, there's like 1,000 people in there. What the fuck? Crazy. Crazy. Hey, what's up? How old are you? All right. No one is there. Moving on to Andy. Everybody give us a minute. We're having so much fun, guys. Woo! So much fun. Losing my damn mind. What's up? How old are you?
Yeah, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, you're old enough. Are you voting for Chomp?
Hey, sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Are you voting for Chomp?
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I am.
Why
And why
would
is
you do
Um, so I haven't heard anyone bring this up yet, but there are a lot of us who don't trust the media, right? And so you hear all these points that you guys have brought up, and points that you'll hear on mainstream media networks. But there have also been these obvious smear campaigns. And I
Obvious
just
smear
think,
campaigns against Trump. Can you name one?
yeah, Russiagate being the main one.
And that went through the court process and determined not to have sufficient evidence to indicate that he colluded. But there were people in his administration that were shown to have colluded with Russia. But there was also information they found about Russian interference. So, I
Right.
mean, that was an important investigation, although it didn't show that he colluded with Russia. So the process worked.
I
So
have a
why do you
question.
accept the process in that scenario to make an accurate determination that he wasn't guilty as it relates to collusion, but you don't trust it here?
Yeah,
Well-
like my question would be specifically, just playing off of what a Parker said. If you'd say that a smear campaign from the left was Russiagate, right, and it was proven to be a smear campaign via the claims being disproven in court, would you say that Trump launched a smear campaign against Biden when he alleged that Biden had stole the 2020 election with him, with ultimately 63 courts ruling that he was wrong?
I think that's probably a fair point. If there's no proof of it, but I think there were a lot of people that were concerned.
Was it a smear campaign or was it not? Because there's also a lot of people that were concerned with Russian collusion being committed by Trump.
True, that's true. So I think in the case of Russiagate, it seemed to be, at least the evidence that I remember seeing and hearing about it seemed a lot more legitimate as something that they were trying to make something out of nothing. But
Something that had nothing with Russiagate. So I mean, it was proven that Rudy Giuliani had met with higher ups in Russia. right? There's also like a lot of pro-Trump propaganda being pushed by Russia that was proven in the Mueller report. His dad, Fred Trump, had admitted to working with the Russian mafia. Trump was sued $500,000 in the 80s for working with the Russian mafia, right? There was good reason to believe that there was legitimate collusion at the hand of Trump. Right? There was just ultimately not sufficient evidence demonstrated. But there's no good reason, right, to assume that there was sufficient evidence for the 2020 election to be overthrown. So why would you call one a smear campaign but not the other? And Rebecca,
I
thank you for the
disagree with
$15
that.
on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. Massive W's in the chat for Rebecca. Thank you so much. Okay, well, if you're not going to call Trump's denial of 2020 a smear campaign against Biden, I'm not going to call Russian-gate a smear campaign against Trump.
Okay. The reason I disagree is because there were some eye-raising things that came out of the 2020 election.
Such as what?
Especially-
But not to mention, I did name, right, a handful of eye-raising things about Trump. Did I not?
Oh, sure. Yeah, and you have. And,
So this is
and
going to be true in both circumstances. So why would you hold a different standard, right, if this is true in both circumstances?
So the reason is because, as far as I'm concerned, there are. So, tell me this: Do you think Joe Biden's been running the country for the last 4 years?
Yes,
I think he's been
irrelevant.
president. Yes.
Irrelevant
so?
to my question. Completely irrelevant to my question, though. May you please
Well-
address my question head on? How is RussiaGate a smear campaign, but Trump's denial of the 2020 election, saying that all votes for Biden are illegal, is not?
Well, I think it could be both, right? I think there could be legitimacy to the claims, but they can also be the hands
they're
can be
both smear
overplayed,
campaigns?
right? Huh? Sorry.
Are they both smear campaigns?
To some degree, I would say, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
well, if they're both smear campaigns, why would this give you a reason to vote for Trump when he launched a smear campaign himself?
So back to my original point, I think there's an establishment in the government, right? So it's full of people who are power and money hungry, and those people are primarily on the left, and that's seen through the media, right? Because the media coverage is so heavily on the side of the left, and so.
Well, you said that
there
they're
are peop-
power and money
Hannah,
hungry.
thank you for the $1.
What was the point of Trump's smear campaign against Biden, saying that Trump won the 2020 election and Biden stole it from him? It was so Trump can overturn the results of the election and continue to be our president, right? And what did he get while he was president? Power. So wouldn't we also be able to say that there's an establishment from Trump that is power hungry, and that's why he launched the false smear campaign against Biden?
I do think that that's true. I think that being power hungry is the thing that happens at this level of government, right?
Okay. Well, if you admit that this has happened, or in the context of Trump, I don't really care that you'd be alleging it happened in the context of Democrats, because this would make it true of both sides of the aisle.
That's right. But as far as I can see, that it gets murkier on the left than on the right. The
Definitely
truth-
not. How is Russiagate more murky than the denial of a federal election?
Because Russiagate didn't happen. What they were alleging never happened.
Right, and just like the results of the 2020 election were never sufficiently rigged to be overthrown. That never happened.
Right, but Russiagate started as a smear campaign. The challenging of the 2020 election didn't start out as a smear campaign, as far
False.
as I'm
It totally
concerned.
did. He told his chief strategist and his chief of staff exactly what he was going to do on election night. With the first time he denied the results, a month before the election occurred, before any vote had been passed.
Yeah, but the point is that there are legitimate reasons to question what happened in the
Name
last
one.
election. I think if you don't see that there are
And
people,
there were legitimate reasons to question Russian interference.
True, there are.
Okay,
see,
so
this
then
is
why'd
the
you
thing,
say
right?
it was like a? Then why'd you say it was like some sort of like just like bullshit sort of propaganda spiel that they were just trying to put up against Trump for no reason?
So, well, because that's what it was in the
No,
end.
it wasn't. You just acknowledged that there were legitimate reasons.
Now, there can be legitimate questions,
I'm
right?
gonna go use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back, Parker.
Were there legitimate questions, or can there?
Yes, there were, and this is the
There
thing.
were. So if there were legitimate ones, why did you portray it as if there were no legitimate ones?
No, my point was that started out as a smear campaign. It
A
could
smear
have.
campaign would only be if it was not legitimate. If it is legitimate, then it's not just a smear campaign.
So this is the
Because
point
then
I'm
you're
trying
saying
to
that Trump denying the election, that's a smear campaign.
Okay.
Now, I do think it's a smear campaign because there's no legitimate reason, but like under your view, you have no good reason to say that.
Well, so I want to make a higher point though, and that is that people want transparency, right? We want to know what's going on in the government. We have a right to know what's going on behind closed doors, right? We, the people, have that right. And that's kind of how we were founded, right? Is that there needs to be transparency, and we're not getting that. So especially on the side of the left, like we're not hearing Kamala give interviews, right? We're not hearing.
She has.
things
I can
about-
show you. I can literally show you her taking interview questions.
Right, but only from people who are on her side, right? Like she won't go into
No,
it.
just from a reporter that was asking about her policy, like and how she was going to pay for it, what she was going to do.
I'd be curious to see that actually, if you could let me know about that.
Yeah. Literally, just look up Kamala Harris interview with a reporter.
Okay, yeah, I'll look that up. But what I'm saying that's the concern that a lot of people have, right? Is that there is not transparency, and especially with.
I agree, there should be transparency, but Trump doesn't create broader transparency. Trump actually derails that transparency. People on the left are
disagree.
very
I
huge
think
about
Trump
transparency.
is who he says he is. I think he opens
No, he's
his
not.
mouth more.
He said that he didn't have sex with Stormy Daniels. Now, do you accept? Do you think that's true?
I'm not going to say he's honest all the time, but what I will say is that.
Would you
he
say that
op-
transparency implies honesty?
Yes.
So I think there are a lot more sound bites of Donald Trump saying things than there are of anybody on the left. Like
Would you say that transparency implies honesty, sir?
So Trump lies more, but he's
I
more
would.
transparent.
Okay, so yeah, if transparency implies honesty, right, we'd expect Trump to be honest if Trump were to be transparent. But Trump is not honest. He told over 30,000 confirmed lies during his presidency, one of the biggest lies that any sitting president has ever told with his denial of the outcome of the 2020 election, and incessantly lies every single time he gives a speech or is interviewed. Most recently, he said no one died on January 6th. He said he was in a helicopter crash with Willie Brown. That never happened. Willie Brown even confirmed that, called Trump creative, right? And we even had an advisor of Trump's 2016 through 2020 presidency state that Trump didn't know the difference between things that were true and false. He just simply spoke whatever he wanted to, and if it happened to be true, it happened to be true, and if it happened to be false, it happened to be false.
Yeah, but if a politician is talking, they're lying, as far as I'm concerned.
Then how
No,
can you say
you're just used to that with Trump.
No, no, that is. I could think of so many.
Trump
times
literally
that-
branded the other side as, oh, they're liars, they're politicians, they don't get anything done, and then literally did that.
Yeah. Okay. So I agree. Trump has lied many times. I also
then how
think,
can he be transparent?
I also
Yeah,
think
they're just
Kamala
like
has
his
lied many times. I also think that the
Yo,
media
if
lies
Trump
more
has-
Can
than-
you name one lie of Kamala Harris?
Can I name one lie of Kamala Harris?
Yeah.
I probably could if you let me think about it for a second.
Oh, we'll give you a minute.
Oh, you'll give me a minute?
Uh-huh.
Okay. But will you give me this?
No, I just want to hear a lie.
You just want to hear a lie. Okay.
Use your thinking cap, put it on. Let's wait.
She said she wanted to ban fracking.
That's not a lie. That's having a different position. No, give me a lie.
No, that was a lie.
No, that's called different position that she had in 2019
So she
compared to now.
changed her mind.
Yeah, JD Vance said that Trump is America's Hitler.
Yeah, I know that. We weren't talking about that. We were talking about Kamala's lies.
Do you think wait, so do you think that's a lie?
Do I think what's a lie that JD Vance said that?
Yeah, that he doesn't believe that now because he said that back then.
So yeah, people can change their position. Sure, I believe that.
Bro.
Okay.
Dude, Andy, you're so fucking dense. This is incredible.
Yeah, am I?
How can you not fucking 1 second? How can you not like use your brain to recognize the incredible contradiction you just made? Like that was insane. Like all we had to do was replace the name Kamala Harris with the name JD Vance, and you all of a sudden got it.
Fair
It's so
enough,
fun,
but level with me for a second, right? You're gonna tell. You want to tell me?
I'm still looking for a next guest, bro. Go ahead.
No, good. Have a good day, guys. You can go on to the next.
Andy,
guest.
are you a little bit mad? Are you a little bit sensitive right now? Do you need
No,
some
not
baby
at all.
bottles?
I appreciate the discussion, fellas. Have a good day.
Okay,
Karen,
little
are you-
snowflake.
Karen, are you voting for Trump? Karen. Karen's not here.
You're a little teapot, short and spout.
All right, guys, we're going to go and get our next guest up in here. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody give us a minute to get our next debate going. We got CJ loading in. If anybody wants to support either myself or Parker, we have our Venmos, Cash Apps, PayPal in the bio, y'all. We get 100% of the proceeds on that platform. We'll give y'all a shout out as well. We're just currently looking for our next guest of the night. Parker, I'm guessing you want to go live here pretty soon.
Maybe, yeah, probably.
Maybe if you do. All right, about that. Because we're coming up on like 4 hours. I was probably going to end my stream at about 4 hours and 30 minutes.
Okay, I'll probably go live then.
Bet. What's up, Gage? How old are you? All right, Gage is not here. Kyle, how old are you?
30 years old.
Are you driving?
No, I'm working.
Perfect.
I'm not
Awesome.
driving. I'm like inside a vehicle though, but I'm not driving.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
All right. Why are you doing that, man?
I'm with the last guy. The media definitely pushes their own.
I'm just pretty sure he was driving. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Everybody give us a minute to get our next guest up in the box, guys. Everybody just be patient. We're going to go and get our next guest, J Money, up in here, guys. So everyone just give us 1 minute here. Right. Also, do double tap on that phone screen. Let's try to get up to 3 million likes, y'all. You guys already know the drill. We got our next guest loading in right now, y'all. So everybody just do be patient. Johnny Thunder got you invited. If you are, I want a crazy MAGA supporter. If you're like a straight like MAGA,
Yeah, I'll
lover,
probably give it like one more person, then I'll start my live. If we can't get someone in the next like 5-10 minutes or so, I'll probably
Bet, sounds
start
good,
my
bro.
live.
If you want, I could hit you with a raid. I was gonna spend like another like hour and a half on live. If you want to coast for like an hour and a half on yours.
Yeah, we
but
can
it's
do
up.
that.
All right, bet. But it's up to you. What's up, Zay? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Tristan, thank you for the Galaxy. Are you voting for Trump?
No, I'm not. I just wanted to.
All right, we're gonna give it one more try here, folks. If we can't get a debate on this next guest.
Tristan, thank you so much for the Galaxy. Thank you so much, Tristan.
Chris, are you voting for Trump?
Hi.
Hi.
Yes.
Okay, why?
I love you guys. I'm not voting for Trump.
Okay. Parker, you want to go start your live?
I'll probably wait for like 1 or 2 more people to try. If not, I'll go start my live.
Bet. Everybody, give us a minute. Give us a minute, ladies and gentlemen. Give us a minute. Just be patient. Be the most patient you've ever been.
Bigly,
Right?
we're gonna get it bigly.
We're gonna get it. Be bigly patient. Lilith, are you voting for Chomp?
No. Make America gay again.
Okay.
They were spamming MAGA in the chat. That surprisingly does align. That's kind of funny. That made me giggle. Moving on to our next guest here, ladies and gentlemen. They were only spamming MAGA in the chat. To be fair, they weren't saying that they were voting for Trump. All right, moving on to our next guest. Ellie, I sent you an invite. Huge invite.
The only MAGA that we're okay with.
So true.
I love you
Jen-
so much. Please say edited by J.
Oh, you got glitched into the live.
Hello?
Oh, hey, Ali, are you voting for Trump?
I am, but I just wanted to say something. You asked the other gentleman about one lie that Kamala's told.
Edited by Jay.
Right?
Sorry, go ahead.
You were asking about a lie she's told?
Yeah.
I could think of a couple, but
Go for one.
she said that they asked her if she ever smoked. You know.
Oh, don't say the name. Don't say the name.
I'm not saying it. Relax. Bill Dean, take a breath. I know. It's okay. So she said, yeah, in college. Oh, and what did you listen to when you did? Oh, Snoop and Tupac. She was in college in 1981, 83, 84. Snoop and Tupac didn't even come out till the 90s. There's a lie. It's a simple lie, but it's
Can
a
you
lie.
tell me where she said this?
It was an interview on. Hold on, It was an interview. It was like they called her out for it. It was an. You can just look it up. You'll find it. I can't look. I don't have a. I don't. It'll kick me out if I look.
I know it won't.
Let me see.
We just won't be able to hear you until you come back.
I actually found a fact check by Reuters stating, fact check, Kamala Harris did not say she listened to Snoop Dogg and Tupac while smoking in college.
She didn't say. There was a clip of her saying it. It was not AI. There was a clip of her saying it literally.
Well, that's not what the fact check indicates. So, would you like to provide?
Can I see it?
Yeah, he'll just tell you the title.
Yep. Search up Reuters. Fact check. Kamala Harris did not say she listened to these artists in college.
Okay, I'm gonna check. Can I just I'm gonna get out of here just to look, and I'll come back so you can.
So I mean, I could just clarify what happened in the clip.
Okay.
Yeah. So what happened? In the interview, DJ Envy asked Harris what music she listened to before she has a chance to answer. Charlemagne the God interrupts by asking what music she listened to while she was in college. Harris laughs but ignores the second person's question and responds to the original query of what music she listens to now by saying Snoop Dogg, Tupac, and she adds that she loves Cardi B.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, do you have a line that Harris is told?
I mean, I can't think off the top. I mean, there's she lies a lot.
Yeah, I'd like to hear a lie.
Why is it taken like?
Because I didn't come up here prepared. I just came up.
Interesting.
I just said MAGA and you invited me up, so I accepted it.
What if I ask you a question? Why do you care about someone that doesn't care about you? Trump is vehemently sexist.
Why do you care about someone who thinks you're stupid?
Well, if we're so smart like
Because
Trump
Kamala
says we
thinks
are,
anybody
if we're
18
so
24
smart like Trump says we are, then why are we voting against him in predominant numbers?
Well, your Kamala thinks anybody 24 is stupid.
So without interruption this time, I'm pretty sure there's a big difference between Kamala's attack on young people by saying that they're stupid, and then Trump's attack on women by like being held civilly liable.
Also, literally, Trump said we're smart and we're predominantly.
I get it.
No, but Trump said that we're smart and we're predominantly voting against him. So we're smart. I agree.
So yeah, why would you vote for someone that doesn't care about you?
Well, because you guys are looking at his past. I'm looking at the future of America. I'm not really like.
Yeah, but how do you expect him to effectively legislate?
If you were actually looking at the future of America, you'd care about things like climate change. You'd care about like Trump trying to overthrow the government. You'd care about women's rights, right? I don't know, things like that. You care about healthcare policy.
When it comes to like abortion, for example, like, I mean, first of all, he was in office before. They didn't take it away.
They did. The reason why they took it away is because Trump put multiple Supreme Court justices in office with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade.
Okay, so if abortion, first of all, they're not taking it away. They're just putting a cap on it at a certain amount of time, which is fair.
No, they are taking it away. And it depends on the state, though.
They're not taking it completely away.
In some states, they are. Yes, they are.
In some states, but he can't control what happens.
Yes, he can. Yes, he can. He could have kept the federal protections for abortion access.
Parker, if there's something wrong, or if it's like up to 8 weeks until there's a heartbeat.
The $5. Thank you so much.
Or I think it's 12 weeks.
Do you think abortion is murder?
Do I think it's murder?
Yeah.
After, you know what? I'm not. That's not like my big. It's not my biggest thing, but I used to be pro-choice until I went.
Do you think abortion is murder?
Yes.
Okay, so why do you think murder should be left up to the states?
I don't have an answer for that.
Damn.
Well, I don't necessarily. It's not that I don't think it's murder per se. If you do it within a certain amount of time. I mean, if you do it at like 18 weeks, yeah, it's murder. It's a baby.
Oh, okay. So again, the point that we're making there is that, again, then you think murder should be left up to the states.
No, not murder. Abortion. No, I don't think it's murder. I don't think abortion is murder. No.
Okay, so abortion isn't murder. So why do you want to restrict women's access to abortion by
voting
for Donald Trump?
to a certain point because
No,
that's
it
not the
doesn't.
only-
It doesn't
that's
just
not
do
the
it to a
only
certain
thing that he
point.
stands for. That's
There
not
are
the
great
only-
victims. There are
because
great
you have to
victims
look
that
at
couldn't
the
get
whole
access to
picture.
abortion.
You have to look at the whole picture. You can't.
Some
just
of these
look at one
abortion laws
thing
are
that's
like 6
contained.
weeks. Okay, they're heartbeat bills.
It's not. Listen, getting an abortion is not going to ungrape a woman. It's not going to change the situation.
It is going to allow for them to have autonomy over their body in a scenario where they didn't have autonomy prior.
Okay,
so what
but
you're
that-
doing is
that
you're trying
child-
to strip women and strip girls of their autonomy when it's already been stripped of them. So why do you want to add to a great victim's restriction of autonomy? Please tell me. I'd love to hear the good reason why you want to restrict the great victim's autonomy even
Because
further
they-
than it already has been.
Okay, because that baby didn't do anything. That baby, unless it's like incest.
And why does she have an obligation to take care of a non-sentient embryo that quite literally she did not cause?
She doesn't have to take care of it. She could put it up for. She could. Put
She
it up
does have
for
to take care of it.
adoption.
You're saying that she has to go through the context of pregnancy.
Yeah,
That
because
is taking care of
that
it.
baby is that baby's innocent. That baby didn't do anything. It's not going to ungrape
It's literally
her.
non-sentient.
It's not going to ungrape her. She's
Wait, but
still
you're
live
gonna
with
take away
trauma.
from her autonomy even more than it's already been taken away.
Yeah,
How's it
listen.
hold on.
Ellie,
Getting an abortion is not going to stop her from.
It will stop pregnancy. It will stop the
It
9
doesn't
months
stop
of pregnancy.
Are you saying
doesn't
it's
stop
not
her.
taking away her autonomy even more?
Hold on. An abortion doesn't.
Why
make
do you
it
wanna
so they're-
take away the
an
autonomy of a
abortion
great
doesn't
victim?
Make it so they're not. The abortion doesn't make it so they're not pregnant anymore, or like abortion.
It actually does.
Yeah, what the fuck are you talking about?
It actually-
Abortion is a
I know.
termination of
I'm sorry,
pregnancy.
I'm sorry.
It literally makes it so they're not pregnant
No,
anymore.
it doesn't make it. It doesn't keep them from not. They still have to. That baby's still coming out. Is what I'm saying. Whether it comes out dead or alive, that's the difference.
Yeah, but that one, I
It's
just
still
want to clarify,
coming out,
Ellie.
whether it comes out
the
9
point-
months or in 6.
The reason.
Okay, so take it out early on and let it try to survive on its own.
What?
Yeah, take it out earlier on in the pregnancy and see if it survives on its own. It's not going to. Okay, so what's your point?
My point is that it's not. That doesn't even make sense. What you're saying.
Yes, it does. You're saying
You're pivoting. That makes no sense.
what?
That makes
You're
no
saying
sense.
it has to come out either way. So if you're like, okay, all right, we can take it out. If it has to come out anyway, well then take it out and see if it survives.
Yeah, listen, when we're referencing rape victims getting abortions, the point isn't to kill a baby. The point is to recognize the bodily autonomy of the mother that should be maintained.
I
In virtue of
understand that.
recognizing that the mother shouldn't have an obligation to provide the resources necessary to sustain the rights of the fetus. I believe that victims of rape especially are completely well within their rights to revoke consent to be supplying the fetus with the necessary means to live, or in other words, allow its bodily resources, and like such as the uterus and the other bodily resources provided like through the umbilical cord, right? And the argument here is that the mother's under no obligation to provide.
Hold on.
those things.
Can I say something?
Do
The
you,
other
do you
day.
think that the mother's under an obligation to provide the fetus those things?
Yes.
Okay, so if I walk up to you with an IV cord and I just jab it in your arm without your consent, and I tell you if you remove that IV cord from your arm, that I will die as a result, are you obligated to keep that IV cord in your arm, or are you not obligated to?
That's a different situation. I don't.
Do you mind answering?
Well, I don't know you, and I wouldn't. No.
Right, you wouldn't be under an obligation to provide for me to sustain for my life because that IV cord was entered in your arm.
Well,
without
if
your
it's-
consent.
if it-
but this
if
is
it-
exactly what is being said about rape victims. Like they didn't consent to sex. They didn't consent to the pregnancy. They didn't consent for that conception. They didn't consent for that fetus
Okay,
to be
so how about not?
completely
Okay,
and
so how
utterly
about
dependent
non-rape
upon them.
victims? So
and
how
their
about
needs.
non-rape victims? So how about non-rape victims?
We could have that conversation next as soon as
Okay,
you
let's
could,
have that conversation. Okay, fine.
You're
Fine.
pivoting. So would you now recognize that great victims should have access to?
Yes,
do you recognize that great
victim-
victims should have access to abortion?
I agree with that. I'm just saying in general, like
So don't leave it
overall-
up to the states because then that makes sure that there's no federal protections for rape victims.
I agree about the rape victims and that. I do agree with that. I'm just saying it won't ungrape the woman.
Amanda, thank you so
No
much for
one
the
said- what?
$25 on Venmo
I'm sorry, Ellie,
for
but-
protecting women's rights. Thank you,
Ellie-
Amanda.
Ellie, no one said that's going to happen. Okay?
Okay.
Why do you keep saying that? Thank you for the money gun. Thank you so much. Like that's like the point you've said like 7 times, and again, no
Because
one said that.
I'm just saying that. Well,
I get you're saying it, but no one said that, so I don't know why you keep saying it. That's what I'm asking.
I don't know. Anyway,
Because it's just like an alt-right talking point because you don't really know what the hell you're talking about. Like when it comes to the abortion conversation, what I've consistently seen, right, is a demonstration of utter ignorance from every single defender of legislation to impede upon the rights of women.
I'm just saying the overall.
Like I just think that it's so gross that you're literally advocating for, I mean, this decision to be taken out of the hands of a woman and her doctor, right, and put into the hands of white men in Congress.
But it shouldn't be
that are
past
just as
8
ignorant on
weeks.
these
It shouldn't
issues
be
as you
past
are.
8 weeks.
Ellie, why are you
It's
incessantly interrupting me when I'm disproving everything you're saying? It's almost like you don't want to hear what I have to say because you know that it makes you and your beliefs look incredibly silly.
I used to be pro-choice, and I'm not completely pro-life. I do agree with that. However, it shouldn't be past a certain point, like
what point?
After the 8 weeks, 12
weeks after the heartbeat. So yeah, why should elective abortions not be allowed after the point where the heartbeat occurs?
Because once the baby has a heartbeat, it's
what?
It's a human life.
It's a human life from the moment of conception. 97% of biologists would agree with me here. The heartbeat does not begin the human life.
But it's like it. I don't know. That's just how. It's my opinion. It's how I see it.
Okay, so I just want you to recognize that I ask you for.
But you keep saying, "What
Ellie,
about
Ellie?" Without interruption, I'm really sick and tired of that shit. Okay, allow me to speak without you like jumping in here.
Okay.
So I just want you to recognize that I asked you why you think that women shouldn't be able to access health care after they've been pregnant for 8 weeks, and your ultimate response is that you have no fucking clue.
Well, it's
right? Don't you
dangerous
think,
for the woman
Ellie?
too.
What did I just fucking tell you? What did I just tell you, Ellie? Did I tell you not to interrupt me?
Yes, sir. I'm not a kid, Dean. Relax.
I'm not calling you a kid. I'm just simply asking you to stop interrupting me. This is my third time having to ask you this.
You don't stop talking, so it's hard not to interrupt you.
I definitely have stopped talking, and it is not hard not to interrupt me. Just simply wait your turn.
Okay.
Okay, so now I'm going to go back to what I was saying, but first, Chad, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for that love. So back to what
I'm gonna go start my live. I'll see you here pretty soon, bro.
All right, I'll send you a raid, Parker. Have a good one, man. Have a good one. Anyway, so back to what I was saying, Ellie. So particularly speaking here, right, I asked you why you think that women shouldn't be able to access health care after they've been pregnant for 8 weeks, and your ultimate answer was that you had no fucking clue. Don't you think it's a little bit unfair to every single American woman and girl out there that wants to be able to have the right to decide about like medical decisions in pertaining to their own body, right? When you then turn around and say that this should instead be taken out of the hands of the woman and her doctor and be put into the hands of the white men in Congress for the reason that you have no fucking clue? Yo, Parker's back.
Okay, so again, I agree about So what point do you think abortion should be allowed all throughout until what? Until 9 months?
I think that elective abortion should be allowed until about 20 to 24 weeks gestation, for the reason being that I don't
It's dangerous for the woman too, though.
Good.
It's dangerous for the woman to have an abortion that late as well. You could bleed out. You can have serious complications.
So giving birth is more dangerous than abortion at any point. But anyways, back to what I was saying, right? I believe that elective abortion should be allowed until about 20 through 24 weeks gestation, right? For the reason...
That's crazy. Like, that's wild.
With what reason? Give me a reason, Ellie. That's the reason I have no fucking clue.
There's babies born at 20 weeks and survive. That's insane.
False. The earliest baby we've ever had born is at the point of viability, and that's exactly when I'd say that elective abortion should be allowed.
I know people that have given birth. I know somebody that had a baby at 23 or 24 weeks.
Yeah, you do, right? So that's why I say that the cutoff of elective abortions should be the point of viability. But back to what I was saying, you have no fucking clue what you're talking about. You've demonstrated complete and utter total ignorance when we've been talking about abortion and why you're pro-life, but then pro-life legislation ends up impacting women and children and society as a whole severely, right? First of all, it strips women of their most basic rights to bodily autonomy, integrity, and access to healthcare. Second of all, it's placing unwanted children in unready households, shifting the American dynamic away from financially well-off adults that consent to having children that desire to raise that desire to start a family, to forcing 18, 19, 20-year-old boys and girls into doing exactly that because the state is denying the woman access to health care, right? Then third of all, right, we see that it increases rates of poverty, decreases levels of education, and decreases levels of income, all for the reason that you're forcing people out of school, out of employment, to stay at home and raise their child that they didn't want to have in the first place. Right, and all for the reason that you don't fucking know, which was the ultimate response that you gave me when I asked you why elective abortion access should be cut off at 8 weeks.
Okay, so what about non-great victims?
Right, I told you I don't value non-sentient life forms, so I'm going to say that the life of a fetus is morally invaluable until 20 through 24 weeks.
Okay, fair. That's fair.
Right. So you'd say it's fair for me to say this. If you'd say that it's fair to give women access to health care, and the man you're voting for,
but
Donald Trump,
that
disagrees
one
with me
single
here,
thing is
wouldn't
not
this be a
going
good
to.
reason not to vote for Trump?
That's not going to. That one reason is I just feel like Kamala lies. Listen, all politicians lie. Trump is not perfect. Trump is actually he's the scumbag. He is. He's not. But I'm not trying to date him. I'm not trying to bang him. I'm just trying to have a future for my kids and for
Right.
for
What good do
America.
you think Trump is going to do for America?
Well, first of all, taxes have the tax on tips. My mother.
Kamala Harris supports no tax on tips. Mo, thank you
now
for the $5 on
she
Venmo. I appreciate you for
She
the love.
says that, but how come she didn't do anything about it for the past 4 years?
How come Trump didn't do anything about it for his 4 years? Crazy.
There wasn't tax on tips then.
There certainly was.
Oh, all right. Well, I don't know. All right, that's all. I came up to you asked about a lie that she told. I came up to say that, so I don't know.
All right. Appreciate you for coming up. Have a
Yep.
good rest of your day.
You too.
All right, guys. Well, if y'all could spam Parker's out in the chat, we're going to go ahead and give him a raid. We're going to hang out with him for a little bit. We've had a good day here. Yo, guys, if you want to support me on your way out, my Venmo, my PayPal are in the bio, right? So I'm fully funded by donations, and we do a lot of fun with them. So I'm actually going to be flying out to LA here very soon to film a video for Jubilee. I'm really, really excited. So... If you want to help me out with my travel expenses, my PayPal, my Venmo, and they're in the bio. Of course, you don't have to, but it would be greatly appreciated if you do help. And I love everybody that's been supporting me lately. You guys have been so kind. Jen, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love, Jen. Massive W's for Jen. So yeah, I got to get the plane ticket. Then I also have to kind of like clean myself up before I go out there. I'm gonna get a haircut tomorrow. Super excited. Haven't cut it in months, so it's gonna be a whole lot of fun. So yeah, if you want to help out, if you want to support the travel fund, my Venmo, my PayPal are in my bio. But I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream now. Head over to Parker's. Can y'all spam at Parker's in the chat, whatever he's live on right now? We're gonna go ahead and send him a raid. I don't know what his ad is, what like account Parker's live on, so spam that in the chat. Sin, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo for Happy Travels. I really appreciate you for that, man. Massive W's for Sin. All right. Yo, everybody that's saying that Dean is asking for money, I have been fucking signed up for Trump's email list for the last 4 years because of how hilarious they are. I get an email from Trump about 7 times a day asking me to donate $50. The billionaire. Awesome. Everybody head over to @ParkerNeedsAJob. Spam Dean Raid in the chat. I'm going to be over there very, very, very shortly. So go show him some love. Spam Dean Raid. We're going to do a little bit of a co-host. I love you all. I will see you all over there just in a moment. But yeah, head over to @ParkerNeedsAJob. Spam Dean Raid. We are going to continue our debates over there. Love and appreciate you all. Adios.
Buat kalian, harganya harga spesial buat kalian bisa langsung